Section 1 of What Led to the Discovery of the Source of the Nile. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. What Led to the Discovery of the Source of the Nile by John Hanning Speke. Chapter 1, Introduction to the Journal. It was in the year 1849, at the expiration of the Punjab campaign under Lord Gough, where I had been actively engaged as a subaltern officer in the so-called Fighting Brigade of General Sir Colin Campbell's division of the Army, adding my might to the 4 successive victorious actions, Ramnagar, Sadulapur, Chilianwala, and Gujarat, that I first conceived the idea of exploring central equatorial Africa. My plan was made with a view to strike the Nile at its head, and then to sail down that river to Egypt. It was conceived, however, not for geographical interest, so much as for a view I had in my mind of collecting the fauna of those regions, to complete and fully develop a museum in my father's house, a nucleus of which I had already formed from the rich menageries of India, the Himalaya Mountains, and Tibet. My idea in selecting the new field for my future researches was that I should find within it various orders and species of animals hitherto unknown. Although Major Cornwallis Harris, Ruppel, and others had by this time well nigh exhausted by their assiduous investigations all discoveries in animal life, both in the northern and southern extremities of Africa, in the lowlands of Kaffraria in the south, and the highlands of Ethiopia in the north, no one as yet had penetrated to the center in the low latitudes near the equator, and by latitudinal differences I thought I should obtain new descriptions and varieties of animals. Further, I imagined the mountains of the moon were a vast range, stretching across Africa from east to west, which in all probability would harbor wild goats and sheep, as the Himalaya range does. There, too, I thought I should find the Nile rising in snow, as does the Ganges in the Himalayas. The time I proposed to myself for carrying this scheme into operation was my furlough, a lease of 3 years' leave of absence, which I should become entitled to at the expiration of 10 years' service in India. But I would not leave the reader to infer that I intended devoting the whole of my furlough to this one pursuit alone. 2 of the 3 years were to be occupied in collecting animals and descending by the valley of the Nile to Egypt and England, whilst the 3rd year was to be spent in indulgent recreations at home after my labors should be over. I had now served 5 years in the Indian Army, and 5 years were left to serve ere I should become entitled to take my furlough. During this time I had to consider 2 important questions: how I should be able, out of my very limited pay as a subaltern officer, to meet the heavy expenditure which such a vast undertaking would necessarily involve, and how, before leaving India, I might best employ any local leave I could obtain in completing my already commenced collections of the fauna of that country and its adjacent hill ranges. Previous experience had taught me that, in the prosecution of my chief hobby, I would also solve the problem of the most economical mode of living. In the backwoods and jungles, no ceremony or etiquette provokes unnecessary expenditure, whilst the fewer men and material I took with me on my sporting excursions, the better sport I always got, and the freer and more independent I was to carry on the chase. I need now only say I acted on this conviction, and I think, I may add, I managed it successfully, for there are now but few animals to be found in either India, Tibet, or the Himalaya Mountains, specimens of which have not fallen victims to my gun. Of this the paternal hall is an existing testimony. Every year after the war I obtained leave of absence, and every year I marched across the Himalayas and penetrated into some unknown portions of Tibet, shooting, collecting, and mapping the country wherever I went. My messmates wondered how it was I succeeded in getting so much leave, But the reason was simply this, and I tell it that others may profit by it. The Commander-in-Chief, Sir William Gaume, observing to what good account I always turned my leave, instead of idling my time away or running into debt, took great pleasure in encouraging my hobby, and his staff were even heard to say it would be a pity if I did not get leave, as so much good resulted from it. The 3rd September 1854 completed my 10th year's servitude in India, and on the succeeding day, the 4th, I embarked on board one of the P&O Company's steamers at Calcutta and left the Indian shore for Aden, but previously to my departure, I purchased various cheap articles of barter, all as tempting and seductive as I could find, for the simple-minded Negroes of Africa. These consisted principally of cheap guns, revolving pistols, swords, cheap cutlery of all sorts, beads, cotton stuffs of a variety of kinds, and sewing material, etc., etc., to the amount of 390 pounds sterling. Arrived at Aden, my first step was to visit Colonel Outram, the political resident, to open my views to him with regard to penetrating Africa, and to solicit his assistance in my doing so by granting introductory letters to the native chiefs on the coast and in any other manner that he could. But to my utter astonishment and discomfiture, with the frank and characteristic ardor which has marked him through life, he at once said he would not only withhold his influence, but would prohibit my going there at all, as the countries opposite to Aden were so extremely dangerous for any foreigners to travel in that he considered it his duty as a Christian to prevent, as far as he was able, anybody from hazarding his life there. This opposition, fortunately, only lasted for a time. After repeated supplications on my part, the generous, kind nature of the colonel overcame him, and he thought of a pretext by which, should anything serious happen to me, there would not remain any onus on his conscience. The Bombay government at that time had been induced to order an expedition to be organized for the purpose of investigating the Somali country, a large tract of land lying due south of Aden and separated only from the Arabian coast by the Gulf of Aden, and had appointed 3 officers, Lieutenant Burton to command and Lieutenants Stroyan and Hearn to assist in its conduct. To this project, Colonel Outram had ever been adverse, and he had remonstrated with the government about it, declaring, as his opinion, the scheme to be quite unfeasible. The Somali, he said, were the most savage of all African savages, and were of such a wild and inhospitable nature that no stranger could possibly live amongst them. The government, however, relying on the ability of one who made the pilgrimage of Mecca, were bent at least on giving the lieutenant a chance of showing what he could do in this even darker land, and he was then occupied in Aden maturing his plans of procedure. This, then, was the opportunity the colonel took advantage of, advising me to ask Lieutenant Burton to incorporate me in his expedition, at the same time saying that if it was found to be agreeable to Lieutenant Burton, he would back my application to the Indian government, obtain a cancel of my furlough, and get me put on service duty as a member of the expedition. Nothing could have suited me better, as it brought me on service again, and so saved my furlough leave for a future exploration. Lieutenant Burton consented, and I was at once installed in the expedition. My traveling, mapping, and collecting propensities, it was thought, would be of service to the ends of the expedition, and by my being incorporated in it, there would be no chance of my running counter to it, by traveling on its line of march, and possibly giving rise to disturbances with the natives. Before proceeding further in the narrative of events as they occurred, it may be as well, perhaps, to anticipate a little and give a general impression of the geography, ethnology, history, and other characteristics of the country under investigation, the Somali Land, and the way in which it was intended that those investigations should be carried out. As will appear by the following pages, My experiences were mostly confined to the north-central parts and the highlands of the Warsangali and Dulbahanta tribes. The rest of my information is derived from conversations with the natives, or what I have read in some very interesting pages in Volume 19 of the Transactions of the Royal Geographical Society, written by Lieutenant Cruttenden. The Somali country is an elbow of land lying between the equator and the 11th degree of north latitude, which, from its peculiar form, might well be designated the eastern horn of Africa. The land is high in the north and has a general declination, as may be seen by the river system to the south and eastward, but with less easting as we come westward. It is separated from the main body of Africa by the river Jube, a large and fertilizing stream, which, rising in the mountains of southern Abyssinia, passes between the territories of the Gallas on the west and the Somali on the east, and debouches in the Indian Ocean at the northern extremity of the Zanzibar coast. According to Lieutenant Cruttenden's map, there are only 2 other rivers besides this of any consequence in the land. The Webb River, Shebele, or Haynes River, which is of considerable importance, having a large flow of water trending down a cultivable district of rich red soil, and another less important to the eastward of these 2, called very unfortunately by him the Wadi Nogal. The proper specific name for this river has never, to my knowledge, been given, but the Jid Ali Tug is one of its head branches. It rises in some small hills close overhanging the north coast and runs southeasterly into the Indian Ocean, dividing 2 large territories called Ugaden or Haud on the west and Nogal on the east, mouthing at Ras Kile. Ugaden is said to be a flat, grassy country of red soil, almost stoneless, and having water everywhere near the surface. It is considered by the pastoral Somali a famous place for keeping cattle, of which by report they possess a great abundance, such as camels, ponies, cows, and Dumba sheep, a fat-tailed animal like the Persian breed. Game also abounds in this country, of which the gazelles and antelopes, I was assured, roamed about in vast herds like sheep. The Nogal country is the opposite of this, containing nothing of any material value in it. The rock formation is all lime, very pure and white like marble, which consequently makes the soil white, and being very stony, it is almost barren. The Somali keep cattle here, but with much apparent difficulty, being, from the scarcity of springs and want of water, obliged to march about, following the last falls of rain, to obtain fresh herbage for their cattle. My first and greater journey gave me an insight into this portion of the interior of the country south of Boundar Gori. It was very interesting, though not profitable, from its never having been visited by any Europeans before. I observed here 2 distinct leading features in its physical geography. The first is a narrow hill range, about 180 miles long and 20 or more broad, which is occupied by 2 large tribes, the Warsangali on the east and a branch of the Haber Gahajis on the west. It is situated in an average distance of from 200 yards to 3 or 4 miles from the seashore, separated from it by a sandy flat or maritime plain, and like the line of coast, extends from east to west. Immediately due south of Boundar Gori, the sea face or northern slopes of this range are very steep and irregular, being trenched down by deep ravines, which, during the rainy season, shed their water across the maritime plain into the Gulf of Aden. The lower folds on this side of the range are composed of brown rocks and earth, having little or no vegetation upon them, and are just as uninviting in appearance as the light brown hills which fringe the coast of Arabia, as seen by voyagers on the Red Sea. Further up the hill, in the central folds of the range, this great sterility changes for a warm, rich clothing of bush jungle and a little grass. Gum trees, myrrh, and some varieties of the frankincense are found in great profusion, as well as a variety of the aloe plant, from which the Somali manufacture good strong cordage. The upper part of the range is very steep and precipitous, and on this face is well clad with trees and bush jungle. The southern side of the range is exactly the opposite in all its characteristics of the northern. Instead of having a steep drop of from 6,000 to 7,000 feet, it falls by gentle slopes to successive terraces like a giant staircase to scarcely half that depth, where it rests at the head of the high plateau land of Nogal and is almost barren. Nogal, as I have said before, is also very barren, only producing trees such as the hardy acacia and jujube in sheltered places in the valleys or watercourses which drain that land to the southeast. I had no means of determining it, but should judge this second great geographical feature, the plateau of Nogal, by the directions its streams lie in, to have a gradual decreasing declination like all the rest of the interior from the north, where it averages an altitude of from 3,000 to 4,000 feet, down to the level of the sea on south and by east. According to traditional histories furnished me by the natives who accompanied me on the journeys I undertook, it appears that the present Somali are of rather recent origin, not more than 4.5 centuries old. About the year 1413, an Arab chieftain, Darood bin Ismail, who had been disputing with an elder brother for certain territorial rights at Mecca, was overpowered and driven from the Mussulman Holy Land and marched southwards, accompanied by a large number of faithful followers, amongst whom was an Assyri damsel of gentle blood and interesting beauty, whom he subsequently married, to Makalla on the southern shores of Arabia. Once arrived there, this band of vanquished fugitives hired vessels and, crossing the Gulf of Aden, came to Bunder Gori. Here they were hospitably received by the then governing people, who for the most part were Christians, probably Galas and Abyssinians, who, judging from the few archaeological remains they subsequently left behind them, must have lived in a far more advanced state of civilization than the present Somali enjoy. Those Christian people were governed by one man, Sultan Kin, who had a deputy called Wura, renowned alike for his ferocity of character and his ability to govern. For some years, Darood and his Arab followers led a quiet, peaceable life, gaining the confidence of his host and inspiring Kin's subjects with reverence for their superior talents. In process of time, by intermarriage and proselytizing, these Mussulmans increased in number and gained such strength that they began to covet and finally determined to take the country from the race that had preceded them. This project, by various intrigues and machinations, was easily effected, and Kin, with all his Christians, was driven back to his native highlands in Ethiopia. Darood now was paramount in all this land, and reigned until he died, when an only son by his Assyri wife succeeded to him. This man's name was Kabul Ullah, who had a son called Harti. On succeeding his father, Harti had 3 sons called respectively, in order of birth, Warsangali, Dulbahanta, and Mizertain. Amongst these 3 he divided his kingdom, which to this day retains the names. The Mizertain dispersed over the eastern portions of the land, the Warsangali held the central, and the Dulbahantas the western territories. Subsequently to this period, an Arab called Ishak came across from southern Arabia and established himself forcibly at Mait, and founded the 3 different nations who now occupy all the coastline from Ras Galwani on the eastward to Zele on the extreme west of the Somali country. Ishak, it appears, had 3 wives, who gave in issue 3 sons, and among these 3 men was divided the whole country which he subdued. Forming themselves into tribes, the senior or Haber Garhajis, by constant feuds and other causes, are much distributed about the country, but mostly occupying the hilly grounds to the southward of the coastline, whilst the Haber Owel, or second in order of birth, possess all the coast of Berbera between Zele and Kurum, and the third, or Haber Taljala, hold all the rest, thence eastwards to Hais. The Somali have been chiefly known to us since the time of our taking occupation of Aden, whither many of them resort with their wives and families to carry on trade or do the more menial services of porterage and donkey driving. They are at once easily recognized by the overland traveler by their singular appearance and boisterous manner, as well as by their cheating and lying propensities, for which they are peculiarly notorious. Indeed, success in fraud is more agreeable to them than any other mode of gaining a livelihood, and the narration of such acts is their greatest delight in conversation. They excel as donkey boys even the Egyptians. As may be concluded from their history, they are a mixed Ham-Shemitic race, but differing considerably from both in their general appearance, though retaining certain characteristics of both these breeds. They are a tall, slender people, light and agile as deer, slightly darker than, though much the color of Arabs, with thin lip and noses rather Grecian when compared with those of blacks, but with woolly heads like the true Negroes. Their natures are so boisterous and warlike that at Aden it has been found necessary to disarm them. When they first arrived there, it was not an unusual sight to see the men of different tribes on the hillsides that form the face of the crater, fighting battles royal with their spears and shields, and even to this day they, without their arms, sometimes have hot contests by pelting one another with sticks and stones. There is scarcely a man of them who does not show some scars of wounds received in these turmoils, some apparently so deep that it is marvelous how they ever recovered from them. Their costume is very simple. The men, who despise trousers, wear a single sheet of long cloth, 8 cubits long, thrown over the shoulder, much after the fashion of the Scotsman's plaid. Some shave their head, leaving it bare. Others wear the mane of a lion as a wig, which is supposed by them to give the character of ferocity and courage to the wearer, while those who affect the dandy allow their hair to grow and jauntily place some sticks in it resembling the Chinaman's jaw sticks, which, when arranging their toilet, they use as a comb, and all carry as weapons of defense a spear and shield, a shillelagh, and a long two-edged knife. The women clothe more extensively, though not much so, fastening a cloth tightly round the body immediately under their arms. They allow it to fall evenly down to the ground, and effectually cover their legs. The married ones encase their hair in a piece of blue cloth, gathering it up at the back of the head in the fashion of English women of the present day. This is a sign of wedlock. The virgins wear theirs loose, plaited in small plaits of 3, which, being parted in the center, allows the hair to fall evenly down all round the head like a well-arranged mop. On approaching these fairs, they seductively give their heads a cant backwards, with a half-side jerk, which parts the locks in front and discloses a pretty little smiling face, with teeth as white as pearls and lips as red as rubies. Pretty as they are when young, this beauty fades at once after bearing children, and all their fair proportions go with it. After that marked peculiarity of female Negroes, they swell about the waist and have that large development behind, which, in polite language, is called steatopiga. Although they are Mussulmans, none wear the yashmak. Beads are not so much in request here as in other parts of Africa, though some do wear necklaces of them with large rings of amber. This description, however, applies to the Somali in his own land. When he comes over to Aden, he takes shame at his nakedness, dons the Arab's gown and trousers, and becomes the merchant complete. In consequence of the poorness of their land, almost all the Somali are wandering pastorals, which of itself is enough to account for their turbulent natures. The system of government they maintain is purely patriarchal, and is succeeded to by order of birth, generally in a regular and orderly manner, attributable, it would appear, to the reverence they feel for preserving their purity of blood. The head of each clan is called Jared or Sultan, who would be powerless in himself were he not supported by the united influence of all the royal family. When any disturbances or great disputes arise, the Sultan is consulted, who collects his elders in Parliament to debate the matter over, and through them ascertain the people's feelings. Petty disputes are settled by the elders without any further reference. In most cases, war arises from blood feuds when a member of one clan kills the subject of another, and will not pay the recognized valuation of the party injured, or allow himself to be given up to the vengeance of the family who has sustained the loss. In such cases as these, whole tribes voluntarily march out to revenge the deed by forcibly taking as many cattle from the aggressor as the market valuation may amount to. Thus a war, once contracted, does not subside for years, as by repeated deaths among the contending parties, the balance of blood money never can be settled. Moreover, the inflicted punishment seldom falls on the party immediately concerned, added to which, in wars of tribes, everybody helps himself to his enemy's cattle in the best way he can, and men formerly poor now suddenly become rich, which gives a zest to the extension of the contest nothing else could produce. Indeed, the poorer orders of Somali are only too glad to have a good pretext for a fight, as a means of bettering their condition, by adding a few more head of cattle to their stock. Were this not the case, there would be no fighting whatever, as the Sultan would be powerless to raise an army against the inclination of the people. War only ceases when both sides become exhausted, and withdraw as by mutual consent. The great object in these encounters is to steal away as many cattle as possible without risk of person, and such feats are boasted of with rapture by those returning home with any prize. In the administration of justice, they consult the Mosaic law as given in the Koran, taking life for life and kind for kind. The northern Somali have no permanent villages in the interior of the country, as the ground is not cultivated, but they scatter about, constantly moving with their flocks and herds to any place within their limited districts where water is to be found, and erect temporary huts of sticks covered with grass mats, or, when favorable, they throw up loose stone walls like the dikes in Scotland. But on the seacoast, wherever there are harbors for shipping, they build permanent villages on a very primitive scale. These are composed of square mat walls supported by sticks, and all huddled together, and partitioned off for the accommodation of the various families, near which there are usually one or more square, box-shaped stone buildings, the property of the chief of the place, which are designated forts, though there is nothing in their artless construction to deserve this name. They are all composed of blocks of coralline, cemented together with mortar extracted from the same material. Like nearly all places within the tropics, beyond the equatorial rainy zone, this country is visited by regular monsoons, or seasons in which the winds prevail constantly in one direction. Consequently, vessels can only come into the harbors of the northern coast when the sun is in the south, or during 5 months of the year, from the 15th November to the 15th April, to trade with the people, and then the Somali bring the products of their country, such as sheep, cows, ghee, mats made by the women from certain grasses and the dom palm, ostrich feathers, and hides, and settle on the coast to exchange them and barter with the outer merchants, such as Arabs and men from Kutch, who bring thither cloths, dates, rice, beads, and iron for that purpose. Of all the trading places on the coast, the most important is Berbera. It is, in fact, the great emporium of Somali Land, and we must call the reader's particular attention to it, since it forms the chief point of interest in these pages. It is on the same meridian as Aden, and only divided from it by the gulf of that name. Although it is of such great importance, it is only inhabited during the 5 months of the favorable monsoon, when great caravans come up from the rich provinces which lie to its south and southwest, the principal ones being those from Ogaden and Harar. Having now given a general sketch of the country, we shall enter upon the objects of the expedition. It was obvious by the lay of the land that the richest and most interesting part of the country must be that which lies between the Jube and Web Shabelle rivers, and it was the most accessible to inspection, as large and powerful caravans, traveling southwards through Ogaden, much frequent it. Seeing this, Lieutenant Burton conceived the idea of waiting until the breaking up of the Berbera fair, when the caravans dispersed to their homes, to travel by the ordinary caravan route through the Ogaden country to the Web Shabelle and on to Ganana, and then to proceed further by any favorable opportunity to the Zanzibar coast. It was now, however, early October, and fully 5 months must elapse ere we could finally enter on our march. In the meantime, Lieutenant Burton, desirous of becoming acquainted as far as possible with the habits of the people we were destined to travel amongst, as well as the nature of the country and the modes of traveling in this terra incognita, determined on making an experimental tour to Harar, a place which had never been entered by any European and was said to be inaccessible to them. Harar, as I have said before, sends caravans annually to the Berbera fair, and therefore comes within the influence of British power. Taking advantage of this, Lieutenant Burton ordered Hearn to go to Berbera whilst he was on this expedition, to keep up a diversion in his favor, arming him with instructions that in case he was detained in Harar by the emir of that place, Hearn might detain their caravan as a ransom for the release of his party. Further, to obtain more accurate knowledge concerning the march of the Ogaden caravans, to gain an insight into the market transactions of Berbera, and to collect cattle for our final march, it was deemed advisable he should go there. Stroyan, as soon as he could manage it, was also to go to Berbera to assist him. Thus, everybody had a duty to perform during this interregnum but myself. Dreading the monotony of a station life, I now volunteered to travel in any direction my commandant might think proper to direct, and to any length of time he might consider it advisable for me to be away. This proposition had its effect, as affording an extra opportunity of obtaining the knowledge desired, and instructions were drawn up for my guidance. I was to proceed to Bundergori on the Warsangali frontier, to penetrate the country southwards as far as possible, passing over the maritime hill range, and turning thence westwards was to inspect the Wadi Nogal and march direct on Berbera to meet Stroyan and Hearn at a date not later than the 15th January, 1855. Whilst traveling, I was to remark upon the watershed of the country, plot the route I traveled, keep copious notes on everything I saw, and collect specimens of natural history in all its branches, as well as observe and register all meteorological phenomena, and buy camels and ponies for the great future expedition. Funds for the expenses of this undertaking were not available at that time from the public purse, as the Indian government had stipulated that the whole sum they would advance for this great expedition should not exceed 1,000 pounds, and for security's sake had decided on paying it by installments of 250 pounds at a time. I therefore, desirous to render as much assistance as lay within my power to further the cause I had embarked upon, volunteered to advance the necessary sum from my own private resources, trusting to Lieutenant Burton's promises in the future for being repaid. This project settled, I at once set to work and commenced laying in such stores as were necessary for an outfit, whilst Lieutenant Burton, who had been long resident in Aden, engaged 2 men to assist me on the journey. The first was a man named Sumunter, who ranked highly in his country, who was to be my Aban, or protector. The duty of Abanship is of the greatest importance, for it rests entirely on the Aban's honesty whether his client can succeed in doing anything in the country he takes him through. Arabs, when traveling under their protection, have to ask his permission for anything they may wish to do, and cannot even make a march or purchase anything without his sanction being first obtained. The Aban introduces the person under his protection to the chief of his clan, is answerable for all outrages committed on the way, and is the recognized go-between in all questions of dispute or barter, and in every other fashion. The second man was also a war Singali, by name Ahmed, who knew a slight smattering of Hindustani, and acted as interpreter between us. I then engaged 2 other men, a Hindustani butler named Imam, and a Sidi called Farhan. This latter man was a perfect Hercules in stature, with huge arms and limbs, knit together with largely developed, ropey-looking muscles. He had a large head, with small eyes, flabby squat nose, and prominent muzzle filled with sharp-pointed teeth, as if in imitation of a crocodile. Farhan told me that when very young he was kidnapped on the Zanzibar coast by the captain of a small Arab vessel. This captain, one day seeing him engaged with many other little children playing on the sandy seashore, offered him a handful of fine, fruity-looking dates, which proved so tempting to his juvenile taste that he could not resist the proffered bait, and he made a grab at them. The captain's powerful fingers then fell like a mighty trap on his little closed hand, and he was hurried off to the vessel, where he was employed in the capacity of powder monkey. In this position he remained serving until full grown, when, finding an opportunity, he ran away from his master, and has ever since lived the life of a free man. As a soldier, he had been tried in warfare, and was proved valorous and cunning in the art, and promised to be a very efficient guard for me. The next thing of most importance to be considered was the dress I should wear. I first consulted the colonel, Outram, who said he was averse to our going in disguise, thinking that lowering ourselves in this manner would operate against me in the estimation of the natives. But this did not suit Lieutenant Burton's plans, who, not wishing to be conspicuous whilst traveling to Harar, determined on going there disguised as an Arab merchant, and thought it better we should appear as his disciples, in accordance with which Hearn had already purchased his dress, and now I bought mine. It was anything but pleasant to the feel. I had a huge hot turban, a long, close-fitting gown, baggy loose drawers drawn in at the ankles, sandals on my naked feet, and a silk girdle decorated with pistol and dirk. As an outfit for this especial journey, I bought at Aden 120 pounds worth of miscellaneous articles, consisting chiefly of English and American sheeting, some coarse fabrics of indigo-dyed Indian manufacture, several sacks of dates and rice, and a large quantity of salt, with a few colored stuffs of greater value than the other cloths, to give away as presents to the native chiefs. As defensible and other useful implements for the scientific portion of the expedition, I took rifles, guns, muskets, pistols, sabers, ammunition in great quantity, large commodious camel boxes for carrying specimens of natural history, 1 sextant and artificial horizon, 3 boiling point and common atmospheric thermometers, and one primitive kind of camera obscure, which I had made at Aden under the ingenious supervision of Hearn. End of section 1. Section 2 of What Led to the Discovery of the Source of the Nile by John Hanning Speke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ted Lienhart. Chapter 2, Part 1. On the 18th October 1854, having got all my preparations completed, I embarked in an Arab vessel, attired in my Oriental costume, with my retinue and kit complete, and set sail that same evening at 6 p.m. The voyage, owing to light and varying breezes, was very slow and tedious. Instead of performing the whole voyage in 3 days, the ordinary time, it took us 9. According to the method of Arab navigation, instead of going from port to port direct, we first tracked eastward along the Arabian shore 3 successive days, setting sail at sunrise and anchoring regularly at sundown. By this time we were supposed to be opposite Bunder Heis on the Somali coast, and the Nakoda captain thought it time for crossing over the Gulf. We therefore put out to sea at sunrise on the morning of the 21st and arrived the same evening, by mistake, assisted with a stiffish easterly breeze, at a small place called Rakoda, which by report contained a small fort, 3 mat huts, and many burnt ones, a little to the westward of Bunder Heis. Mayaban accounted for the destruction of this place by saying it had been occupied surreptitiously for a long period by a people called Rear Dud, who sprang from a man called Sambur bin Ishak. But about 4 years ago, the Musa Abokar, a sub-tribe of the Haber Teljala, who were the former and rightful owners of the place, suddenly returned, took the usurpers by surprise, and drove them off by setting fire to the village. The next day, by hard work, tacking up the wind, which still continued easterly, we succeeded in reaching Bunder Heis, which, like the last place, was occupied by the Musa Abokar. There were 4 small craft lying here, waiting for cargoes, under lee of a spur of low hills which constituted the harbor, in which, fortunately, there was very good fishing to be obtained. We were detained here by adverse and light winds 2 days, during which time I went on shore and paid my respects to the Akil, chief of the place, who lived in a small box-shaped stone fort on the west flank of the village of Heis, which was very small, composed, as usual, of square mat huts, all built together, and occupied only by a few women who made mats, collected gums, and stored the produce of the interior as sheep, cows, and ghee, which their men constantly brought down to them for shipping off to Arabia. The Akil's reception was very warm and polite. He offered me everything at his disposal, and gave as an honorary present a Dumba sheep and a bowl of sour camel's milk, which I thought at the time the most delicious thing I ever drank. It is sharp and rough, like laborer's cider, and drunk in the heat of the day is most refreshing. When first taken, and until the stomach becomes accustomed to it, it operates like medicine, and I on this occasion was fairly taken in. The fish we caught were not very good, but comical in appearance, and of a great variety of the most beautiful prismatic colors, changing in tint as different lights and shades struck upon them. We left Heis on the 25th, with very light and unfavorable winds, and tracked along shore to the eastward, making very little way. The weather continuing the same, on the 26th I forced the Nakoda, much against his will, on at night, as during the darker hours the winds were much stronger, and by this means we arrived at our destination, Bunder Gori, on the Warsingali frontier, at sundown on the 27th of October. I had now seen the Somali shore, and must confess I was much disappointed. All that was visible, besides the village mentioned, was a sandy tract of ground, the maritime plain, which extended in breadth from the seashore to some brown-looking hills in the background, from a few hundred yards to 1 or 2 miles distant, and hills and plains, for I could, by my close approximation to them, only see the brown folds of the hills near the base, were alike almost destitute of any vegetation, whilst not one animal or any other living creature could be seen. 28th October. The Aban would not allow anybody to go on shore until certain parties came off to welcome us and invite us to land, such being the etiquette of the country when any bigwigs arrive. After the sun rose, we were duly honored by the arrival of many half-naked dignitaries who tenderly inquired after the state of our health, the prosperity or otherwise of our voyage, the purpose of our coming there, and a variety of other such interesting matters. Then again they were questioned by our people as to the state of the country, whether in peace or war, how and where the Sultan Jarad Muhammad Ali was residing, if rain had lately fallen, and where, if the cattle were well in milk, to which it was responded that everything was in the most promising order. The cattle were flourishing in the hills, where rain had lately fallen, about 20 miles distant from that place, and the Sultan, with all the royal family, were there, reveling on milk, under the shade of favoring trees, or reposedly basking in the warm morning sun, the height of Somali bliss. The order was now given to go ashore, and we all moved off to a fort which the Aban said was his own property, in Goriat, Little Bundargori, 3 miles to the westward of Bundargori. There were 2 of these little forts near, and a small collection of mat huts, like those already described, and of the same material as all Somali forts and huts. The kit was now brought across and placed within the fort I occupied, all except the salt, which afterwards proved a bone of contention between me and the Aban, and the Sultan was at once sent for. No one could move a yard inland or purchase anything without his sanction being first obtained. Although Jarad Muhammad Ali was living only 20 miles distant from Goriat, it was not until repeated messages had been sent to him and 11 days had elapsed that he answered the summons by his presence. In the meanwhile, having nothing better to do during this tedious interval, as no people would bring cattle or anything for sale, I took walks about the plain, shooting, and killed a new variety of gazelle called dara by the Somali, and Salt's antelopes, here called sagaro, which fortunately were very abundant, though rather wild, catching fish, drawing with a camera, bathing in the sea, luxuriating on milk, dates, and rice, or talking and gossiping with the natives. On one occasion my interpreter came to me with a mysterious air and whispered in my ear that he knew of some hidden treasures of vast amount, which had been buried not far off, under rocky ground, in such a way that nobody had been able to dig them up, and he wished that I, being an Englishman, and consequently knowing secret arts as well as hikmat, scientific dodges, would direct how to search for these treasures. By inquiring further into the matter, it appeared that an old man, a miser who had been hoarding all his life, was suddenly taken ill about 40 years ago and feared he would die. Seeing this, his relatives assembled round him to ask his blessing, and the old man, then fearing all his worldly exertions would end to no good purpose, asked them to draw near that he might tell them where his riches were hidden. But even then he would not disclose the secret, until he was in the last dying gasp, when he said, "Go to a pathway lying between 2 trees, and stretch out a walking stick to the full length of your arm, and the place where the end of your wand touches is that in which my treasures are hidden." The wretched man then gave up the ghost, and his family commenced the search. But though they toiled hard for many days and weeks, turning up the stones in every direction, they never succeeded in finding the treasure, and had now given up the search in despair. The fact was, they omitted to ask their parent on which side of the path it was concealed, and hence their discomfiture. At my request, the said family came to me, corroborated the statements of the interpreter, and begged imploringly I would direct them how to search for the money, saying at the same time they would work again, if I thought it of any use, and moreover, they would give me half if the search proved successful. I lent them some English pickaxes and went to see the place, which certainly showed traces of very severe exertions, but the strong nature of the soil was too much for them, even when armed with tools, unless they were fortunate enough to hit upon the exact spot, which they did not, and therefore toiled in vain again. The Warsangali complained to me sadly of their decline in power since the English had interfered in their fights with the harbor Taljala, which took place near Aden about 7 years ago, and had deprived them of their vessels for creating a disturbance which interfered with the ordinary routine of traffic. They said on that occasion they had not only beaten the harbor Taljala, but had seized one of their vessels, and that prior to this rupture they had enjoyed paramount superiority over all the tribes of the Somali. But now that they were forbidden to transport soldiers or make reprisals on the sea, every tribe was on an equality with them. They further spoke of the decline of their tribe's morals since the time when the English took possession of Aden and brought in civilization with them. This they in most part attributed to our weak manner in prosecuting crime, by requiring too accurate evidence before inflicting punishment, saying that many a dishonest person escaped the vengeance of law from the simple fact of there being no eyewitnesses to his crime, although there existed such strong presumptive evidence as to render the accusation proved. When speaking against our laws, and about their insufficiency to carry out all governmental points with a strong and spirited hand, they never forget to laud their own sultan's despotic powers and equity and justice. Of course, no mortal man was like their Jarad Muhammad Ali. In leading them to war, he was like the English French, and in settling disputes, he required no writing office, but sitting on the woolsack, he listened to the narration of prosecution and defense with his head buried in his hands, and never uttering a word until the trial was over, when he gave his final decision in one word only, aye or nay, without comment of any sort. In confirmation of their statements, they gave the description of a recent trial when a boy was accused of having attempted to steal some rice from a granary. The lad had put his hand through a chink in the door of it and had succeeded in getting one finger up to the second joint in the grain. This, during the trial, he frankly acknowledged having done, and the Sultan appointed that much of his finger exactly to be cut off, and no more, punishing the deed exactly according to its deserts. This, to Somali notions, seemed a punctiliousness and strict equity of judicial administration which nothing could excel, and they bragged of it accordingly. Becoming dreadfully impatient at so much loss of precious time whilst waiting here, unable to prepare in any way for the journey, I sent repeated messages to the Sultan, demanding his immediate attendance, but it was not until the 6th of November that I heard definitely of his approach, and then it was that he was coming down the hill. On the 7th he came with a host of Akils to Bundargori, and put up in a Nakoda's hut. This indignity he was obliged to submit to, as he had not cautioned the merchants who occupied his forts of his intended approach, and now no one would turn out for him. Finding him so near me, I longed to walk over to him and settle matters personally at once, but dignity forbade it, and as he had come with such cautious trepidation, I feared any over-hastiness might frighten him away again. He seemed to observe the same punctiliousness towards me so I split the difference by sending an embassy by my Aban, assisted by other powerful Akils, early the following morning, when they held Durbar and my intentions of traveling were fully discussed in open court. For a long time, the elders on the Sultan's side were highly adverse to my seeing their country, considering no good could possibly arise from it, and much harm might follow. I might covet their country and eventually take it from them, whereas they could gain nothing. Hearing this, the Aban waxed very wroth, and indignantly retorted he would never allow such a slur to be cast upon his honor or the office which he held. He argued he had come there as my adviser and Aban. His parentage was of such high order, his patriotism could not be doubted. Had he not fought battles by their side, of which his scars bore living testimony? And now they wished to stigmatize him as a traitor to his country? The Sultan must decide it. How could jungle folk like them know anything of the English and their intentions? The Sultan listened silently during this discourse, which, though written in a few lines, took many hours of hot debating, by their turning and turning every little particular over and over again, and finally deciding it in his usual curt and conclusive manner by saying the Warsangali were on the most friendly and amicable relations with the English, and as he was desirous of maintaining it, he would give me leave to travel anywhere I liked within his dominions, and to see and examine anything I chose. But out of fear for the consequences, as the English would hold him answerable should any disasters befall me, he could not sanction my crossing over his frontier in any direction, and more especially into the Dulbahanta country, where wars were raging, and the country so unsafe that even Warsangali dare not venture there. This announcement was brought back in high exultation by Sumuntur, who thought his success complete, and at the same time announced to me the Sultan's intention of honoring me with a visit in the evening, which was duly done. He came a little before sunset, with his bare head shaven, a dirty-colored tobe thrown over his shoulders and hanging loosely down to his sandaled feet. He looked for all the world like a patriarch of the olden times, and passed me, marching in martial order in the center of a double line of men sloping their spears in bristling array over their shoulders, all keeping step in slow marching order, a scene evidently got up in imitation of our soldiers. Not a word was spoken, and the deepest solemnity prevailed. On his arrival in front of the fort, I drew up my men and fired a salute to give him welcome. This was done in right good earnest, by every man cramming his gun with powder to excel his neighbor in a loud report, to show the superiority of his weapon, for such is the black man's notions of excellence in a fowling piece. The march concluded, the Sultan with his followers all huddled together and squatted on the ground outside the second fort, deeply agitated, and not knowing what to do, as they evidently dreaded what might follow. To dissipate their fears, I approached his royalty, salaamed, and tried to beguile the time by engaging them in conversation. Finding that this had rather the opposite effect, I then retired, and soon found them all intently wrapped up in prayer, prostrating and rising by turns, with uplifted hands, and muttering for hours together without cessation. I then ordered a regal repast to be served them of rice swimming in ghee, and dates ad libitum. This, notwithstanding their alarm, was dispatched with the most marvelous rapacity, to such an alarming extent that I required to know how many men were engaged in eating it. The Aban replied that there were only a few. He would not allow many to come over here out of a spirit of economy, knowing I had not much property to spare, though all the rest had wished to come and were greatly disappointed. But these men, as is usual amongst Somali, had prepared themselves for a feast by several days' previous fasting, and each man would, if I allowed it, swallow at one meal as much as a sheepskin could contain. As a gun is known by the loudness of its report and ability to stand a large discharge of powder to be of good quality, so is a man's power gauged by his capacity of devouring food. It is considered a feat of superiority to surpass another in eating. I have seen a Somali myself, when half-starved by long fasting and his stomach drawn in, sit down to a large skinful of milk and drank away without drawing breath until it was quite empty, and it was easy to observe his stomach swelling out in exact proportion as the skin of liquor decreased. They are perfect dogs in this fashion. I may here add that although the Aban in this speech seemed to show so much consideration for my property, by several recent tricks of his I entertained much suspicion of his honesty, and this little address, though uttered plausibly, was too common and transparent a trick in the East to beguile me. All Orientals have a proverbial habit of saving their master's property to leave greater pickings for themselves, and such I considered was Samunter's dodge now. 8th November. This morning the Sultan, having now recovered, came to return my salam of the previous evening, when I opened to him the purport of my expedition in minute detail. How I wished to visit the southern Dobahantas, cross and inspect the Wadi Nogal, and thence proceed west to meet my friends, Stroyan and Hearn, at Berbera. He listened very attentively and politely, but at the conclusion repeated the words I had already heard, adding that the Dobahantas had intestine wars. They had been fighting many years and were now in hot strife, dividing the government of their country. Not many days since a report had arrived that the southern portion of them, who occupied the countries about 100 miles due south of Bunder Heis, had had a fight with the northern ones, who were living on the same meridian immediately to their northward, and had succeeded in capturing 2,000 horses, 400 camels, a great number of sheep and goats, and had wounded one man severely. It was therefore impossible I could go from the northern division to the southern, for I should be treated as an enemy, and that was the only line on which water could be found during this, the dry season. Had I come here during the monsoon, I might have traveled directly in a diagonal line from the south of the mountain range to the rear of this place, into the southerners' country, who were the older branch, and were now governed by the hereditary and rightful chief, Jarad Muhammad Ali, who was on the most friendly terms with the Warsangali, and who, being an old chief and well respected by his adherent subjects, might have granted me a hospitable reception. On the other hand, the northern Lubahantas, who were also friendly with the Warsangali, were under no control. The Jarad, by name Muhammad Ali also, was recently installed in government and was consequently very little respected. He, the Warsangali chief, could not, therefore, give his sanction to my going amongst them, by which my life would be endangered, and he, for permitting it, would be held responsible by the English. No arguments of mine would alter the decision of the inflexible chief. I therefore changed the subject by asking him to assist me in procuring camels, by which I might go into the interior and feel my way thereafter. This he readily agreed to, and begged permission to return to Bundargori to give the necessary orders to his subjects. His escort then demanded a cloth apiece from me, to be given them for their trouble in coming over here, arguing that, had I not required the Sultan's attendance, they would not have had to come, a plausible but truly Somali notion of justice. They knew their proper master would give them nothing for coming to support his dignity, but thought I might be softer. 10th. The Sultan, not able to do business hurriedly with his rabble subjects, did not appear again until this morning, and then, instead of proceeding at once to work, hinted he should like to have the presents I had brought from Aden for him, as the best method of showing our feelings to one another. This was not so easily concluded. I portioned out the things that were intended for him, and wished he would take them at once away and clear the room, thinking in my inexperience of savages I had only to give, and it would be received with a hearty Bismillah. But I was soon undeceived. The things were taken with a grunt of discontentment, all looked over one by one. If a cloth was soiled, it must be changed. And then the measurements began by cubits equal 18 inches, or from the point of the elbow to the tip of the middle finger, just as Noah must have done when he built the ark. But as all forearms are not of equal length, much delay was occasioned by the Sultan trying the length of his forearm against everybody's in the room, and then by measuring every cloth by turn, and remeasuring them again for fear of mistake. Then they were divided into lots to be disposed of to his wives and children and Akils and servants, and of course found insufficient to meet everybody's expectations, and I must give more. Tedious hours passed in this way. As a final petition, the Sultan said I must give him for himself a gun and my silk turban, as I had given up wearing anything on my head and did not require it. These were, after a certain amount of haggling, surrendered, on condition that the Sultan would exert himself a little more energetically on my account. The way he handled the musket was very amusing. He had never had one in his hands before, and could not get it to sit against his shoulder, and when his people placed it for him, he persisted in always cocking the wrong eye, which tickled Farin's fancy so much that he burst into loud roars of laughter. Nevertheless, the Sultan took things quietly, and would not allow himself to be discomposed, but coolly said the gun would be of no use unless I gave him some powder to feed it with. This last straw broke the camel's back. All things must have an end, and I promised I would give him some after he procured enough camels for my wants, but not before. This settled the matter, and he walked off, with all the things I had given him, as sulkily as if he had been injured. Camels were then brought for sale, and purchasing commenced. When the Sultan was present, he had to determine if the prices asked by the sellers were reasonable or not, and took for his office as mediator a tithe on all purchases. But in his absence, Akils were appointed to officiate on the same conditions. This system of robbing, I was assured, was the custom of the country, and if I wanted to buy at all, I must abide by it. Cloth was at a great discount on the coast, for the men there had, by their dealings with Aden, become accustomed to handle dollars, and were in consequence inspired with that superior innate love for the precious metal over all other materials, with which all men, and especially those newly acquainted with it, become unaccountably possessed. No one would believe that my boxes could be made for any other purpose than for locking up money, and I was obliged to leave them open to inspection before they would sell anything for cloth. The Sultan now lived at Bundargori and seldom showed himself, promising to come to me every day without the least intention of doing so, and only at last, after 3 days' absence, when I threatened to invade his dwelling, did he appear, bringing several camels with him. Of these I purchased some good ones and sent the rest away. This was the 15th November. He then returned home again and promised faithfully he would bring on the morrow a sufficient number of camels to carry all my kit. 16th. For the first time, the Sultan kept his promise by returning, but the animals he brought were weak and useless, and I could plainly see I was being trifled with and detained here for the mere purpose of being robbed in an indirect manner, so that no accusation could be laid against anyone. Nothing, I may say, in all my experiences vexes the mind so much as feeling oneself injured in a way that cannot be prevented or avenged. Some might take such matters quietly, but I confess I could not. Indeed, I stormed and expostulated with the Sultan until he agreed to assist me in a move. I had now 11 camels, and wanted some 5 more, but thought it better not to wait. For as long as I remained in a comfortable dwelling, I knew my men would not exert themselves. That day, then, packing up what I most required, I started for Bundargori, and unloaded, after a 3 miles' march, at an old well in rear of the village, selecting as a camping ground the least comfortable place I could find, and not allowing the tent to be pitched, though the sun heat was 112 degrees and the sand was blowing in perfect clouds. Some days previous to my leaving Goriat, Sumunter induced me to give him 20 rupees to hire donkeys for conveying the heavier things over the hills, and repeatedly assured me he had got them, but they never came. And now I asked him to return the money, as I had brought it with me as a reserve fund to provide against any possible difficulty, and not to be parted with for any ordinary purpose. This commenced a series of rows between Sumunter and myself. He had made away with the money and could not produce it. The salt also was never forthcoming. End of section 2. Section 3 of What Led to the Discovery of the Source of the Nile by John Hanning Speke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ted Lienhart. Chapter 2, Part 2. 17th. I could not succeed in making up my complement of camels. The Sultan said he and his men must be fed before they could do work, and sat upon the date bags so resolutely I was fain to open them that some business might be done. After feasting they all dispersed, under pretense of bringing other camels, and I went into the town to inspect the place. There were 5 small forts occupied by merchants, of whom one was a Hindi from Cooch, and a large collection of mat huts, mostly occupied by women. Instead of finding a harbor, Bunder, as the name of the village implied, the shore was a gradual shelving open roadstead in which 2 bungalows were lying at anchor, waiting for cargoes, and 4 small sailing boats were preparing, with harpoon and tackle, to go porpoise hunting for oil. 18th. Having made everybody as uncomfortable as I could wish, sitting in the sandy open plain, all the men were equally desirous with myself for a move on the journey, but still I was 5 camels short, and saw no hopes of getting them. The plan then settled was to move southwards halfway up the hill, leaving the few things still in the fort as they were, until I arrived at the camping place and could send the animals I was taking with me back to fetch them. Having now desired the Sultan, Sumunter, and Farhan to return to Goriat and leave the rear property in safe custody with the fort keeper, I commenced the march across the maritime plain with Ahmed, Imam, a number of Somali camel tenders armed with a spear and bow, and the Sultan's youngest son, Abdullah, to direct the way until his father and the other 2 should arrive, which they promised they would do by the evening. The track first led us across the maritime plain, here about 2 miles broad, and composed of sand overlying limestone, with boulders in the dry, shallow watercourses, and with no vegetable life save a few scrub acacias and certain salsola. This traversed, we next wound along a deep ravine called Tug River, Tura, lying between the lower spurs of the mountain range, and commenced a slight ascent up its cracked, uneven passage until we reached a halting place called Iskadubak. The distance we had made was only about 5 miles from Bunder Gori, but the camels were so fatigued by traveling over boulders that we were obliged to unload and stop there for the day. The Sultan and Aban now overtook us to say that the rear things were in safe custody in the fort, and leaving instructions with the young Prince Abdullah about the road we should follow on the morrow, returned nolens volens back to Bunder Gori, saying, as they went away, we might expect them at the next camping ground as soon even as we could get there with the camels. A little after sunset, some interesting rock pigeons, very similar to the Indian painted bird, which I found there frequenting ground much of the same nature, lit at some pools in the bed of the ravine and enabled me to shoot and stuff several of them. 19th. We got under way in the early morning and commenced ascending the same ravine, when a messenger from the Sultan arrived and desired we would stop until he came. We had scarcely accomplished 2 miles, and the morning was yet young and cool, and I strove with every effort in my power to induce the men to go a little further forward, but without the slightest effect. They were as obstinate as mules, and just as unruly. This was a fair specimen of Somali traveling. Any pretext to save the trouble of moving is accounted too precious to be lost. The ground here was a little more wooded. Tall, slender trees with thick green foliage grew in the bed of the ravine, in which there were some occasional pools of stagnant rainwater, and the brown, rocky hillsides were decorated with budding bush acacias, which afforded a good repast for the weary camels, whose journey over the boulders must have been very fatiguing to them. 20th. As the Sultan did not arrive, and the young prince would not allow my men to load, I ordered the interpreter and imam to remain where they were, whilst I returned to Bundargori to see what was the matter, and on no account were they to issue any food until I came back again. As soon as I had gone 2 or 3 miles, I found the young prince and all the camel men hastening after me, and entreating me to return. They said the Sultan was on his way, and would arrive in camp in the evening. I complied, conditionally that they bound themselves to march in the morning, whether he came or not. Once again in camp, I had my food prepared, and sat savagely watching the effect its odor had upon my starving men, who, fearing they would get none, formed in a body and came petitioning me to forgive them, as they consented to do my bidding forever after. They were then fed. 21st. After loading in the morning, with a great deal of beating and thumping, all the camels, save 2 or 3 weakly ones, were whipped up a winding steep ridge, one of the buttresses of the mountain, to a camping ground, 6 miles farther on, called Ade. Here we were at the station originally assigned for the first day's march, and for the first and last time during the whole journey I pitched the tent. The higher we ascended the hill, the more abundant became the wooding, and green grass for the first time was visible amongst the stones. This freshness was attributed to a recent fall of rain. Altitude, by boiling thermometer, 4,577 feet. 22nd. I sent all the freshest camels off to Goriat for the remaining property, with orders that everybody should return on the following day. At this height, the temperature of the air was very delightful, the range at noon being only 79 degrees. I spent the whole day specimen hunting, and found the rocks were full of fossil shells. I killed a new snake, or variety of Samophis sibilans, and shot an interesting little antelope, Oreotragus saltatrix, the klipspringer of the Cape colonist, as well as hyraxes and various small birds, which we duly preserved. My collections in this country were sent by Lieutenant Burton to the Asiatic Society's Museum, Calcutta, and have been described in their journals by Mr. E. Blyth, the curator. 23rd and 24th. Passed without anybody appearing, and I was becoming much alarmed at repeated stories I heard of the Aban's dishonesty. It then transpired that Sumunter was heavily in debt, and one of his principal creditors was at Bundargori, detaining him there. A pony had been hired for my riding, and on this animal I wished to send Imam back to find out the truth of everything, and to return to me the following day. But the wicked young prince, Abdullah, got wind of my intention, and had the pony driven away, so that the unfortunate Imam had to walk. 25th. Still nobody came. I now dispatched the interpreter on the same mission, and was left alone with the young prince and 2 or 3 camel drivers. After a little while had elapsed, a number of savage, hungry-looking men came up the hill and settled themselves in my encampment, squatting on the date bags and clamoring for food. The prince and camel drivers joined them, and became so importunate I was obliged to rebuke them with angry demonstration. No sooner did they see me vexed than they began hovering tauntingly around me, jeering and vociferating in savage delight at the impunity they enjoyed in irritating me when all alone and hopeless. However, I stood by the date and rice bags with my gun and prevented anybody coming near me. The prince and camel men, now seeing me determined, and no farther discomposed by their maneuvers, came supplicating for their daily rations. I gave it them at once, but could not satisfy them. They must have some more for all their brothers, meaning the blackguards who had just arrived, or they would only strike work. This stirred my blood. I took back what I had given, and resolutely declined to be passively cajoled out of anything, let happen what may. They saw I was determined not to submit to them, and suddenly, as if the same thought struck every one of them at the same instant, they dashed down the hill, flying over the bushes and stones in their way with yells and shouts, and seizing a goat from a neighboring flock, killed and quartered it without a moment's hesitation. At this juncture, just as the robbed shepherd came crying to me for the price of his goat, Imam arrived from Goriot and tried to reason with him that it was no business of mine, and I could not be expected to pay it. The injured man then swore he would have justice done him at the Sultan's hands, and all yelled again for dates and rice. As they could not get it, the young prince, ever full of boyish tricks, now seized up a mussak, water-skin, and said I should have no more water until I complied with their demands. The others, following his example, picked up as many more as they could find, and left but one mussak remaining. This one I immediately captured, and requested Imam to fill from a spring farther down the hill. But the men, thus far outdone, rather than allow it, said they would kill him if he dared attempt to go now. As Imam showed alarm at their wild threats, I took the water-skin myself and walked off to fill it, upon which the savages threw themselves out in line, flourishing their spears and bows, and declared they would kill me if I persisted in going. On I went, however, and had just passed through their line when the Sultan's oldest son, Mohammed Ul, fortunately arrived, and rebuked them, together with his brother, for allowing me to be ill-treated. Finding Mohammed Ul very reasonable and obliging, I begged him to send Abdullah away as a nuisance, for I could never permit him to eat any more salt of mine. Imam now disclosed to me the results of his investigations at Goriot and Bundargori. The Aban, as I had heard before, was detained there by a creditor to whom he had contracted debts in Aden, and now, in part liquidation of them, he had given away all my salt, the 20 rupees he took for hiring donkeys, several pieces of cloth, and he had changed my good rice for bad, and knowing Farin to be cognizant of all his villainies, had tried by bribes to induce him to desert. The Sultan now arrived, and excused his long absence, saying that he had lost the time in fruitless endeavors to induce Sumunter to come with him. He said he had been remonstrating with Sumunter and thought him very culpable in not obeying me. Hoping the Sultan was in earnest in what he said, I now told him of all I had seen and heard about Sumunter, and begged he would assist me in sending him back to Aden, for no reliance could possibly be placed on a man who had proved himself so dishonest and unprincipled as he was. The interpreter also thought this would be a good plan, and advised my employing the Sultan's brother Hassan as Aban or protector in his stead. However, the Sultan said he could not undo what the English had done in Aden, but said if I wished he would send for Sumunter and rebuke him in my presence. I replied that I thought he could not get Sumunter to leave Bundargori, or he should have done so ere this. This touched his pride, and he raised his body indignantly and said, "If I command, he must obey." "Then for goodness' sake," said I, "order him with all my things at once, and lose no more time." The following day they all arrived, and Sumunter with them, riding on a pony. I felt much incensed as the Aban came cringing up to me, and proclaimed him in presence of the Sultan and all my men a traitor and robber, mentioning all his villainies in detail, and begging he would leave my camp at once, for I could not travel with him. He appeared very humble, and denied flatly all the accusations I brought against him. Upon this I begged the Sultan, flattering him with his great renown for administering justice, that he would do me justice as his guest. He said he was willing to do anything for me if I would direct the way in which I wished him to proceed. He did not understand the English law, and I must submit to Somali methods. This was agreed to, and we all assembled in my tent and arranged the court as follows. I sat at the gable end of the tent with Imam, Ahmed, and Farhan, with Sumunter facing us. The Sultan mounted on the bales of cloth, and all his retainers and princes, and my camel drivers, sat in a group on the ground at his feet. In opening the proceedings of the prosecution, I first said to Sumunter, P. Speak, where is the salt which you confess came with us to Goriat, and which you have told me daily you would give? But as yet, though everything you say is in the camp, it has not arrived. D. Sumunter, I did not bring it because it was so heavy, and thought you would not want it. P. Then why did you not land it at Goriat and give it to me there? Or why did you even buy it at all at Aden if it was of no use? D. Because the Nakhoda took it to Bundagori. After a few more questions and answers, and the subject was exhausted, the Sultan, judge, who had been sitting in silence with his head buried in his hands, now gave a grunt and motioned us to continue. P. Where are the bales of cloth which by my account and Imam's are missing? D. I did not take them. Somebody else must have. P. They were in your charge, and you are answerable for them. Besides which, Farhan here knows you gave them away. Judge. Ahem. And the prosecution continued. P. Where are the 20 rupees I gave you for hiring donkeys, in which I particularly ordered should not be expended for any other purpose? Sumunter, putting his hand fixedly in his breast, said, I've got them. They are all right. I will give them to you presently. Speak. No, give them to me now. I want them this instant. Sumunter, confused and fumbling at his pocket, much to the delight of all the court, who burst with laughter, said, No, I've left them at home in Bundagori, and I will give them by and by. Judge. Ahem. And the prosecution continued. P. Why did you change my good rice for bad? Opening and showing the contents of the nearest sack. D. I thought it would not signify. Bad rice is good enough for the camel drivers, and I have left enough good for your consumption. An old friend asked me for it, and I did it to oblige him. Judge. Ahem. And the prosecution continued. P. Why did you attempt to bribe Farhan to leave my service and say nothing to me about it? D. Farhan is a bad man, and I was afraid he would steal your things. Judge. Ahem. Thus ended the prosecution and defense. The Sultan raised his head, and in answer to my appeal as to what judgment he would give, calmly said he could see no harm in what had been done. Sumunter was my Aban, and in virtue of the ship he commanded, was at liberty to do whatever he pleased, either with or to my property. Words, in fact, equivalent to saying I had come into a land of robbers, and therefore must submit to being robbed. And this I plainly told him. Further, I even threatened the Sultan with a pretended determination to return to Aden, where I said the matter would be settled at our police court without bias or favor. I then desired the interpreter to look out for any vessel that would give me a passage to Aden, as it was obvious to me Sumunter had more power in the land than the Sultan. This took them all by surprise, abashed the old Sultan and his family, for they were proud of their strength, and induced them to say, I need not fear anything on that score. Was the Sultan of the Warsangali, indeed, not the greatest chief in the land, and moreover, a great ally of the English? This, of course, was only a feint on my part to bring them to a proper sense of their duty towards me, for I had brought letters of recommendation from the government at Aden to their chief, and knew they would rather do anything than let me go back in a huff. 29th. I had been now 9 days waiting here, and had taken many walks about the hillsides, investigating the place, and making sundry collections. The most interesting amongst these was a small lizard, a new species, afterwards named by Mr. E. Blyth, the curator of the Asiatic Society, Taloqua Bertoni, after my commandant. The Somali brought a leopard into camp, which they said they had destroyed in a cave by beating it to death with sticks and stones. They have a mortal antipathy to these animals, as they sometimes kill defenseless men and are very destructive to their flocks. Besides the little antelope described, I only saw the Saltiana antelope and the tracks of 2 other species which were said to be very scarce. Rhinoceroses were formerly very abundant here, but have been nearly all killed down with spear and bow. They do not use firearms by the Somali hunters in consequence of the great demand for their skins for making shields. Amongst the bush and trees there were several gum-producing ones, of which the frankincense, I think, ranked first. These gums are usually plucked by the women and transported to Aden. The barks of various other trees are also very useful. For instance, they strip down the bark of the acacia in long slips and chew it until only fibers remain, which, when twisted in the hand, make strong cordage. The acacia bark also makes a good tan for preserving leather, but of far greater account than this is the bark of a squat, stunted tree, like the elephant's foot, called by the Somali mohur, which has a smooth skin with knotty-looking warts upon it like a huge turnip, reddish inside, with a yellowish-green exterior. It has a highly aromatic flavor and is a powerful astringent. When making mussaks, the Somali pull a sheep or goat out of his skin, tie its legs and tail, where incisions had been made, to make it a waterproof bag, and then fill it with bits of this bark, chopped up and mixed with water. They then suspend it in a tree to dry, and afterwards render it soft and pliable by a severe course of manipulation. The taste of the bark is considered very wholesome, and a corrective to bad and fetid water. Besides possessing this quality, the mohur is useful as a poultice when mashed and mixed with water, and the Somali always have recourse to it when badly wounded. During my peregrinations at this place, I often dropped bits of paper about the jungle, little suspecting what would become of them, and to my surprise, one day the interpreter came to me in some alarm to say that several Dulbahantas had arrived at Bundargori and were sharply canvassing amongst themselves the probable objects of my visit. I could not be traveling without a purpose at so much expense, and they thought these bits of paper, which they had carefully picked up, conclusive evidence I was marking out some spots for future purposes. They abused the Warsangali for being such fools as to let me travel in their country, and said I should never cross over to them. This little incident of dropping paper, though fully explained to them, was ever afterwards brought up in accusation against me, and proved very perplexing. 30th. Camp Habal Ishawale, altitude 5,052 feet. We were now all together, and I thought ready to march, but the men had first to be paid their hire in advance, a monthly stipend of 5 tobes each. When that was settled, many other men, and amongst them the Sultan's second brother Hassan, coveting my clothes, wished to be engaged. Some tedious hours were wasted on this subject. The Sultan, at the instigation of these advocates for service, would have it, if I wished to travel according to the custom of the country, I must take more men with me as a guard. I, on the other hand, neither wanted them nor could afford to pay them, as I had been so extensively plundered, but wished to exchange Sumunter for his brother, and promised high rewards if he would take me through the journey. To put an end to the discussion, I struck my tent, never to be pitched again, and waited patiently until the camels came. It was not until near sundown that the camels were ready and the march commenced. The Sultan then ordered Hassan and the naughty boy Abdullah, against my wish, to accompany me on the journey, and we set off, leaving 2 or 3 loads behind to be brought up on the morrow. The march was a short one, made to relieve the one beyond, for the spring of water we were now drinking from was the last on this side the range. It led us up a gradual but tortuous ascent, very thickly clad with strong bushes, to a kraal or ring fence of prickly acacias, which was evidently made to protect the Somali sheep from lions, leopards, hyenas, and freebooters suddenly pouncing on them. We remained here 3 days, sending the things I had brought in relays across the mountain and fetching up the rear ones. The Sultan could not lose the opportunity afforded by my detention to come again and beg for presents, and I gave him a razor to shave his head with and make a clean Mussulman of him. On finding he could get nothing further from me gratis, he demanded that a cloth should be paid to the man whom my camel drivers had robbed of the goat at Adhe, and before retiring wished me urgently to take a letter for him to Aden, petitioning the English to allow him to form an expedition by sea and take retribution on the Musa Abokar at Hais, who had recently killed one of his subjects. End section 3. Section 4 of What Led to the Discovery of the Source of the Nile by John Hanning Speke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ted Lienhart. Chapter 3, Part 1. 4th December, 1854. At dawn of day, the last of the camels was loaded, and we set out to clamber up to the top of the mountain range and descend on the other side to the first watering place in the interior of the country. It was a double march, and a very stiff one for the camels. Directly in our front lay an easy, flattish ground with moderate undulations, densely wooded with such trees as I had already seen. But beyond it, about 3 miles from camp, the face of the mountain top, towering to a great height, stood frowning over us like a huge bluff wall, which at first sight it appeared quite impossible any camel could surmount. At 9 a.m. we reached this steep and commenced the stiffest and last ascent up a winding, narrow goat path, having sharp turns at the extremity of every zigzag, and with huge projecting stones, which seemed to bid defiance to the passage of the camels' bodies. Indeed, it was very marvelous, with their long spindle shanks and great splay feet, and the awkward boxes on their backs striking constantly against every little projection in the hill, that they did not tumble headlong over the pathway, for many times, at the corners, they fell upon their chests, with their hind legs dangling over the side, and were only pulled into the path again by the combined exertions of all the men. Like Tibet ponies, when they felt their bodies slipping helplessly over the precipices, down which, had they fallen, they would have met instantaneous and certain death, they invariably seized hold of anything and everything with their teeth to save their equilibrium. The ascent was at length completed after an infinity of trouble, and our view from the top of the mountain repaid me fully for everything of the past. It was a glorious place. In one glance round, I had a complete survey of all the country I was now destined to travel over, and what I had already gone over. The pass was called Yafir, and by the boiling thermometer showed an altitude of 6,704 feet. It was almost the highest point on this range. From a cedar tree I cooked my breakfast under. On facing to the north, I saw at once the vast waters of the Gulf, all smooth and glassy as a mill pond, the village of Bundargori, and the 2 bungalows lying in its anchorage ground like little dots of nutshells immediately below the steep face of the mountain. So deep and perpendicular was it that it had almost the effect of looking down a vast precipice. But how different was the view on turning to the south! Instead of this enormous grandeur, a deep, rugged hill, green and fresh in verdure, with a sea like a large lake below, it was tame in the extreme. The land dropped gently to scarcely more than half its depth, with barely a tree visible on its surface, and at the foot of the hill, stretched out as far as the eye could reach, was a howling, blank-looking desert, all hot and arid, and very wretched to look upon. It was the more disappointing as the Somali had pictured this to me as a land of promise, literally flowing with milk and honey, where, they said, I should see boundless prairies of grass, large roomy trees, beautiful valleys with deep brooks running down them, and cattle, wild animals, and bees in abundance. Perhaps this was true to them, who had seen nothing finer in creation, who thought ponies fine horses, a few weeds grass, and a puny little brook a fine large stream. At noon we reloaded and proceeded to join the camels and men sent forward on the previous day. The track first led us a mile or two across the hilltop, where I remarked several heaps of stones piled up, much after the fashion of those monuments the Tibet Tartars erect in commemoration of their Lama saints. These, the Somalis said, were left here by their predecessors, and they thought were Christian tombs. Once over the brow of the hill, we descended the slopes on the south, which fell gently in terraces, and traveled until dark, when we reached a deep nullah, here called Mokur, in which we found our vanguard safely encamped in a strong ring fence of thorn bushes. The distance accomplished was 17 miles, the altitude 3,660 feet. The 2 following days, 5th and 6th, we halted to rest the cattle, whilst I went shooting and collecting. There were a great number of gazelles and antelopes, some bustard, many florican, and partridges, as well as other very interesting birds and reptiles. These were mostly found in ravines at the foot of the hills, or amongst acacia and jujube trees, with patches of heather in places. We now held Durbar to consult on the plan of proceeding. It was obviously impossible to march across the plateau directly upon the southern Dulbahantas, as there was not a blade of grass to be seen, nor any water on the way beyond the first 10 miles from the foot of the hills. To go to Berbera, then, I must perforce pass through the territories of the northern Dulbahantas, and this was fixed upon. But hearing of some ancient Christian ruins left by Sultan Kin, only a day's march to the southeastward, I resolved to see them first, and on the 7th made a move 5 miles in that direction to a kraal called Kara, where we found a deep pool of stagnant water. 8th, my kit was now so much diminished that we all marched together down a broad, shallow valley southeastward, in which meandered a nullah called Rut Tog, the first wadi I came upon in Nogol. The distance accomplished was 8 miles when we put up in the kraal of Rut, for, as I have said before, there were no villages or permanent habitations in the interior of the Nogol country. All the little wooding there is found in depressions like this, near the base of hill ranges, where water is moderately near the surface, and the trees are sheltered from the winds that blow over the higher grounds of the general plateau. Rut is the most favored spot in the Warsangali dominions, and had been loudly lauded by my followers, but all I could find were a few trees larger than the ordinary acacias, a symptom of grass having grown there in more favored times when rain had fallen, a few puddles of water in the bed of the nullah, and 1 flock of sheep to keep the place alive. Gazelles were numerous, and many small birds in gaudy plumage flitted about the trees, amongst which the most beautiful was the Lamprotornis superba, a kind of maina, called by the Somali limberlode, the cowbird, because it follows after cows to feed. 9th, halt. Kin City, or rather the ruins of it, I was told, lay to the northward of my camp, in the direction of the hills, at a distance of about 2 miles. So I proceeded at once to see it, hoping by this means I should be able to advance westward on the following day. After an hour's walk, I came upon those remains of which I had heard so much, at first on landing in the country, as indicative of the great advancement in architectural art of Kin's Christian Legion over the present Somali inhabitants. But I was as much disappointed in this matter as in all others of Somali fabrication. There were 5 objects of attraction here. 1. The ruins of a said-to-be Christian church. 2. The site and remains of a village. 3. A hole in the ground, denoting a lime kiln. 4. A cemetery. And 5. The ground lines of a fort. This certainly showed a degree of advancement beyond what the Somali now enjoy, inasmuch as they have no buildings in the interior, though that does not say much for the ancients. The plan of the church is an oblong square, 48 by 27 feet, its length lying northeast and southwest, while its breadth was directed northwest and southeast, which latter may be considered its front and rear. In the center of the northwest wall there was a niche, which evidently, if built by Christians, was intended to point to Jerusalem, and this might have been conclusive evidence of its having been a Christian house of worship, and consequently of great antiquity, did it not unfortunately point likewise in the direction of Mecca, to which place all Mohammedans turn when saying their prayers. Again, I entertained some suspicion that the walls, which were in some parts 10 feet high, had not sufficient decay to warrant their being 4.5 or more centuries old. But one thing was remarkable at this present time. There were no springs or any water nearer than my camping place, which could not have been the case when this place was occupied. But it denoted a certain amount of antiquity, without any doubt. The walls of the church were composed of limestone rocks, cemented together with a very pure white lime. The entrance fronted the niche and was led up to by a street of round pebbles, protected on each side by semicircular, loosely thrown-up stone walls. There was nothing left of the village but its foundation outlines, which at once showed simplicity of construction as well as economy of labor in building. It lay about 50 yards to the east of the church. One straight wall ran down the center, from which, as supports, ran out a number of lateral chambers lying at right angles to it. To the northward of the church was the cemetery, in which, strange to say, if the Somali believe their own story, they even at the present time bury their dead, and erect crosses at the head of the tombs in the same manner as we Christians do. The kiln was an artless hole in the ground, in which there was a large collection of cinders and other debris not worth mentioning. Lastly, the fort, or rather remains of what the Somalis said had been one, was situated on an eminence overlooking the village, and about 70 yards to the southwest of the church. Now, having completed my investigations of the ruins, I returned to camp, where I was met by the Aban, looking as sulky as a bear with a sore head, and frowning diabolically. He had been brooding over my late censures, and reflecting on the consequences his bad conduct would finally have upon him, if he could not obtain a pardon from me. And should he not be able to elicit it by fair means, he thought at any rate he would extract it by foul, then and there, without condition or any clause whatever. This was preposterous. I frankly told him exactly what I thought of him, saying I could not forget what had happened, that he had abused the trust reposed in him by the English, and I was bound in duty to report the whole matter in every detail to the government. But should he discontinue his evil ways and take me safely to my journey's end, I would promise him a full pardon as soon as I arrived at Berbera. This would not answer his purpose. Bygones must be bygones, without any condition whatever, and he went to his bed as wrathful as he rose. 10th. I rose early and ordered the men to load, but not a soul would stir. The Aban had ordered otherwise, and they all preferred to stick, like brother villains, to him. And then began a battle royal. As obstinately as I insisted, so obstinately did he persist. Then, to show his superior authority, and thinking to touch me on a tender point, forbade my shooting any more. This was too much for my now heated blood to stand, so I immediately killed a partridge running on the ground before his face. Seeing this, he wheeled about, prepared his pony, and mounting it, with his arms agitated and ready for action, said to the people standing by that he would kill me if I dared shoot again. I was all this while standing prepared to shoot, without understanding a word of what was said, when the interpreter rushed towards me pale and trembling and implored me not to shoot, but to arrange matters quietly. He would not tell me, however, what had occasioned the great anxiety his excited manner showed. I, of course, was ready at any time to do anything I could to help me on the journey, and again stated the terms on which I would grant the man a pardon. At this juncture, Hassan, the Sultan's brother, who had been absent a few days, came and interceded between us. I told him everything that had happened, how the Aban had even superseded the Sultan's order by forbidding me to do what I wished in his country, and again begged him to be my Aban in Sumunter's stead. This he said he could not do, but gave Sumunter a wigging, and desired me to go and shoot anywhere I liked. Thus ended this valuable day. 11th. Last night I shot a female spotted crocuta hyena, here called durwa, in the act of robbing. These tiresome brutes prowl about at night and pick up anything they can find. Their approach is always indicated by a whining sound, which had prepared me on this occasion. She was caught in the act of stealing away some leather thongs. The specimen was a fine one, but until dissected I could not, from the hermaphrodital form of these animals, determine which sex it was that I had killed. We now prepared for the march westward, when Hassan said he would go back to near the Midjertain frontier, where rain had lately fallen, and all the Warsangalis had migrated with their cattle, to fetch some ponies, which he would bring to me in a few days, even before I could arrive at the Dulbahata frontier, and begged a gun at parting as judge's fee for his settlement of the Aban question, and as an earnest that he would bring the 5 ponies which I wanted. We then got under way and traveled westward, bidding Root Tug adieu, but every one was stiff and formal. Sumunter had not confessed contrition, and I had not committed myself to saying that I would hush the matter up, assuring him that in duty as a public officer I could not, that I was bound to report every circumstance, though privately I promised a pardon as before. After traveling a little way, we emerged from the low land of the valley and ascended a higher track to the normal level of the plateau, which, as I have said before, was all bleak and barren, with scarcely a tree growing on it, and very stony. Here I saw a large troop of ostriches and numberless gazelles stalking away out of the line of the caravan's march. My men were all highly anxious I would shoot them, but I would not, to try what effect it would have on the Aban, saying sport was of secondary importance to me, and I now only wished to finish the journey quickly. By his detentions I had lost so much time, I despaired of reaching Berbera agreeably with my instructions, and, moreover, he had not begged my pardon, from which I doubted his intention to serve me faithfully. This caused a halt. Sumunter and all the men alike said, "Of what good is your coming here if you do not enjoy yourself? We all came on this journey to reap advantages from serving you, and now if you don't shoot, what may we expect?" I said, "Prove to me that I shall not be thwarted again, and I will shoot or do anything to create goodwill." Then appointing 3 men as Sumunter's advisers to hold him in restraint in case any wrong-headedness on his part should get the mastery of him, I begged they would proceed. This proved successful for the time. Sumunter wrote me a letter, stating his intention of abject servitude, and ratified it by presenting his spear and shield through the hands of the interpreter for me to return to him as an acknowledgment that I would henceforth forgive him, and we again proceeded on the journey. After traveling 10 miles without seeing a single habitation or human being of any sort, we arrived at a nullah, in which there were several pools of bitter spring water and some Egyptian geese swimming on them. This place was called Barham. On the right or northern side of the line of our march was the hill range, about 10 miles distant, at the foot of which, in the beds of small ravines, grew some belts of the jujube tree and hardy acacias. But to the south the land was all sterile, and stretched away in a succession of little flat plains, circumscribed by bosses or hillocks of pure white limestone rock, which appeared standing unaffected by the weathering which had worn down the plains that were lying between them. Again, these little enclosed plains sank in gentle gradation to their centers, where nullahs, like the one I was encamped upon, drained the land and refuse debris to the south and eastward, possibly to join eventually the route Tug. 12th. At 9 a.m. we were again in motion on our westward course, rising by a gentle incline to about halfway between Route Tug and a second Wadi Nogal farther on, called Ube Tug. Here at the water parting between these two large watercourses was the tomb of the great founder of these mighty nations, Durud bin Ishmael, and an excavated tumulus. There were also several bitter springs in the neighborhood, with stone enclosures and numerous flocks of sheep tended by Somali. On passing the tomb, I scarcely remarked it, so insignificant did it appear, whilst the Somali paid no homage to it whatever. But the tumulus excited more attention, and I was requested to examine it. 6 years ago, the interpreter said, a Somali who wished to bury his wife in it broke through its exterior and found a hollow compartment propped up by beams of timber, at the bottom of which, buried in the ground, were several earthenware pots, some leaden coins, a ring of gold such as the Indian Mussulman women wear in their noses, and various other miscellaneous property. I was very much struck with the sleekness of the sheep, considering there appeared nothing for them to live upon. But I was shown amongst the stony ground here and there a little green, pulpy-looking weed, an ice plant called buscale, succulent, and by repute highly nutritious. It was on this they fed and throve. These Dumba sheep, the fat-tailed breed, appeared to thrive on much less food and can abstain longer from eating than any others. This is probably occasioned by the nourishment they derive from the fat of their tails, which acts as a reservoir, regularly supplying, as it necessarily would do, any sudden or excessive drainage from any other part of their systems. After crossing over this high land, we began descending to the westward, and at the completion of the 12th mile dropped into a nullah tributary to the Ube Tug, made of krail for protection against hyenas close to a pool of water, and spent the night. This plain was called Libadile, the haunt of lions. 13th. The air was so cold the men could not bestir themselves until after sunrise, when, to my great surprise and delight, without one angry word or attempted impediment from the Aban, we were on the move at 8 a.m. I now fondly hoped the Aban had really turned over a new leaf, but was soon undeceived and also disappointed. He was married to a Dulbahanta woman, and his wife, for he had 2 others, with her family, was residing in that country. I was therefore unawares to myself, traveling directly on his home. Hence these 3 consecutive marches. Gradually we descended into a broad valley, down the center of which meandered the Ube Tug, or the second Wadi Nogal of my acquaintance. This formed a natural boundary line, separating the Warsangali from the northern Dulbahanta frontiers. Where we first came upon the nullah, it was deep and broad, with such steep perpendicular sides that camels could not cross it. We therefore turned suddenly northward and followed up its left bank till we turned its head, which begins abruptly, and marched 5 miles to the Ube Kraals. Had this valley been blessed with a moderate quantity of rain, there is no doubt it would have been available for agricultural purposes, and as it was, there were more trees growing in the hollow here than in any other place I had seen, and several flocks and herds were congregated in it. Whilst traveling today, the interpreter narrated the circumstances of a fight which the Warsangali had with the Dulbahantas about 10 years ago in this valley, in which it appeared the Dulbahantas were the aggressing party, having sent a foraging party over their frontier to lift some cattle. The Warsangali, seeing this, mustered their forces and repelled the enemy, but would not follow them up, preferring rather to tease them into submission than to engender a bloody contest. This they effected by exposing all their flocks and herds to the view of the Dulbahantas on the bank of the impassable Nile, whilst they guarded its head and protected their flank by stationing a strong party of warriors there. The Dulbahantas, tantalized at this tempting yet aggravating sight, for they had not strength enough to cope with the Warsangali in full force, waited covetously gazing across the Nile for some time, and then retired in such great disgust they have never attempted to steal again. When once ensconced in the new camp, the Aban came to me with an air of high importance to announce that we were now on the Dulbahanta frontier, and that, if I wished to see their land, I must allow him to precede me and pave the way, taking the young Prince Abdullah with him to magnify the purport of his mission, as the Dulbahantas were a terrible and savage nation, governed, not like the Warsangalis, by an old and revered chief, but by a young sultan who nobody listened to. Moreover, the Dulbahantas had sent word to say they had heard of my marking the Warsangali country out with paper, and would not admit me on any consideration. Besides which, it was a custom in the country that strangers should ask permission to enter through the medium of an Aban, and as I had acted on that custom in the Warsangali country, so also must I do it here. I was kept at this station 8 days, sometimes hearing ominous announcements of the terrible Dulbahantas sent to frighten me by the Aban, and sometimes amusing myself in other and various ways. The Dulbahantas could not conceive my motive for wishing to travel in their land. No peddling Arab even had ever ventured there, so why should I desire to go? Fortunately, I had a good deal of employment with my gun, for besides gazelles, antelopes, a lynx, florikins, and partridges, I shot many very beautiful little honey birds, as well as other small birds. Of these former, the most beautiful was the Nectarinia habacenica. It has an exceedingly gaudy plumage that glistens in metallic luster as the rays of light strike upon its various colored feathers. This is the more remarkable on a warm, sunshiny day, when the tiny bird, like a busy humblebee, bowing the slender plant with its weight, inserts its sharp, curved bill into the flower bells to drink their honeydew, keeping its wings the whole time in such rapid motion as to be scarcely distinguishable. Without animal flesh, I do not know what I should have done here. The water was so nitrous I could not drink it. To quench my thirst, I threw it in gulps down my throat, and rice, when boiled in it, resembled salts and senna. After returning from sport one day, the interpreter brought up one of the camel drivers to be punished for having stolen some deer flesh when sent to clean it. He was a Midgar, or low-caste fellow, who does not object to indulge in cannibalism when hard-pressed by hunger. I would not decide the case myself, but handed him over, much against his wish, to the tender mercies of the interpreter and 2 other men whom the Sultan, at parting, appointed judges on any sudden occasion. It was everybody's interest to make him guilty, and therefore he was condemned to find 2 sheep to be killed and eaten in the camp. Another case of theft, much more vexation than this, occurred when I first arrived here, and turned off some spare camel drivers who took away all the packing ropes with them, and I have been obliged to employ the remaining men ever since in chewing acacia bark into fibers to make new ones. I was now becoming so much alarmed at the Aban's delay and tricks that I wrote a letter to Lieutenant Playfair, assistant political resident at Aden, complaining of what he had done, saying I felt very uncertain of being able to reach Berbera by the time appointed, and requesting him to send a letter of remonstrance to the Sultan. This I forwarded by a man called Abdi via Bunder Gori. Prudence would have suggested my returning with the letter, for I had now received intelligence that the Aban was in his home, and after experience gained by the tragedies on the coast, I could have expected no good from him. But as long as life and time lasted, I was resolved to go ahead. End of section 4. Section 5 of What Led to the Discovery of the Source of the Nile by John Hanning Speke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ted Lienhart. Chapter 3, Part 2. It was very remarkable to see the great length of time animals in this country can exist, even under hard work, without drinking water. In an ordinary way, the Somali water camels only twice a month, donkeys 4 times, sheep every 4th day, and ponies only once in 2 days, and even object to doing it oftener when the water is plentiful, lest the animals should lose their hardihood. I do not think antelopes could possibly get at water for several months together, as every drop of water in the country is guarded by the Somali. We were now in the land of honey, and the Somali nomads constantly came to me to borrow my English pickaxe for digging it out of the ground. For the bees of this country, instead of settling in the boughs of trees, as they do in England, work holes in the ground like wasps, or take advantage more generally of chinks or fissures in the rocks to build their combs and deposit their wax. It was a great treat to get a little of this sweet nutriment to counteract the salts which prevail in all the spring waters of the interior. When out shooting specimens, I often saw the Somali chasing down the salt's antelopes on foot. I killed many of them myself, right and left, when running like hares, with common shot, much to the astonishment of the Somali, for they are too small a mark for their bow and arrow shooting. The little creatures cannot stand traveling in the midday sun, and usually lie about under favoring trees which line the watercourses. Knowing this weakness, the cunning Somali hunter watches him down from feeding to his favorite haunts, and, after the sun shines strong enough, quietly disturbs him. Then, as he trots away to search for another shady bush, they follow gently after to prevent his resting. In the course of an hour or so, the terrified animal, utterly exhausted, rushes from bush to bush, throwing itself down under each in succession until at length it gets captured. Somali, from their roving habits of life, are as keen and cunning sportsmen as any in the world. They told me of many dodges they adopted for killing elephants, ostriches, and gazelles, which they do as follows. If an elephant is ever seen upon the plains, a large body of men assemble on foot, armed with spears, bows, and sharp double-edged knives, with one man mounted on a white horse to act as teaser. This man commences by riding in front of the animal, to irritate and absorb his entire attention by riding in repeated circles just in front of him. When the huge beast shows signs of distress by fruitlessly charging on his nimble adversary, the footmen rush in upon him from behind and hamstring him with their knives, and then with great facility soon dispatch him with their arrows and spears. Ostriches, again, are killed in 2 ways. The more simple one is by finding out what places they usually resort to in search of food, and then throwing down some tempting herb of strong poisonous properties, which they eagerly eat and die from. The other method, adopted in catching them, is not so easy, but is managed with great effect. The ostrich is, as is generally known, a remarkably shy bird, and is so blind at night it cannot feed. Again, the Somali pony, though wonderfully hardy and enduring, is not swift. Therefore, to accommodate existing power to knowledge of these various weaknesses, the Somali provides himself with a pony and provisions for 2 or 3 days, and begins his hunt by showing himself at such a considerable distance from the birds he has formed his design upon that they quietly stalk off, and he, at the same rate, follows after, but never draws near enough to scare them out of sight of him. At night the birds stop in consequence of the darkness, but cannot feed. He, on the other hand, dismounts to rest and feed with his pony and resumes the chase the following day. After the second or third day, when he and the pony are as fresh as ever, the ostriches, from constant fasting, become so weak he is able to ride in amongst them and knock down one by one as many as may be in the flock. The flesh is eaten, and the feathers are taken to the seacoast for transportation to the Aden market. I once saw a donkey load of feathers carried to market that had been taken in this way. There are two methods, also, of killing gazelles. The more usual one is effected by two men walking into a bushy ground to search for them, and when discovered, walking in such large circles around them as will not scare them. Gradually they draw their circles in, until a favored bush, downwind, is found, which the herd is most likely, when once moved, to pass by, and behind this one of the men stops with his bow and arrows, whilst the second one, without ever stopping to create alarm, continues drawing in the circles of circumvention until he induces the gazelles to walk up to the bush his friend is concealed in, when one or more may be easily shot. The other plan for killing them is extremely artful and is done on horseback, and therefore on the open plain. Fleet animals, like antelopes and gazelles, always endeavor to head across their pursuers, no matter in which direction they go. The Somali, therefore, taking advantage of this habit, when they wish to catch them on ponies, which are not half so swift as the gazelles in fair open chase, economize their strength by directing their animals' heads towards the leading gazelle, and thus inducing the herd, as they continue heading on, to describe double the circumference of ground their ponies have to traverse. In process of time, the gazelles, by their extra exertions, begin to flag and drop, and the hunters rush in upon them and cut them up in detail. 20th. Today, the young Prince Abdullah returned to say the Dulbahantas had been conferred with and had shown the strongest objections to my seeing their country, enumerating at the same time all their reasonings, such as I had already heard, but added, as a great concession on their part, as a particular favor they wished to show to my Aban, that I might be permitted to advance a little way to the next valley, but then only on condition that I would surrender to them the whole of my remaining property. I now heard more particulars of the Dulbahantas' fights, and the manner in which they first originated. For full 13 years they had been disputing amongst themselves, and many cabals had sprung out of it. Whilst these intrigues were gaining ground, a minor chief named Ali Haram, with a powerful support and connections, about 5 years ago determined on alienating himself from the yoke of the government, which was headed by an old Jarad called Muhammad Ali, the rightful and hereditary chief. Since then, the original kingdom has been divided into two portions, called the Northern and Southern Dulbahantas. But although the Northerners declare themselves independent, the chief of the South still fights for his lawful rights, and at this present time had driven the Northerners, with all their cattle and stock, to Jid Ali Tug, the next valley beyond this, which I was now desirous of visiting. Ali Haram was an old man, and consequently incapacitated from taking an active part in these tumultuous filibusterings. He had, therefore, since his first accession to power, deputed a son called Muhammad Ali Jarad to act as regent in his stead, and this was the man of whom the Warsangali spoke to me at Bundargori so disparagingly. 21st. I was now preparing to start again westward, when an order came from the Aban to my men that no property should accompany me, excepting what little I felt disposed to part with in presents to the Dulbahantas. As an Akil, by name Hussein Haji, the senior man present at Jid Ali, had decided as a final measure on seizing everything I brought with me immediately I set foot in Jid Ali. Though I had had experience enough of the Aban's tricks to see that this was merely a farce, though a very useless and inconvenient one, I permitted the arrangement rather than make a row, and retarded my progress, and set out with the young prince, Hamed, Farhan, and 2 camels and drivers, leaving Imam and the other 9 camels, with their drivers, behind to follow as soon as I should send back. At the western extremity of the valley we came upon a small mound of earth, all white and glistening, covered with nitre in an efflorescent form, which shone so conspicuously in the sun it could be seen at many miles' distance. From the base of it a clear spring of water trickled, so disagreeable in taste that no one, save Somali, could possibly drink it. Now emerging from the low land, we again left the trees behind us and rose by a well-beaten foot track to the primary level of the country, where stone and bare ground prevailed. Each of these elevations and depressions was a mere reflection of the other, only varying more or less according to their size, and as my line was directed due west, I always had the mountain range at even distance on the north, whilst every feature on the south remained the same. It was monotonous in the extreme. At the 5th mile, we came upon some springs of bitter water, sunk in deep cavities in the earth, from which we filled our water skins and traveled on till night, when, dark overtaking us, we slipped into a hollow in the ground, called Ali, cooked a little rice with the water we had brought, and slept it out till morning. Distance 13 miles. 22nd. As soon as the morning was well aired with the sun, and the black men had recovered from the torpor which the cold seemed to produce on them as it does on lizards and snakes, I struck out for Jid Ali, hoping to surprise the Aban, and thereby counteract, if possible, his various machinations. But this was not to be done. At the 13th mile, as we were descending in full view of Jid Ali at a place called Bir Hamir, I was met by the Akil Hussein Haji himself, who, instead of showing any disposition to hinder my approach, was very affable and kind in manner. He politely begged me to remain where I was and rest the day, and on the morrow he would take me to the Tug river below. He had never felt indisposed towards me, but one Khaled Ali, an Akil superior to himself, was averse to my proceeding further. Unfortunately for the Somali, their lies are very transparent, and they were too fond of uttering falsehoods ever to be trusted. I neither believed in the existence of Khaled Ali nor in his own kind intentions towards me, and therefore begged him to prove it by allowing me to pass. This began a long discussion. The wars were raging. The Dulbahantas would not let me see their country, as they could not see why an Englishman should wish to travel where even beggars were afraid to go. And then followed 100 other excuses, all of which I rejected as freely as he advanced them. Then at length, Somali fashion, the true meaning of his unwelcome visit transpired. He then said, "Well, if you have no fear of anything, and will join us in our fight to represent your nation's disposition in our favor, I will give you as many horses as you may wish to have, and a free passage to Berbera as soon as it is concluded." This was certainly a tempting offer, as I told him, but I said, although as far as I was individually concerned, there was nothing which would please me better, still being a servant of the government, I could not represent anything they had not sanctioned, and moreover, I was bound to be at Berbera by a certain date, which I could not if I went southwards with them. They argued there would be no delay in finishing the battles if I merely showed myself as a representative of the English, for the enemy would retire before a shot was fired, concluding that the opinion of the world was against them. They all declared the war had lasted so long and had been so harassing, they wished ardently to put an end to it. I told them, in my opinion, it was all their own fault, that they ought never to have commenced the war, for the chief they now recognized was a mere usurper, a traitor, in fact, who ought to be punished. The Aban's mother, Mrs. Awado, of whom I knew nothing until now, and who was living at Bir Hamir in a hut close by, then hastened towards us, joined our party, and interrupted the conversation by clapping her hands and beating her knees, exclaiming in wild dismay and terrifying words, "Oh, why have you come to this land where there are no laws or any respect for life? You don't know what these people are you've come amongst. Come with me now to my place. Rest the night and refresh yourself. Tomorrow morning your Aban will come and conduct you safely on your way." This was a climax to the day's journey. The men smelt grub in an instant and hurried off with the old lady to some empty stone enclosures, sheepfolds, and at once unburdened and lay to for the night. As before, I had many conferences about the Wadi Nogal, which Lieutenant Burton had desired me to investigate, but could obtain no satisfactory information. They said there were many wadis in Nogal, but the largest one was in the Mejertane country, where its waters were deep and large, with extensive forest around it, frequented by numerous herds of elephants. Those in advance of my line of march, on the road to Berbera, were all mere nollas, like Ube Tug or Jidali Tug, and were not used for agricultural purposes. However, in the southern Dobahanta country, south by west of this, at a distance of 5 or 6 marches, there was a nolla with many springs in it, which united in certain places and became a running stream. This I now, from subsequent inquiries and inspection of Lieutenant Crutenden's map, suspect is the watercourse set down in my instructions as the Wadi Nogal. This watercourse, I was assured, bounded the Nogal or White Stony country on the west and divided it from the Haud or Red Stoneless country, which is occupied in most part by the southern Dubahantas, who have the finest grazing grounds in the world and possess incalculable numbers of camels and horses, meaning ponies, and cows, sheep, and goats, whilst the game which roamed about there covered the ground like flocks of sheep. Of these the largest were giraffes, rhinoceroses, and lions, elephants being confined to the Mejertane country, the Coolies Hills to the south of Berbera, and the Web Shabelle or Haines River. 23rd. Early in the morning, accompanied by Hussein Ali, who opposed me no longer, we commenced our descent to the valley of Jidali, an expansive flat several miles in breadth, fuller and better wooded in the north than any place I had yet seen, but tapering away to the south and eastwards until it became lost to sight in the barren plateau. After marching a mile or so, we found the Aban hastening to meet us, in high dudgeon with my men for having advanced contrary to his mandates, before he had time to arrive and smooth the way, for now the great impressive spell, his influence, which I was to understand could alone save me from the terrors of the unruly Dubahantas, was proved to me of secondary importance, and he, consequently, insignificant. This occasioned a little delay, but at last, the Aban becoming reconciled to this defeat of his projected plans, we were permitted to resume the march, and soon arriving in the bed of the valley, encamped near the watercourse of Jidali Tug, on the meridian of Mai. The water in the Nola extended upwards of half a mile, when it became absorbed in the thirsty soil. It consisted of a chain of pools connected by little runners, the produce of some bitter springs, and made the country green in consequence. Attracted by my dates and rice, for I had brought no other property save my specimen boxes and ammunition, many of the Dubahantas forgot their occupations in war and flocked around my camp all day and night, bothering my servants incessantly whilst cooking, and begging presents from me every moment. I remained here 3 days, trying to negotiate with the head men for permission to advance, but obtained no practical result. They insisted, for even coming thus far, that I should give them as many cloths and materials as I had given to the Warsangali, for they would take no less. When told all my worldly goods did not admit of such a payment, they quietly said I had come there against their will. They did not believe me, and if I did not open my boxes to their inspection, they would smash them up and help themselves. This was an everyday occurrence, which became only insignificant as it was repeated without being carried into execution. Most of the time the Aban was away, stopping at his home, and no business could be done. I therefore took short excursions about the valley, shooting, and inspecting the various habitations. Animals were more abundant in consequence of the greater extent of water, and I shot gazelles, little Sultana antelopes, hares, Egyptian geese, rock pigeons, ducks and teal, and snipe and partridge, besides a choice collection of small birds. In one place I found a small stone hut occupied by an old man who had once been on a pilgrimage to Mecca and had seen the art of cultivating ground. He was now turning his experience to account by growing jawari, a species of millet, and effected it with some success, for he had 2 small enclosures which he irrigated by cuts from the nolla that produced grain, which grew from 8 to 9 feet high. He was loud in praise of the advantages which he derived from his farm, saying it saved his flocks and assisted him in the means of food when his ewes were pregnant or giving lamb. I patronized this farmer and offered to lend him some tools for digging with when he said he did not want that so much as some hints about sowing, and wished I would send a man to instruct him. Farhan, who was with me, delighted at the prospect of showing his skill in any manner, for he styled himself professor of all things, at once took the hint and bargained to do a day's work and furnish him with some wrinkles for his future guidance, for the payment of a goat, which was readily agreed to. The people here were highly superstitious, and like all ignorant races, very punctilious in their ceremonies of worship. As true Mussulmans, they were constant in their time of prayer, and abused my interpreter for never saying his. When I made him cut the deer's throats a little lower down the throat than their canons permitted, to save the specimen, they spat on the ground to show their contempt, and abused him heartily. If I threw date stones in the fire, the seed of paradisical food, they looked upon it as a sacrilege. They were also very suspicious. If I walked up and down the same place to stretch my legs, they formed councils of war on my motives, considering I must have some secret designs upon their country, or I would not do it, as no man in his senses could be guilty of working his legs unnecessarily. Considering all the northerners were said to have been driven up here by the war, I was much surprised to see so few habitations or flocks in the valley. All there were consisted in a few kraals scattered over the plain, which were constantly moved as soon as each plot of ground in turn was eaten up by the cattle. In changing ground, these nomads pack up everything on their camels, mat and stick, hut and all, and placing the wife, with perhaps a baby also, on a donkey, march to any unoccupied watering place they can find. Their food is very limited, except in the rainy season, when milk prevails. In consequence of this, it being now the dry season, my servants accounted for their increasing appetite for my dates. Some of the poorer men are said to pass their whole lives without tasting any flesh or grain, but to live entirely on sour milk, wild honey, or gums, as they may chance to come across them, and they are almost naked. But notwithstanding this, disease is scarcely known, and excepting in a few cases of endemic ophthalmia, which appears to attack the country periodically at intervals of 2 or 3 years, I never heard of any. The climate was very delightful at this season, and the nights so cold I had to wrap myself well up in flannels. But perhaps that which best illustrates the healthiness of the country and pleasantness of its atmosphere is the fact that I, although I had no bedstead, but always slept on the ground, never pitched my tent a single day in the interior, and neither wore a hat or shoe throughout the journey, save on 1 or 2 occasions, when severely stabbed with thorns, I put on a sandal. I never knew a moment's illness. 25th. This evening, Hussein Haji, who I now found out was brother-in-law to Samunter, approached me as I came in from shooting and said, "We are surprised to see you return alive. Did you not meet some armed men when you were shooting?" I replied, "No, not one." "Then," said he, "there are many men come here who from the first have forbid your coming into this country. They are under no control, but in open defiance of the Jihad, do and act just as they like. Indeed, every head man is a Gerard here, and those who are strongest carry the day. This was the prelude to another farce. Presently, the men came of whom Hussein Haji spoke, and surrounding my camp, boisterously demanded to know what I was doing in their country against their orders. A violent altercation then ensued. They must have all my property given up at once, or they would take it by force, and remained trying to bully me into compliance until I said I would sooner die than give them anything. Seeing me determined, they then walked off, saying I had not one night left to live, for they would return and kill me after dark. The place was now getting too hot to be pleasant, for the fact was, we were so near the watering place that my camp offered a convenient and tempting lounge for all the idle blackguards of the country to assemble at. 26th, I sent orders back for the rear traps to come on as quick as possible, and at the suggestion of my servants, who were just as tired as myself of these incessant provocations, changed camp to a place 3 miles farther up the valley, much more remote from water, but nearer to the Aban's home, by which I hoped I should be able to get at him easier. For the aggregating wretch, whenever I sent messages to recall him, invariably returned plausible excuses, showing the necessity of his having stopped away, and as repeatedly said he would not fail in coming immediately, but at the same time, as the sequence showed, never intending to do so. It would be useless as well as painful to narrate in detail all the daily and hourly incidents which occurred in the next few days whilst I was detained here by the artful and dishonest machinations of this vile-conditioned man, from whom I could never get one true word, and whose absence, although I was striving to induce his coming to me, really seemed a relief. A wicked feeling was almost coming over me, which made me shudder again when I reflected more calmly on what my mind was now dilating. He seemed to me only as an animal in satanical disguise. To have shot him would have given me great relief, for I fairly despaired of ever producing any good effect upon his mind. Again I tried the old scheme of forcing him to leave me, and even begged an akil of the Dulbahantas, offering him large rewards, to be my guide to Berbera. This, as might be imagined, provoked a severe row. The man I was endeavoring to seduce to favor me was one of the gang of 40 thieves, and as birds of a feather all Dulbahantas flocked together to assist the victim of my displeasure, for Sumunter was, by his intermarriage with these northerners, naturalized amongst them. However, I had my wicked will, by relating, in presence of all his now rapidly congregating friends, a row always brings a crowd, the whole of his misdemeanors since he first came with me to this country, and threatened him with the lasting displeasure of our government and ruin to his trade at Aden if he still persisted in his tricks. This brought matters home much closer than anybody liked to hear, and set all parties cogitating on what course had best be followed. I now retired to cool myself by shooting, and on returning again was met by the Aban, interpreter, and many Dulbahanta akils, who, now trying the conciliating dodge, came to report the good news that a victory had been gained by the northerners, and the southerners were in full retreat to their provinces, by which the road to Berbera would be open to my proceeding onwards. Moreover, the rear traps had arrived at Abi, by which accident everything seemed to harmonize. This sounded very cheering for the moment, but I soon was damped again. I wanted to move at once and lose no time in taking full benefit of the opportunity thus offered, but this, like every other proposal that I made, was immediately checked by a cruel device, as unforeseen as it was objectionable. Hassan had not come with the ponies he went after from Route Tug. I must therefore, before advancing, send back to the farther frontier of the Warsangali to purchase, by bills on Aden, 5 ponies at $30 a head, to be afterwards given away in presents to chiefs on the road for allowing me to pass through their territories, and this, at a minimum calculation, would occupy a fortnight's time, and even then I should have to go single-handed, without a servant, instrument, or article of any bulk with me. Of course this, as the Abban knew, I never would consent to. On no account would I suffer my being separated from my men and property when the time for my return to Berbera was so close at hand, and moreover, without the instruments the journey would be of no avail. Row succeeded row. When I pushed matters closely, the Abban sometimes affected repentance, but more often became defiant, and forbade anybody's assisting me without his entire consent. Such, in fact, were the effects of these angry ebullitions of temper on the minds of my people, that the young Prince Abdullah, fearing to be witness to them any more, took his leave and departed home. 31st. At length the rear traps arrived, but one camel, having been taken ill on the march this morning whilst coming from Abi, was slaughtered to save his flesh, and devoured by my hungry men. As soon as everything had arrived, and the men were made aware of my intention to push forward, they requested their discharge, affecting fear to enter on a strange land, but in reality seeing I had no cloths left to pay them, as afterwards transpired. This deficiency I visited on the Abban, who, in trying to excuse himself for inefficiency in his protectorship, meekly said he had been grieved to see the very rapid decline of my property, but he could not help it, as I had so many thieves in my employment. Mrs. Awado now came over from Bir Hamir, bringing a sheep and some ghee as a present for me, but I refused taking anything from the relative of the Abban, and this appeared to grieve her much. She said she had heard of all my disputes with Sumunter, her son, and had remonstrated with him about them. He was a proud man, and easily led away by vanity. She could see his being at variance with me would not end to his advantage on his return to Aden, and tried coaxing him to journey with me, but at the same time told me he would have to be well upon his guard, as in former years he had married clandestinely with a damsel of the Rear Hamaturwa, a sub-tribe of the Haber Gahajis, who occupy the hill range overlooking Bunder Heis, and her loss to those people would be avenged at once if he ever came within their power. The Rear Hamaturwa had heard of my intention to journey westwards, and would be in readiness to descend upon and intercept our march, kill Sumunter, and destroy the whole of us. Indeed, they had sent messages to that effect. End of section 5. Section 6 of What Led to the Discovery of the Source of the Nile by John Hanning Speke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ted Lienhart. Chapter 4. 3rd January 1855. During these 3 days I visited a ruined musjid and a cemetery, which, though much resembling the one at Root in every respect, was said to be of more recent origin and built by Mohammedans. On my walking amongst the tombs and inspecting the crosses at their heads, the interpreter rebuked me for sacrilegious motives, and desired me to come away, lest the Dulbahantas should find it out and be angry with me. Besides this, I daily tried to draw Sumunter, like a badger, from his hut, which was 4 miles distant from my tent, but without effect. He and his wife, 2 dwarf sisters, little bits of things, who the interpreter said were too small to be of any use, and some children, all lived together in a small beehive hut, so low that they had to crawl in on all fours, and so small that it was marvelous how they could turn round in it. At length today he arrived in a sullen, angry mood, and said haughtily he was displeased at my trying to force him into compliance, as if I had the power to make him move unless he chose. It was impossible to keep one's temper under such constant provocation, so I abused him vehemently and warned him off the camp, again repeating he had abused his commission as well as the government authorities who engaged him, and entreated he would get away and let me take my chance of proceeding how I could, for his presence simply made my position one of purgatory. He laughed in scorn, wishing to know if I thought I could do anything without him, and said he had only to turn his back an instant, and the Dulbahantas were ready to devour me. I still persisted, and then he said, "If you say go once more, I take you at your word, and see you to the consequences." My resolution was fixed, for I plainly saw I could not by any possibility be worse off. He now tried frightening me by assembling the Dulbahantas to confirm his words, making them say they only permitted my residence there out of the love they bore to their brother Sumunter, and that they certainly would kill me if he once left the place. They did not fear guns. The English could not reach them. Besides, their fathers had driven Christians from these lands, and if an army was to attack them, they would assemble so many cavalry and ride in such rapidity around them that their gunners could not take aim in consequence of the clouds of dust which this feat would occasion. In addition to this, they thought the English only efficacious behind walls. Else, why did they not take revenge upon the Arabs at Lehej 2 years ago for the murder of an officer? They had often heard of the English threatening and preparing to do it, but somehow they never carried their intention into execution. I treated these vain, bombastic words with a contempt which they deserved, but said I only wanted Sumunter to take me on, or otherwise to leave me to my fate. They then tried weakening my party by bribing Farhan to side with them and leave, but the noble-hearted Sidi disclosed their treachery and gallantly said he would share misfortunes with me and fight, if necessary, to the last extremity. Imam, tame-hearted Indian, got in a dreadful fright and implored I would compromise the matter, for by this time all the camels had been driven away, and the Warsangali moved off with Sumunter, saying I brought the rupture by my obstinacy on my own head, and that as soon as they were out of sight, the Dulbahantas would walk in and kill us all in a heap. I then loaded all the guns, and giving one to each of the servants, sat on the boxes waiting to see the upshot. I was clearly outmaneuvered, unable to move or get anything, but still was, to use their own expression, obstinate. After proceeding a certain distance, the retiring band, with Sumunter at their head, sitting fully equipped with spear and shield on his war steed, came to a halt, and invited the interpreter to meet them, presuming, they said, there might be some mistake, and therefore they wished to open negotiations afresh. Sumunter then gave me back my own words, saying, if the Sahib would only say he wished me to take him to Berbera, I will give some small presents to the Akils of the Dulbahantas as a passport for him, and proceed at once. For they were only endeavoring to feel my disposition towards them, and did not intend desertion, if I was not irredeemably incensed against them. They then came back, and work began afresh, by the distribution of presents, which, as is usual when no man can bear to see the smallest trifle slip from his grasp to be given to another, was a matter of no small difficulty in adjusting. If the Dulbahantas did not succeed in skinning me of all my effects, they naturally thought the next tribe would, and a whole day was consumed in wrangling and disputing how much they should get. This ended by my giving 1 musket, 13 tobes, and my reserve silk turban, and now I was at liberty to quit Jidali. 11th. At 10 a.m. we were loaded, and commenced the journey westward, whilst the Aban said he would bid his friends adieu at home, and bring 5 horses with him to Bin Hablé, where he would meet us on the following day. The track led us across a flat alluvial plain, still in the valley, which was well covered with a thick growth of acacias and dry, short grass, nipped short by cattle. After walking 5 miles, we arrived at our destination, not far from a well, and made a ring fence of prickly boughs. Here, for the last time, I boiled the thermometer to ascertain the altitude of the plateau along my line of march, and found its average height was 3,913 feet, the minimum at Root Tug being 3,077 feet, and the maximum at Ube Tug, 4,498 feet. The following day, 2 Dulbahantas paid us a visit, and demanded to know by whose authority we had come upon their grounds. We were trespassers and must pay our footing. The ground was theirs, and they recognized no authority over them. What I had given at the last place was no concern of theirs, but I must give them also a quantity of cloth equivalent to it. This being refused as a preposterous imposition, they turned hastily away, and tossing their heads said, I might soon expect to see them again in larger numbers, when they would help themselves. Moreover, for my satisfaction, they could assure me that a number of men who had learned which road I was bent on traveling were fast gathering on ahead to oppose my advance. In the evening, the Aban arrived, bringing only 2 ponies with him. 17th, it would be needless to recount all the varied incidents of the next 5 days which were wasted here by the 1,001 stories which the Aban produced to fritter away my time near his home and swindle me out of my property. The time had now arrived when by appointment I should have been at Berbera, and as I was not then aware at what time the fair usually broke up, I felt much afraid of being too late to join my companions. Sometimes Sumunter raised my hopes by saying he would certainly proceed on a certain date, and when that day arrived, the journey was deferred again, but not without severe rows, so exactly like the past ones as to be unworthy of description. One day we were ready, and I was to pass through any people that might fall in the way by giving large credits on Aden under his security, when the tide was turned again in another moment by the arrival of some accomplices, who dropped in like unexpected evils, to say the southern Dulbahantas had gained a great victory, slaughtering men and cattle, and the road to Berbera would be thronged with people, so that advance would be impossible for the present. This was a settler to my westward march, and now I thought of escaping from this land of robbers by turning northwards and marching over the hills to Bunder Heis, where I could either ship off or march along the coast to Berbera. Negotiations were then set on foot with the rear Hamaturwa, and several of their akils came at my bidding, but were as implacable about obliging a stranger as any of their neighbors. The whole distance was not 3 days' travel. Still, they said I should not see their country, and acknowledged themselves a lawless band who would take everything from me if I ventured there, adding, if the Warsangali and Dulbahantas, who were stronger than themselves, would only withdraw from me 1 day, they would come down at once and demolish my whole camp. They then demanded cloths for the trouble I had given them, but, not receiving any, retired in huge disgust. 18th, in final despair I faced about and marched northeasterly by a new route to reach Bundargori again to ship for Aden, as there only could I be certain of finding a vessel to convey me over the gulf. After 6 miles' march across the head of the valley, we arrived at Merhido Kraal on elevated ground, and found a large party assembled there. Some of them were the rear Hamaturwa, with whom I tried again for permission to cross their hills, but this time by the gap at the head of the valley in front of Bundur Jadid. This they were ready to permit, and give security of passage to my people if I gave them all my remaining cloths, but they thought I should not find a vessel there, which settled the question. I had no time to lose, and moreover should save my cloths by continuing on the line I was traveling. For though I should have to cross the hills where they were occupied by the Haber Gehajis, in the new way my track would pass so near to the Warsangali frontier that tribe would not have strength enough to demand anything from me, and passport fees were only given in such places to the extent to which they can be enforced. The other people I met here were some Dulbahantas arming for the fight. They said they were 4,000 strong in cavalry, and were slaughtering sheep wholesale for provision on the road. Each man carried a junk of flesh, a skin of water, and a little hay, and was then ready for a long campaign, for they were not soft like the English, their general boast, who must have their daily food. They were hardy enough to work without eating 10 days in succession, if the emergency required it. Here a second camel was on the point of dying, when his flesh was saved from becoming carrion by a knife being passed across his throat. 21st. The Aban slipped away on the 19th when I was out specimen hunting and would not come again till today, and then even returned to give his wife a last salute, permitting me to advance to a watercourse called Hanfalal, whilst he would join me on the following day. This day we accomplished 10 miles, and made a kraal about 4 miles north of our old line of march. 22nd. As the Aban did not keep his promise, and none of us knew the road, I now tried to prevail on his mother Awado, who was tending her flocks close by, to be my guide, which she readily consented to do, as she was anxious herself to go to Bundurgori. The water found here was in a circular cleft of limestone, 60 feet below the surface, which was so small only one person at a time could descend to it, and the supply was so limited I was obliged to keep my men down there all night to be the first for drawing in the morning. Gazelles were very abundant, and in the evening we were visited by a very singular-looking canine animal, which unfortunately I could not get a shot at. It was a little less in size than the crocuta hyena, but inclined rather more in its general shape to a wolf than a hyena. The body was a pure black, like the black Tibet wolf, but the tail was tipped with white. I am not aware that this animal has ever been described. 23rd. At the usual starting hour, the Aban arrived, with 2 ponies belonging to his brother-in-law, Hussein Ali, but which he tried to pass off as his own, being ever very anxious to make me believe he was a large stock proprietor to magnify his importance. But unfortunately for him, the interpreter, who was as treacherous a man as any of the breed, although he often confounded me by his innate deceit, also peached at times upon his brother Samunter. The Aban, on seeing his mother equipped and ready on her donkey to go with me, scolded her heartily for presuming to undertake the journey without his leave, and sent her home faster than she came. We now commenced the march, and traveled 5 miles diagonally across some low spurs of hills, and encamped in the evening in a broad, deep, dry nullah at a place called Dalmale. We brought water with us, and fortunate it was, for none could be found anywhere near the camp. 24th. We started early in the morning, ascending the hill range by a steep, winding footpath up one of its ridges, which, in respect to its barrenness and soil, resembled the descent I had from Yafir. After completing 11 miles' march, the caravan crested the hill opposite Ras Galweni, traveled a short way on the flat of the summit, and encamped in the evening amongst some thick jungle on its north or seaward side at a kraal called Goba Mire. Immediately on arriving, as we commenced to unload the camels, a number of men who were occupying that district, the Urus Sage section of the Haber Garhajis tribe, seized the camels by their heads and demanded their customary fees, at the same time boisterously gesticulating that they would help themselves if their request was not complied with. Farhan enjoyed the row in the boisterous, characteristic manner of a Sidi, began dancing frantically the Negro war dance, cocking his gun and pointing it at everybody by turns, whilst Sumunter and the other Warsangali began thumping them with their clubs and swearing a fearful vengeance would be wrought upon them by their tribe, who were living within an hour or two's call, should they not desist. The fact was, my men knew their power here, and guided only by animal passions, enjoyed showing it. The poor, discomfited Urus Sage now slunk off like defeated dogs, or schoolboys returning from a fight, just wishing to know if they were only to be considered in the light of women who could not maintain their own right, and snarling and snapping, threatened they would return again in stronger force before the morning. We then unloaded and lay to for the night. Immediately on reaching the top of this range, a most interesting and novel sight was presented to our view. We stepped in one instant from constant sunshine into constant clouds, and saw what accounted for the dense verdure of the north as well as the extreme barrenness of the south side of the hills. For 2 months we had not seen the vestige of a cloud or felt a drop of rain, and now we were at once launched into the middle of the Diarrhea, or northeast monsoon, which had been pouring for some time previously against the north face of the mountain, and was arrested there by it. It reminded me at once of that marked phenomenon with which all travelers in the Himalaya mountains, who spend their hot weather season at Chini, on the banks of the Sutlej River, to escape rain, must be acquainted, when the clouds of the great Indian monsoon envelop all the mountain range for months together on the weather or southwest side, and hang suspended on the top of a high hill in sight of that place, but never pass over, looking as if the mountain was too high to be surmounted by them when trying to reach the dry plateaus of Tibet. The clouds were rolling in thick successive volumes at our feet and obscured the view below us. 25th. We were detained until noon in consequence of the Aban's ponies, which had gone astray, and until then could not be found. In the meanwhile, the Urus Sage came again and tried to prevent us loading, on the same plea as yesterday, but without effect. But when we were starting, a compromise was effected on condition they would escort us down the hill and guide the way. The road was steep and very slippery, so that the camels could hardly get along, and this was further increased by the thick, strong, green jungle bushes, as well as rocks and other difficulties incidental to mountain traveling with such large and ungainly animals as laden camels. At the 4th mile we found a large, roomy cave under a rock, and put up for the night. Sheep had been kept here, and the place was so full of fleas that the ground was literally browned with them. I never saw such an astonishing quantity congregated in one place, but we soon disposed of them by burning certain boughs, which the Somali justly said was a specific remedy against them. 26th and 27th. During these 2 days we descended by a tortuous winding footpath under no mean difficulties, and finally arrived, after 12 miles marching, at a place called Hundurgal, situated in the hollow of a watercourse which divides the Warsangali from the Haber Gahaji's frontiers and transmits its waters to the Gulf at Ras Gaweni. During the journey, the Somali pointed out some of their richest gum trees, of which the finest in order is a species of frankincense, called by them falafala, or Luban Maiti. The gum of this tree is especially valued by the Somali women for fumigating purposes, which they apply to their bodies by sitting over it, when ignited, in the same manner as Kashmirs sit over their little charcoal pots to keep themselves warm when resting on their travels. They enshroud themselves in a large wrapper, place a pot with the burning gum between their legs, and allow the perfume to rise to every portion of their body simultaneously. We gave our guides 5 claws for escort and sent them away. I was informed by my men that under lee of Ras Gaweni there is a better harbor than any on the whole coastline, having deep water close into the shore, but being neutral ground, the Warsangali will not allow anybody to occupy it. They do not allow the Haber Gerhajis to do so, as they would monopolize the trade, and they will not take it themselves. As their Sultan sagely remarks, it would draw all their force to one side of their possessions, and thus leave the other exposed to attack from the Mijirtanes. Now the Dulbahantas are obliged to come to Bundargori if they want to traffic with outer nations, but were the Haber Gahajis at Gaweni, this custom would be drawn from them. 28th. The inexpressible delight I felt at snuffing the fresh sea air, and being comparatively free from the tyranny of my persecutor Samuntir, was truly indescribable, and I felt so impatient to end this useless journey and join my friends for the larger and more promising one, I could hardly restrain my spirits. I stepped out before the caravan was ready and began the journey alone, when presently a rapid fire, the discharge of a 6-barrel revolver, attracted my attention. This was done by the Yaban, who said that whilst traveling there his life was in jeopardy from the Haber Hajis in consequence of an old feud he had contracted with them, on account of which they had forbidden this road to him. He thought to frighten them by the report of firearms, but it seemed to have the opposite effect, for many men at once gathered around the caravan, and for the time prevented its onward course. As usual, they wanted me not only to pay for traveling in their country, but to liquidate their claim on the Aban, as I had brought him there, and only out of consideration for the respect they felt towards me, they permitted his passage in safety. They might as well have tried to skin a flint as obtain anything from me, and I told them so, for Sumunter had fleeced me of all my effects. This parley concluded, we traveled on without any further molestation, and crossing over the foot of some low spurs, arrived at noon in a broad watercourse on the maritime plain to eat some breakfast. Here I shot and stuffed a very interesting rat with a bushy tail, very much resembling the little Gilleri squirrel of the Indian plains, but plumper in face and body, like a recently born rabbit. I had seen many of them in rocks about the hill's side, but until now had not secured a good specimen. Again at this place I saw those large black canine animals with white-tipped tail, but could not get a shot. There were 3 hunting together, like jungle dogs in India. After refreshing ourselves, we resumed the march and traveled along the sandy shore eastward to a halting place called Farje, completing a march of 12 miles. 29th. This day we completed our journey by marching into Gori, when I again took occupation of the old fort. An answer from the government at Aden to my appeal against the Sultan and Aban had now arrived and affected Sumunter severely. He was ready to sink into the earth and said to me, "Oh, why did you not whip me when I was at fault? I could have borne that well, but writing to the English at Aden is more than I can bear. What will be the consequences now if I return to Aden?" I said I could not answer for it, as it was now beyond my control, and if he went over there he must take his chance. But I strongly advised his not going at all. Indeed, I said, I wish you would depart from me at once. From the first I told you I was obliged by order to write accurate accounts of everything as it happened, and the English, as you have often said yourself, are remarkable for not telling lies. The Sultan, into whose hands the letter first went, would not show himself, but remained in the distant jungles, although I sent repeatedly for him to converse concerning Sumunter. The bungalow in which I came from Aden was now anchored in Bunder Gori. It had made a voyage somewhere in the meanwhile, but the captain had been afraid to go to Aden in consequence of the salt question, in which Sumunter had made him confederate, fearing lest I might have since written to the authorities there about it. However, I now wanted to hire it again, and made sundry overtures to the captain, who at first showed a disposition to treat, hoping thereby I should forgive him. But he was finally hindered from doing so by the insidious machinations of Sumunter, who doubtless was afraid by this means of collecting at Aden more witnesses against himself. Sumunter now saw his position clearly, and must have felt equally with myself it was a great pity the letter of reproof from the brigadier of Aden did not arrive sooner, and keep him on a course of rectitude, for he was obliged to return to Aden and take his chance, as there he had not only a wife and family, but it was the headquarters of all his mercantile transactions. During this time, whilst I was in the old fort, an odd accident occurred to an Akil's wife. She was playing with my interpreter, who for a frolic snatched up one of my 6-barreled revolver pistols and gave her chase. Suddenly she darted into the room I was sitting in, bounced on a bench, and poked her tail in my man's face. He, not knowing the pistol was loaded, pulled at the trigger and discharged the contents of 2 barrels at once into her fleshy projection. In an instant their fun came to an end, and great consternation ensued. She thought she must die from it, and bolted off home to give up the ghost. Her husband now came and clamored for revenge. Her value was so and so, and my man must pay it. The interpreter, hearing this, came crying to me and wished to know if I thought she would die, for should she do so, he, by the laws of the land, would have to pay her price. I said I could not tell without seeing her wounds, but under any circumstances the bullets ought to be extracted. This appeared to them still more alarming than ever. They did not wish me to inspect the wounds, and the woman herself was very bashful. However, the Sahib was the only surgeon present, and votes gave me the practice. It was certainly very amusing to witness the struggle between virtue and necessity, and the operation was so far satisfactory that I succeeded in extracting one of the balls. The other ball, however, was so deeply embedded I could not find a probe that would reach it. Fortunately, it was not fired in a dangerous direction, and the ball being small, I thought it would not occasion her any serious inconvenience. In short, I set their minds easy on that score, though it did not keep their tongues quiet from importunate begging. I was now dreadfully impatient to get away, but day by day I had to suffer disappointment. I was assured by Sumunter he was doing everything in his power to facilitate it, and is often told by the interpreter, when he had gone away, that he was doing nothing of the sort, but on the contrary had sent to the interior to get 3 ponies, which would make 5 with what he had, the compliment required by Lieutenant Burton to make a present to him on arrival, as a bribe to overlook his faults. I besought he would desist from this hopeless speculation, as time was now more precious than any other matter. Still he persisted, and in a fortnight's time the animals arrived, and then, without further trouble, we chartered a vessel for $35, 12 times the fare I paid for coming over, with the whole vessel to myself, and embarked with 8 camels and 5 ponies on the 15th February, 1855. After 5 days' sailing, we anchored in Aden Harbor, and no sooner did the "let go the anchor" sound than, Somali fashion, overjoyed at my release from 3½ months' persecution, I took a header into the sea and hastily swam ashore to hurry off and meet old friends. After the first greetings were over, and I had delivered for report all my sketch notes of the journey, as well as maps and collections, which latter were sent to the Public Museum in Calcutta, a discussion took place as to the disposal of the Aban, who, I now found out, was not singular in the way of treating his clients, for Herne had been writing over complaints constantly about his man. I was averse to punishing him from the simple fact of having brought him over, but my commandant thought otherwise, and that he had better be punished, if for no other reason than to set a good moral example to the others. Against my inclination I was appointed to be Sumunter's prosecutor, and with my servants as witnesses, a verdict of guilty was speedily effected against him in the Aden Police Court. He was then sentenced to 2 months' imprisonment and to pay the sum of 200 rupees, or, failing to do that within the given time, he would be further subjected to imprisonment with hard labor for 6 months more, and was to be banished with his family forever after the present punishment should cease. I now advised Lieutenant Burton, after my late defeat in traveling, that it would be highly essential to the success of the great expedition that we should be escorted by some Somali picked from the Aden police force, as by this means alone should we have men on whom we could depend. He also was aware of this fact from having been successfully taken himself into Harar by one of that corps, but unfortunately for us there were none to spare. Though the Somali are rare blackguards in most respects, there are some traits in their character which have always won me to them. They love freedom and liberty, and enjoy a jolly row, added to which they are always in good spirits. In my humble opinion, they would make first-rate guerrilla soldiers for Aden, if armed and trained to shoot with good rifles, and not restrained to wearing any particular clothes or confined to steady marching drills. They have a national antipathy to the Arabs, their elder brothers, and would glory in having scrimmages with them. This was the climax of my first proceedings with Africa. Stroyan and Hearn were now both employed at Berbera or in its vicinity. The former had been making slight excursions inland, shooting, and had killed 3 elephants, whilst the latter was purchasing baggage cattle for the expedition transport. After enjoying a short repose in civilized life, I again felt restless and proposed a move to proceed thither in order to assist Hearn in completing the desired complement of animals. This at once met the views of our commandant, who, doubting whether Berbera could supply a sufficient number of beasts of burden of itself, asked me to cross over the Gulf and see what I could do at Korum to keep in communication with Hearn, and as soon as I had got enough, to march with them along the seashore to Berbera. Nothing could have suited me better. I saw before me, by this measure, active employment until the breaking up of the Berbera Fair. A kind friend, Lieutenant Danzy of the Bombay Army, late assistant political agent of Aden, who knew the characters of all the Somali well, offered to procure me a man as guide and interpreter who had formerly performed, during the time of his appointment, some political service in the Somali country, with great credit both to his mission and himself. In consequence of this, he was nicknamed El Bayuz, or the ambassador. Bayuz was a clever Hindustani scholar, and as I ultimately found, possessed such honesty of purpose and straightforwardness of character as rendered him a perfect rara avis amongst all Somali. He was of the Mijurtane tribe. Traveling in his company after my experiences with Sumunter and Ahmed was verily a luxury. I parted with him at the termination of the expedition with pure feelings of affection. Lieutenant Burton now conceived the idea of suppressing the system of abanship, thinking that, as the Somali had access to Aden without any impost, Englishmen ought to enjoy a corresponding freedom to travel in Somali Land. This perhaps was scarcely the right time to dictate a policy which would be distasteful as well as injurious, in a monetary sense, to the people among whom we were about to travel, and with whom it was highly essential to our interest to be on the most friendly terms. I now applied to the government for some Somali policemen, but unfortunately there were then too few hands present to carry on the duties of the office, and I could not have them. I therefore engaged, by the orders of Lieutenant Burton, a dozen men of various races, Egyptians, Nubians, Arabs, and Sidis, to form an escort, and armed them with my sabers and muskets. They were all raw recruits and unaccustomed to warfare. Still, we could get no others. With a little practice, they learned to shoot at a mark with tolerable accuracy. 7 of these men, together with the 8 camels I brought across from Bundargori, were dispatched direct to Berbera, whilst the remaining 5, and some ponies I purchased in Aden, remained with me. I then took a bag of dollars for purchasing camels, some dates and rice for the consumption of the party, and with the Balyus and the old servants, Imam the butler and Farhan the gamekeeper, all was ready for my second adventure on the 20th March, 1855. End of section 6. Section 7 of What Led to the Discovery of the Source of the Nile by John Hanning Speke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ted Lienhart. Chapter 5, Part 1. 21st March, 1855. Having engaged a bungalow and stowed away all the traps, I embarked in the evening, weighed anchor, and set sail. Even before we could sail out of the harbor, the first row commenced. The Nakoda captain, as is often the case in these primitive countries, kept no regular sailors, but trusted to finding men desirous of going to their country who would work his vessel for him, all Somali being by nature sailors. The men he had now on board were of the Haber Gahajis and Haber Taljala tribes, who occupy the coastline near Korum, and had waited the opportunity of obtaining a passage over there in company with me. They were all dreadfully uproarious, and would not, by any persuasion on my part, keep quiet. On inquiring from the Belleus the cause of their violent discussions, he informed me they were drawing lots to see who should be my Aban, and those of the 7 foreign servants I had with me. The bare idea of 8 Abans was too ridiculous, and their persistency made it beyond a joke. I instantly ordered the sails to be hauled down, and had my instructions from Lieutenant Burton about Abans proclaimed to the whole crew, that the Belleus was my Ras Kafila, and the other foreigners my protectors. The Somali were evidently determined not to be done. If I had been allowed to have but 1 Aban with me, this could not have occurred. As it was, I said if they determined on wrangling any more, I should bout ship and settle the difference with them in a less ceremonious manner in the harbor. This effectually stopped their tongues, and we again proceeded on the journey. After 2 entire days sailing across the Gulf with variable and gentle breezes, we arrived at our destination, Kurum, in safety on the 3rd evening, the 24th March, and at once sent some government letters to the Akils, ordering their attendance, and to proclaim publicly the nature of my business, in order that camels might be brought for sale. I found all the people extremely obliging. They tried to make my residence as comfortable as they could, showed me great deference because I was an Englishman, and brought their camels readily, though of course, as might be expected, they were canny in their mode of dealing, trying to dispose of their worst animals first, and asking prices much above the market tariff. For poor animals, they asked from $4 to $5.50, which, though not a third of the price I paid in the Warsangali country, was full price for the finest animals at Berbera. Berbera during the fair time is undoubtedly the cheapest place to purchase camels in of all the coastline, and the farther you leave it, the more expensive animals become, increasing in price at the same ratio as the extent of distance. Whilst halting here, I heard of the existence of the Victoria Nyanza. The Somali described its dimensions as equal in extent to the Gulf of Aden, and further alluded to its being navigated by white men. None of the men present had been there to see it, though it was currently known as a positive fact amongst them. I did not believe the story in the light they expressed it, supposing they confounded an inland sea with the Western or Atlantic Ocean. Colonel Rigby, HBM consul at Zanzibar, tells me he also heard of this lake when he was traveling in this country some years previously. It is strange this story was never published earlier. The white navigators alluded to are evidently the expeditionists who were sent by Muhammad Ali, Viceroy of Egypt, up the White Nile as far as Gondokoro about 12 or 14 years ago, and the Nile and lake have been confounded as one water in the transmission of the intelligence, though both were seen. The minds of the Kurum people seemed greatly discomposed about various rumors which they heard. One was that the English intended to suppress the slave trade, and they wished me to tell them if such was not a fact, saying it would be unjust for us to do so, as slaving was an acknowledged right given them in the Koran and handed down by their Rasul Muhammad. The other bugbear which alarmed them was a report that the English intended either to take possession of Berbera or that they would give it to Sharmarki, a native chief and ally of ours who lives at Zela. In short, these numerous fears arose from Hearn's long residence at Berbera. It looked suspicious seeing him take notes there of everything, and they naturally put the worst interpretation on all his actions. What could be the use of his watching the trade if our government did not want to take the country? Of watching the slave trade if it did not mean stopping it? And then the suppression of Aban ships was the crowning of all. The village of Kurum consisted of a single fort and a large collection of mat huts, all grouped together, situated close to the shore. The maritime plain consisted of sandy brown soil, very uninteresting, with scarcely any vegetation growing on it, and was here only about half a mile broad. The hills in the background were very insignificant, not half so high as any I had seen, and were dull and brown, like those one sees when traveling down the Red Sea. The people say that in their recesses and ravines, acacias and other gum trees grow as they do elsewhere. Gum only exudes in the dry, hot season, and the confined air in the ravines is described as being so hot that people can hardly stay there, and many of the gum pickers who do become deaf in consequence of it. The water which the villagers used was so brackish as to be hardly drinkable. I lived here 5 days, enjoying sour camel's milk, gossiping with the natives, and roaming about the place. The difference between the life I was now living, attributable principally to the sagacity and good-heartedness of the Balyus, was a charming contrast to my wretched existence when with the Warsangali. I bought 25 camels at an average rate of $5.50 a head, and then stopped purchasing, as I heard by letter from Hearn he had then got nearly sufficient for our requirements, that camels were very plentiful at Berbera, and he was buying them at a cheaper rate than I could. On the 29th March, at 4 p.m., I broke ground with all my camels and ponies and commenced the march on Berbera. At sundown, after traveling 3 miles along the seashore, we encamped in a watercourse called Goldera. The water we found here, in a little well in its bed, was deliciously sweet, so pleasant after the brackish Kurum wells. No one who had not been deprived for a long time of the pure element can conceive the greed with which a man first plunges his head into clear, sweet water. It is the natural fluid for man, and for no other beverage does abstinence produce so keen an appetite. The following morning, a little after daybreak, the caravan was ready, and we soon got under way. Traveling with tedious slowness, aggravated by the dreary monotony of the road and the sandy plain, constantly crossing dry, shallow watercourses, lined on both sides by fringes of stunted acacias or other salsolaceous plants, we at last arrived at a hot spring of sweet water called Golomiro, and rested here for several hours during the great heat of the midday sun. When the day became cooler, we resumed the march, and traveled until after dark to a grazing ground 1 mile short of Ain Tarad, and there spent the night. The farther we traveled westwards, the broader became the maritime plain, and the richer its clothing of shrubs and grass. Besides the ordinary acacias, which were finer and more numerous, there were many patches of the bastard cypress and tall rank grasses growing on sandy hillocks, in the same way as they do in India. The Somali exultantly pointed this out as a paradise, replete with every necessary for life's enjoyment, and begged to know if the English had any country pastures like it, where camels and sheep can roam about the whole year round without exhausting it. 31st. Today we made a short march, passing through Ain Tarad and encamping on a grazing ground 1 mile to its westward. The village, as usual, was close to the shore for the convenience of shipping. It is not half the size of Kurum, but boasts of a fort of recent construction, with 6 rusty pieces of cannon lying on the sand in front of it. An Akil, named Abdi, being chief of the place, is the lordly proprietor of these instruments of defense. On first entering the place, he advanced to receive me and politely said, "Had you not dropped so suddenly in upon me this morning, it was my intention to have welcomed you with a royal salute for the honor you have done as the representative of the English in paying me this visit." This speech, though showing what his feelings were towards me, was obviously a matter of simple palaver, for in the first place, the guns could not have possibly been fired without occasioning their total destruction, and it was doubtful if he possessed any powder. Whilst sitting in his village and drinking a bowl of sour curd, the first thing always offered to a visitor, I observed a group of old men sitting in hot discussion on some knotty point under the lee of the fort, and desired the Balyus to ascertain the purport of the arguments under debate, as by their gesticulations I could plainly see it had some connection with my coming here. After joining them and listening some time, he returned to say they were discussing the possibility of our expedition ever reaching the Webe River, Shabele, to go as far as Ugaden. They thought was out of the question. Hearing this, I went up to them and asked what reasons they had for thinking so. They replied openly that the Somali would stop us before we got halfway. The Balyus then interposed, saying, "But the British are strong and can do anything they like." Hearing this, they laughingly replied, "If the Somali came down to fight and then ran away back into the fastnesses of their hills, what would the English do then, who cannot live a day without drinking beer and eating meat? Whereas the Somali can do very well without anything, seldom requiring even water, and not more than one morsel of meat for a whole week together." I concluded the argument by saying, "Without any exertion on our parts, we could cripple you at once. We have the seaboard in our hands, and at any moment could stop your trade, so that neither grain nor clothing would ever be supplied you. Besides, if we wished, we could take quiet occupation of your hills and watering places, and then what would become of you?" The sages mildly shook their heads and said the English were indeed shaitans, devils, and that they had never looked at their position in that light before. I then repaired to the camp and found the cattle, as usual, gone out to graze, under charge of their drivers and 2 soldiers. In the evening, when the animals were brought home to be picketed, 1 pony and 1 camel were found wanting. I sent men immediately to track the missing ones down. When it was discovered by footprints that some savages had singled them out from the herd, had driven them gently into a deep ravine, and when they are out of sight, had hurried them off to the hills lying beyond the plain. This open plunder on the coast, where British authority seemed to prevail, was monstrous. I summoned Abdi as chief of the place, told him the whole story, and demanded that he should produce the missing animals immediately, as it was impossible for him not to be cognizant of the transaction. He said he did not then know who had stolen them, but I might rest satisfied he would find out by the morning, and they should be returned intact. He assured me he was lord of all he surveyed, and his power was infinite within the limits of his clan. The same night he brought back the pony and said he would produce the camel in the morning. I believed he had played this trick himself to show the effect of his power, and so did the Balyus, but he said he had been obliged to pay $10 to the thief before he would give it up. I now demanded he would produce the thief for trial, suspecting that thief to be himself, but he said he could not. This reply made the Balyus knowingly cock his eye. The next day, as the camel did not come by noon, I wrote a letter to Aden reporting the circumstance and begging some retribution would be taken from the Akil, as it was obvious to any man who knows these savages that Abdi could not have been ignorant of one single feature in the whole of these transactions. Though the loss was small, I did not think it of little importance, as it remained a precedent, if overlooked, for the committal of greater deeds, and the place, being a port, was open to the exaction by blockade of any fines, which, without doubt, is the true way to make Somali feel. During that day and the succeeding one, we traveled along the coast to Siari, a small, dilapidated fort, standing alone without any other habitation, as if only intended for a traveler's lodge. Near it was an old well, said to be of antique construction, sunk by the former occupants of the land. As we increased our distance westwards, the maritime plain also enlarged, and was bounded to the southwards by small, irregularly disposed hills, all brown and dreary-looking as before. To judge from the quantity of vegetation, it would appear that water is nearer the surface here than elsewhere, though there was none of any importance to be seen. These few marches, slight as they were, served to prove the stamina of the soldiers, and showed the Sidis to have twice the heart and bottom of the Egyptians, who succumbed at once to the influences of the sun and fatigue of marching. 3rd April. The caravan broke ground at 2 a.m., and after traveling over much the same ground as yesterday, nearly the whole day long without passing a single habitation, arrived in the evening at Berbera. Here I was warmly met by my companions, Hearn and Stroyan, and began again a social life of great enjoyment. Berbera was in the plenitude of its prosperity. Its market was full of life and bustle, and the harbor was full of native Oriental craft. Our camp was pitched on a little rise in the land, facing the east and overlooking the fair. Our tents, 3 in number, were formed in line, Stroyan's on the right, Hearn's in the center, and mine on the left flank nearest the sea, and each about a dozen yards apart. Hearn had procured his fair share of animals, and we mustered from 40 to 50 camels and 6 or 7 ponies and mules, including those I brought. These at nighttime were all tethered in front of our tents and guarded by a sentry. During the day, they were always sent out to graze under an escort of soldiers, with Somali archers to look after them. The boxes, pack saddles, and grain were placed between the central tent and mine, whilst the dates and more precious cloths I kept underneath my tent. Including ourselves, servants, guards, and camel tenders, we mustered in all about 40 souls. Amongst these were the 2 Abans of Hearn and Stroyan, who, now matters had gone so far, could not prudently be dispensed with, but my man, the Balyuz, was considered chief, or Ras Kafila. During the 4 days succeeding my arrival, I inspected the fair and shipping. The marketplace was supposed to contain upwards of 60,000 people, Banyans from Kutch and Aden, Arab merchants and Somali, who had been gradually flocking in from about the 15th November, and as they arrived they erected mat huts as booths for carrying on their bartering trade. According to Hearn's investigations, the Somali took coarse cloths, such as American and English sheeting, black and indigo-dyed stuffs, and cotton nets, worn by married women generally to encase their hair, small bars of iron and steel, as well as zinc and lead, beads of various sorts, and dates and rice. In exchange for these, they exported slaves, cattle, gums of all sorts, ghee, ivory, ostrich feathers, and rhinoceros horns. 7th. At sunrise this morning, a very interesting scene took place in the arrival of the great annual Harar caravan, a large body composed of an aggregate of numerous small caravans, which all march together that their combined strength may give mutual support. Down the whole breadth of the plain, like a busy stream of ants, they came in single file, one camel's nose tied to his leader's tail. Immediately on their flanks were Somali, armed with spear and bow, the men who tended them and looked after the loading. Outside the Magan were occasional detachments of men riding ponies, all armed, and guarding the caravan from sudden surprise or attack. In this caravan alone there were about 3,000 people, as many head of cattle, and 500 or more slaves, all driven chained together for sale in the market. A little later the same morning, a second excitement enlivened our little camp in the approach of a man of war, which came sailing up the coast in full sail, looking like a giant swan in contrast to the little ducks of native shipping. It was the Honorable East India Company's schooner Mahi, commanded by Lieutenant King, conveying our captain, Lieutenant Burton, and the complement of the expedition. Arrived in the harbor, we saluted them with our small arms and went on board to pay respects and exchange congratulations. King then gave us a hospitable entertainment, and we all repaired on shore. The same evening, a thundering salute from the Mahi was fired to assure the Somali we were traveling under the auspices of the British government, and King departed with his vessel. Lieutenant Burton now took occupation of the center tent with Hearn, and the party was complete. We were then severally appointed to our respective duties, Lieutenant Burton commanding, Stroyan chief surveyor, Hearn photographer, geologist, and assistant surveyor, whilst I was to be a jack of all trades, assisting everybody, looking after the interests of the men, portioning out their rations, setting the guards, and collecting specimens of natural history in all its branches. The central tent was fixed as a place of rendezvous for all to flock to in case of any sudden alarm. Here I appended my guns and sword, whilst my revolver pistol and dirk were placed within my belt by day or under my pillow by night. I made the whole guard sleep with their arms in rear of the camp, where it was most likely any attack might be expected. As so many men were necessarily brought on duty by watching the cattle grazing in the daytime, I only posted 2 sentries by night to watch the camp, one with a guard in the rear, the other over the cattle in front, whilst we Englishmen and the Bayous occasionally patrolled the camp to see that the sentries were on the alert. 9th. On this day, the Gugi, or southwest Somali monsoon, in opposition to the Daerti, or northeast monsoon, commenced in the hills behind our camp, and warned us that we should soon have to start southwards. The fair had already begun to break. Caravan after caravan streamed out of the town, wending their way across the plain like strings of ants emerging from a hole, and like the busy habits of those little insects, kept the whole maritime plain alive and motion. At this time, we were daily expecting a vessel from Aden, which would bring us some letters and instruments that were on their way out from England, and saw the great Ugadan caravan preparing to leave, but were undecided what to do, whether to go with them without our things from England, or wait and rely upon our strength in traveling alone. The latter alternative was unfortunately decided upon, and we saw our wonted protector depart upon its journey. 15th. Saw the shore and harbor alike both destitute of any living thing, save a few diseased and dying cattle, and one poor forlorn girl in whom the smallpox had begun to show its symptoms, and who was now mercilessly left by her parents with only 2 or 3 days' provisions to die like a dog on the inhospitable plain. Having suffered from that disease myself, and not fearing contagion, I went to her and administered some medicine, which she took without any hesitation, and I hoped to cure her, for she was really, barring the blackness, a very pretty creature, but the disease was beyond my skill to relieve. I then took her to a room in the tomb of an Arab sheik, gave her some rice water, and bade her keep out of the sun, but it was no use. She took fright at the idea of living with the dead, and wandered into the desert no one knows whither, and was seen no more. So completely was Berbera cleared out now, that even the matting and sticks which formed the booths, with 2 or 3 exceptions, were packed on the camels and carried away. We were now alone, and nobody came near us. Our 2 Abans had begged and obtained permission to go with their families to their homes in the hills close by, in company with the retiring caravans, leaving their sons for the time being as substitutes until we marched past their abodes. In this isolated position we felt no alarm for our safety, as long at least as we remained upon the seashore, deeming the Somali would never be so imprudent as to attack us in such a vital place to them as Berbera, where their whole interests of life were centered, and where, by the simple process of blockading, we could so easily take retribution in any way we liked. So confident were we in this assumption that we did not take the precaution of standing sentry ourselves at night, thinking it more prudent to nurse our strength whilst here, to be better able to hold out when it would become necessary after our leaving the seashore. Though Somali are cunning as foxes, they are not wise. On the 18th April, by a providential coincidence, a small Arab vessel came into the deserted harbor to see if anything still remained of the fair. In her there were several men and 4 women, Somali, desirous of going to their homes. Finding we were the only people left, and not daring to travel in that country alone, they petitioned us to take them with us. It was hard to refuse these poor creatures, but fearing our supply of dates and rice would not hold out with so many additional mouths to eat it, we reluctantly refused the men. The 4 women, however, on their engaging to do the minor offices of the camp, to bring water and lead the camels, were permitted to remain with us. That evening we invited the captain and his crew to dine in the camp, and it was fortunate that we did so, as the sequel will show. Shortly after sundown, as we were all sitting in our usual way on an extempore divan in front of the tents, drinking coffee, telling stories, and enjoying the cool sea evening breezes, a challenge was heard by the sentinel placed on the rear right of the camp, followed by a sudden and rapid discharge of musketry, which took us by surprise. I had previously given strict orders that no ammunition was to be wasted in firing to frighten or giving false alarms. Therefore, hearing this, I instantly ran to the spot to see what was the matter, and found 3 men walking quietly into camp, leading ponies by their reins, whilst the guard, to intimidate them, were firing bullets in the air immediately over their heads. My anger knew no bounds. All hopes of security seemed annihilated by such direct disobedience to all order, and persistence in such a false principle as trying to frighten, which all black men, by a sort of natural instinct, invariably endeavored to do. I then assembled the men, and in presence of the intruders again proclaimed through the bayous my intention to punish with severity any person who might create a false alarm or fire a bullet vacantly in the air, directing that, in case of any opposition to a challenge, they should fire into and not over their object. I then sent the bayous and the 3 newly arrived men round to the front of the camp, where Lieutenant Burton and the other 2 officers were sitting, to be interrogated as to the purpose of their visit. We all at first naturally suspected them of being spies sent to inspect our dispositions and resources, but after a long palaver with Lieutenant Burton, he concluded that their coming there was accidental and not designed. True to their nature as Easterns, who from constant practice can forge lies with far greater facility to themselves than they can speak simple truths, bringing in with the readiest aptitude the application of immediate circumstances to harmonize appropriately in the development of their tale, these men at once made use of the circumstance of the arrival of the vessel that evening, saying they merely came down to ascertain if the ship was not full of building material, as it was currently reported amongst their clan, the Haber Owel, that their old enemy, Shamarki, the chief of Zela, was lying with other vessels in the port of CRA, waiting an opportunity to land at Berbera and take occupation of the place by building forts, as he had done on previous occasions. This story seemed the more probable from the fact that everybody knew Shamarki wished to have the place, and that he would at any time have taken it, had it lain within his power to do so. The more to impose on our credulity, they further asked, with an air of indignation, how could you suspect us of any treacherous intentions towards you, when you know us to be men of the same tribe as your Abans? The palaver over, these wolves in sheep's clothing were allowed to sup on dates with our men and depart at their pleasure. End of section 7. Section 8 of What Led to the Discovery of the Source of the Nile by John Hanning Speke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ted Lienhart. Chapter 5, Part 2. At the usual hour, we all turned in to sleep, and silence reigned throughout the camp. A little after midnight, probably at 1 or 2 a.m., there suddenly arose a furious noise, as though the world were coming to end. There was a terrible rush and hurry, then came sticks and stones, flying as thick as hail, followed by a rapid discharge of firearms, and my tent shook as if it would come down. I bounced out of bed with pistol and dirk in hand and ran across to the central tent to know what was the matter, and if we were to have any shooting. Lieutenant Burton, who was occupied in trying to load his revolver, replied there was. Be sharp and armed to defend the camp. This I immediately did, stepping out in front of his tent, but though I saw many dusky forms before me, it was too dark to discern whether they were friend or foe. Whilst standing, in hesitation how to act, stones kept whizzing over and around me, and I received a blow with one in the inside of my knee, which nearly knocked my leg from under me. It came from the left, where I had not been looking. I then ran under lee of the fly of the tent to take a better survey, and by stooping low, could perceive the heads of some men peeping like monkeys over the boxes. Lieutenant Burton now said, "Don't step back, or they will think we are retiring." Chagrined by this rebuke at my management in fighting, and imagining by the remark I was expected to defend the camp, I stepped boldly to the front and fired at close quarters into the first man before me. He was stooping to get a sight of my figure in relief against the sky. He fell back at the discharge, and I saw no more of him. Proceeding on, I saw some more men also stooping. I fired into the foremost, and he likewise fell back, but I do not know that I hit him. I then fired into a third man at close quarters, who also receded, possibly uninjured, though I cannot say. I was now close to the brink of the rising ground, entirely surrounded by men, when I placed the muzzle of the Dean and Adams against the breast of the largest man before me and pulled the trigger, but pulled in vain. The cylinder would not rotate. I imagine a cap had got jammed by the trigger guard. In a fit of desperation, I was raising the revolver to hit the man in the face with it when I suddenly found my legs powerless to support me, and I was falling, grasping for support and gasping for breath. I did not then know why, though afterwards I discovered it was caused by the shock of a heavy blow on the lungs. In another instant I was on the ground with a dozen Somali on the top of me. The man I had endeavored to shoot wrenched the pistol out of my hand, and the way the scoundrel handled me sent a creeping shudder all over me. I felt as if my hair stood on end, and not knowing who my opponents were, I feared that they belonged to a tribe called Isa, who are notorious not only for their ferocity in fighting, but for the unmanly mutilations they delight in. Indescribable was my relief when I found that my most dreadful fears were without foundation. The men were in reality feeling whether, after an Arab fashion, I was carrying a dagger between my legs to rip up a foe after his victim was supposed to be powerless. Finding me naked, all but a few rags, they tied my hands behind my back and began speaking to me in Arabic. Not knowing a word of that language, I spoke in broken Somali and heard them say they had not killed any of the English and would not kill me. The man I had last endeavored to kill was evidently the captain of the gang. He now made me rise, and holding the other end of the rope to which my hands were attached, led me round to the rear of the camp, taking great precaution not to bring me in contact with many men at once, fearing lest they might take the law into their own hands and dispatch me against his will and authority. Arrived on the interior or rear side of the camp, men kept flocking round me and showed a hasty anxiety to stab their spears into me. All, doubtless, were anxious for the honor of drawing the white man's blood, but none, in my captor's presence, dared do it. I was now becoming very weak and faint, and almost unable to breathe, for the fact was, when I was knocked down, it was done with such violence by a shillelagh on the lung breast, my whole frame was stunned by it, so that I could not feel. But now a swelling had set in, which, with the tightness of the skin drawn over the chest, by my hands being tied behind, nearly prevented respiration. I begged my captor to untie my hands and fasten them in front. He obligingly did so. I then asked for a little water and something to lie down upon. They were both supplied. Feeling myself somewhat revived, I began a rambling conversation with my captor, who sat by my side, still holding the string, when several other men came and joined in the talk. They began a mocking tirade in their own language, of which I understood but little and could answer less, when an Aden donkey boy, judging from his appearance, came with a jeering, sarcastic sneer and asked me in Hindustani what business I had in their country and where I had intended going, adding, were I a good Mohammedan like themselves, they would not touch me, but being a Christian, I should be killed. This ridiculous farce excited my risible faculties and provoked a laugh when I replied, "Our intentions were simply traveling. We wished to see the country of Ugadan and pass on to Zanzibar." I was a Christian and invited them, if it must be so, to dispatch their work at once. On the donkey boys communicating this to the bystanders, they all broke into a rude, boisterous laugh, spun upon their heels, and went off to open out their property. Nothing as yet had been taken away. Several wounded men were now brought and placed in a line before me. They groaned and rolled and stretched their limbs as though they were in agonies of pain, and incessantly called for water, which was readily supplied them. In the rear I heard the sound of murmuring voices, the breaking of boxes, and ripping of bales of cloth, as though a band of robbers were stealthily dividing their unlawfully gotten spoils in silence and fear of detection. Just then the day began to dawn, and the light increased sufficiently to disclose what had been done. The tents were down, the property was lying in order on the ground, the camels and ponies were still picketed in their places, and all the robbers were standing looking on. At this juncture my captor and protector gave his end of my string over to the care of another man of very mean aspect, ordering him to look after me and see that nobody came to injure me, whilst he retired in the direction of the property, and, selecting two fine, stalwart men of equal proportions with himself, came again in front of me. Then, linking arms and sloping spears over their shoulders, they commenced a slow martial march, keeping time by singing a solemn, well-regulated tune in deep, full, stentorian voices, until they completed the full circuit of the camp and arrived again in front of me. This, I imagine, was their "Conquering Hero Comes," the song of victory. It was well sung and had a very imposing effect, greatly increased by the dead silence which reigned in every other quarter. I felt quite sorry when this act was over, and would willingly have had it encored. From the orderly manner and regularity with which everything was done, I judged this to be a fair sample of the manner in which all plundering parties are conducted. The song and march were no sooner at an end than the whole ground became a scene of busy, active life. Every man, save the one who was holding my string, rushed in a regular scramble upon the property, and like a legion of devils, began tearing and pulling at everything in promiscuous confusion to see who could carry most away. Some darted at the camels and began pulling them along. Others seized the ponies and began decamping. Others again caught up the cloths or dates or rice or anything they could lay hands on and endeavored to carry them off. But this was not so easy. There were too many men to be all satisfied, and those who had least began wrangling with their more fortunate competitors, who on their part, not wishing to relinquish anything they had obtained, forcibly contested for their rights. A more complete and ferocious melee I never witnessed. The whole ground was a scene of pull devil, pull baker, and victory to the stronger. As one man, hurrying along, was trailing his cloth behind, another rushed at it and pulled him back. Clubs were unsparingly used, and destruction threatened with spears. What would not easily succumb to pulling was separated with stabs of the spears or cuts of their knives. The camels and ponies were not more easily disposed of. By snatching from one hand and snatching from another, they were constantly in different people's hands. It was a scene very like that of an Indian poultry yard, where some entrails are thrown amongst the chickens, and every fowl tries to rob the other. Whilst all were intent with deep earnestness in this scramble, an alarm was suddenly given that another party were coming down the hills to fight and rob them of their spoils. The disordered band were instantly panic-stricken. For a moment or two there was the deadest silence, and then everybody, save some 40 or 50 men who were probably more experienced hands, burst across the plain, flying in long jumps and hurrying with all their might towards the hills. I heard afterwards it was not an unusual practice in this land of robbers for one party to get up and attack upon a caravan, and then another one, getting wind of their design, to project a plan of despoiling them as soon as they shall be in such a disconcerted melee that they would not be able to act in concert to support one another. Whilst they were away, 3 fine-looking men came with some of our soldiers' sabers, and one, standing over me, threatened with ferocious determination in his countenance to cut me in 2. Twice he lifted his sword above his head and brought it down with violence to within an inch or 2 of my side, and each time withdrew it, as if suddenly repenting of his purpose. I stared him earnestly in the face, but neither flinched nor uttered any noise. They then left me and went to join the other 40 thieves. I conceived this demonstration was made with a view of testing my pluck, and had I cried or implored for mercy, I should inevitably have been killed upon the spot. The last and worst scene in this tragedy was now to be performed. My jailer, who was still holding the string, stepped up close to me and coolly stabbed me with his spear. I then raised my body a little in defense, when he knocked me down by jabbing his spear violently on my shoulder, almost cutting the jugular arteries. I rose again as he poised his spear, and caught the next prod, which was intended for my heart, on the back of one of my shackled hands. This gouged the flesh up to the bone. The cruel villain now stepped back a pace or 2 to get me off my guard, and dashed his spear down to the bone of my left thigh. I seized it violently with both my hands, and would not relinquish the grip until he drew a shillelagh from his girdle and gave me such a violent blow on my left arm, I thought the bone was broken, and the spear fell helplessly from my hands. Finding his spear too blunt for running me through by a simple job when standing still, he now dropped the rope end, walked back a dozen paces, and rushing on me with savage fury, plunged his spear through the thick part of my right thigh into the ground, passing it between the thigh bone and large sinew below. With the action of lightning, seeing that death was inevitable if I remained lying there a moment longer, I sprang upon my legs and gave the miscreant such a sharp backhander in the face with my double-bound fists that he lost his presence of mind and gave me a moment's opportunity to run away, which, by the Lord, I lost no time in doing, taking very good care, by holding my hands on one side, not to allow the dangling rope to trip me up. I was almost naked and quite bare upon the feet, but I ran over the shingly beach towards the sea like wildfire. The man followed me a little way, but finding I had the foot of him, threw his spear like a javelin, but did not strike me, for I bobbed, and allowed it to pass safely over my head. He then gave up the chase. Still, I had at least 40 more men to pass through, who were scattered all about the place, looking for what property they could pick up before I could get safe away. These men, seeing the chase, all tried to cut off my retreat. However, I dodged them all by turns, running fast across them, and bobbing as they threw their spears after me, until I reached the shore, when I had the satisfaction of seeing the last man give up the pursuit and leave me to myself. I was now fast fainting from loss of blood, and sat gently on a mound of sand, picked the knots which bound my hands open with my teeth, and exposed my breast to the genial influences of the refreshing sea breeze, which at sunrise, as this was, is indescribably pleasant. But what a gloomy prospect was now before me! I was growing weaker every minute. My limbs were beginning to stiffen and the muscles to contract, and I thought there was no help probably nearer than Ain Terad. What was to be done? I could not travel the distance, and I must perish miserably by slow degrees, from starvation and exhaustion in the dreary desert. Far better, thought I, had the spear done its worst, and no lingering would have followed. Whilst reflecting in this strain, my eyes, wistfully gazing on the few remaining huts of Berbera, lit upon some female figures beckoning to me, but I could not divine who they were or what was their meaning. I rose as a last hope and hobbled towards them, for my right leg was nearly crooked up double, and was so weak it could not support the weight of my body but for an instant at a time. Drawing nearer, I discovered them to be the 4 women whom we the evening before permitted to join our camp. Just then I saw some men hurrying from the eastward along the shore, endeavoring to meet me. These, I soon perceived, were the old Bayous and several of our servants. As soon as they arrived, they told me all that had happened. Immediately on the outbreak, the soldiers fired their guns, and all but 1 or 2 at once departed. Stroyan, he supposed, was killed at the outset. Lieutenants Burton and Hearn had run away with him immediately after I left the central tent to fight. The former had been speared in the face. The latter had been much bruised with war clubs, and some of our men had received severe sword cuts. After escaping from the fight, Hearn took refuge in the empty huts of Berbera, and at daybreak sent a servant to detain the Ain Tarad vessel, which had so providentially come in the previous evening. My companions were then on board of her, and had sent the Bayous with the men to search for me and pick up anything they could find. I was now carried to the vessel and stretched upon the poop in safety, and felt more truly thankful for this miraculous escape than words can tell. It is only after a deliverance of this kind one fully values or can properly appreciate the gift of life. My companions seemed downcast and full of sorrow for the sad misfortune which had so disastrously terminated our long-cherished hopes, and had deprived us so prematurely of an old and valued friend, especially dear to me, as he was a thorough sportsman. For courage, daring, and enterprise, as well as good fellowship, there never lived a man more worthy of esteem than poor Stroyan. Lieutenant Burton had sent a boat's crew off to near the site of our camp, a distance of 3 miles, to fetch away anything that might remain there and bring it to us. They found the place deserted, with only such things left as the Somali could make no use of, and were too cumbersome to carry away. Such, for instance, as grain, boxes, books, and various scientific instruments, which, after being wantonly injured, were left scattered on the ground. It appeared, by accounts brought back, that many of the men who ran off at the first false alarm never ventured back again to help themselves from the spoils. They had now destroyed about 1,500 pounds worth of property, but had enriched themselves but very little, for, whilst fighting, they had destroyed in the scramble nearly everything of any worth to themselves. When the boat's crew returned with Stroyan's body, it was found to be too late to sail that evening. During the time of waiting, a poor man, with no covering on his body, crawled up to the vessel and implored the captain, in the name of Allah, the fakir's mode of begging, to give him a passage to Aden. His prayer was answered, and he came on board. He was a Mussulman, born in Kashmir, and had been wandering about the world in the capacity of a fakir, but was now, through hunger and starvation, reduced to a mere skeleton of skin and bones. His stomach was so completely doubled inwards, it was surprising the vital spark remained within him. On being asked to recite his history, he said, "I was born in the happy valley of Kashmir, but reduced circumstances led me to leave my native land. When wandering alone in some woods one day, I had a visitation, which induced me to turn devotee and wander about the world to visit all places of pilgrimage, carrying only a bottle and a bag, and ask charity in the name of God, who supplies the world with everything and takes compassion on the destitute. At first I traveled in India, visiting its shrines and temples, and then determined on crossing the sea to see what other countries were like. Taking passage at Bombay, I first went to Muscat in southern Arabia, and thence traveled overland to Aden, begging all the way, and receiving kind hospitality wherever I spent the night. In Aden I remained a while, and by constant begging accumulated sufficient property to purchase food for a considerable time, when I again set out, in the name of Allah, to see what the Somali Land was like. At first, I went across to Kurum and lived there as long as my little stock held out, but I could get no assistance from the people of the place. The stock exhausted, I was spurned from every door. At last, despairing of obtaining anything on the coast, I ventured to see what the interior would produce, but I found the Somali everywhere the same. They were mere haywans, animals, with whom no human beings could live. A man might travel in Arabia or any other place in the world, but in the Somali Land no one could exist. Finding myself reduced to the last stages of life, for no one would give me food, I went to a pool of water in a ravine amongst the hills, and for the last fortnight have been living there on water and the gums of trees. Seeing I was about to die, as a forlorn hope I ventured in this direction, without knowing whither I was going or where I should come to. But God, you see, has brought me safely out. 20th. This morning we weighed anchor, and in 2 days more arrived in Aden. Thus then ended my first expedition, a signal failure from inexperience, and with a loss of 510 pounds worth of my own private property, which I never recovered. I had nothing to show but 11 artificial holes in my body. Had we gone straight from Aden, without any nervous preliminary fuss, and joined the Ugandan caravan at Berbera just as it was starting, I feel convinced we should have succeeded, for that is the only way, without great force, or giving yourself up to the protection of a powerful chief, that anyone could travel in Somali Land. Firearms are useful in the day, but the Somali despise them at night, and consequently always take advantage of darkness to attack. Small shot and smooth-bore guns, on this account, would be of far greater advantage as a means of defense than rifles with balls, and nothing but shot well poured in would have saved us from this last attack. We have been often condemned for not putting on more sentries to watch, but had the whole camp been in a state of ordinary preparation for war, with such cowardly hearts as our men all had, we should have been as signally defeated. We now set sail from Berbera, all highly disgusted with our defeat, and at Lieutenant Burton's request, we said we would go with him again if the government would allow it. On arriving in Aden, I was a miserable-looking cripple, dreadfully emaciated from loss of blood, and with my arms and legs contracted into indescribable positions, to say nothing of various angry-looking wounds all over my body. Dancy now gave me a room in his house, and bestowed such tender care on me as I shall never forget. Colonel Coughlin also, full of feeling and sympathy for my misfortune, came over and sat at the feet of my bed, with tears in his eyes, and tried to condole with me. Fever, however, had excited my brain, so I laughed it all off as a joke, and succeeded in making him laugh too. The doctors next took compassion on me, formed into committee, and prescribed, as the only remedy likely to set me right again, a 3 years' leave to England, where, with the congenial effects of my native home, they hoped I should recover. Lieutenant Burton now sent in an estimate of all loss to the government, and advised, as the best plan of taking an effectual revenge upon the Somali, in whose territories we were attacked, the Haber Ol, that a ship should be sent to blockade their coast, with a demand that they should produce for trial in Aden the living bodies of the 2 men who so cruelly killed our lamented friend and so wantonly endeavored to dispatch me. Further, that a sum of money equivalent to all our aggregate losses should be paid in full ere the blockade would be raised. This was considered the wisest method by which, in future times, any recurrence of such disasters might probably be avoided. It is needless to observe, considering the importance of Berbera to the welfare of the Haber Ol, their subsistence and their existence as a nation depending on it, that anything might have been exacted from them that we wished to extort, or they could afford to give. The government, unfortunately for our pockets, were of a different opinion. They would have nothing to do with money exactions when human blood had to be avenged. Moreover, they had been wishing to suppress the slave trade, and found in this occurrence a favorable opportunity to indulge their hobby. They therefore established a blockade of all the coastline between CRA and Jebel El Mas, demanding, as the only alternative by which it would be raised, the surrender of the principal instigators of the outrage on us for trial in Aden, of whom the first in consequence was Ali, the murderer of Stroyan. When the season for the fair arrived, the only vessel present in the Berbera harbor was a British man-of-war, and the Haber Ol then believed we were in earnest. Until then, it appeared, they would not believe it, thinking our trade in Aden would suffer by this proceeding as much as their own. They were, however, mistaken. Trade found an outlet at other places, and they, by its suppression on their grounds, were fast sinking into insignificance. Seeing this, they showed by urgent prayers a disposition to treat on any conditions we might like to impose on them, and even sent in for trial to Aden a man who showed the scar of a gunshot wound on his back, and at the same time declared their intention of forwarding all others to us as soon as they could catch them. To make the matter short, I shall give intact the articles of a treaty which was signed at Berbera on the 7th November 1856 between the Honorable East India Company on the one hand and the Haber Ol tribe of Somali on the other, as it appears in an appendix in a History of Arabia Felix or Yemen by Captain R. L. Playfair, Assistant Political Resident, Aden. During my residence in Aden, which lasted 3 weeks, or until the second mail after my arrival took its departure for Suez, my wounds healed up in such a marvelously rapid manner I was able to walk at large before I left there. They literally closed as wounds do in an India rubber ball after prickings with a penknife. It would be difficult to account for the rapidity with which my wounds closed, knowing, as everybody who has lived in Aden must do, that that is the worst place in the world for effecting cures. Had I not, in addition to a strong constitution which I fortunately possess, been living for many months previously in a very abstemious manner, principally, as appears in the body of the journal, on dates, rice, and sour curds. I now left Aden on sick certificate and arrived in England in the early part of June 1855. The Crimean War was then at its height, and the military authorities were beating up for recruits in every corner of the land. This summons for war was irresistible. I was suffering a little from blindness, brought on probably by my late losses and impoverishment of blood. Still, I lost no time in volunteering my services to take part in this great national object, thinking it was a duty, as a soldier, I owed my country, and delighting in the prospect of immediate and active employment, where, at any rate, I should be in Europe and enjoying the temperature I had come home to seek. The Turkish contingent was then being incorporated, and I was, being an Indian officer, competent to serve in it. With an introduction from friends, I wrote a letter to Major Graham, an officer appointed by the Horse Guards to engage officers for General Vivian's contingent, giving him an account of my past services and asking for an appointment with the Army. He at once closed with me, declaring I was just the sort of man he wanted, and granting 2 weeks' leave to prepare an outfit, told me to be off. In a fortnight more, I arrived in Constantinople and was posted to a regiment of Turks, with a commission of captain. The Turkish contingent was now at Boyukdir, but was soon ordered to embark in vessels and proceed to Kerch in the Crimea. I went with them and remained serving until the close of the Crimean War. My commandant, Major Green, being otherwise employed, I, as second in command and commandant of the 16th Regiment of Infantry, took its headquarters back and disbanded them at Constantinople. Whilst I was engaged in these parts, and thinking there would be no further chance of my being able to return to Africa, I had made up my mind, at the expiration of the war, to try my hand in collecting the fauna of the very interesting regions of the Caucasian mountains, and had even gone so far as to purchase guns and equip myself for it. Captain Smith, of the Bengal Army, an old and notorious Himalayan sportsman, had agreed to accompany me, and we wrote home to the Royal Geographical Society to exert their influence in obtaining passports by which we could cross over the range into the Russian frontier. But this scheme was put a stop to by Dr. Shaw, the secretary of that society, writing out to say there would be very little hope of our being able to obtain the passports we required, and that he thought the time ill-advised for working in those regions, adding at the same time that an expedition to explore Africa was again being organized under the command of Captain Burton, and advising me to join it. By the same mail, I received a communication from Captain Burton himself, inviting me to join him once more in exploring Africa, saying there would be no expense attached to it, as the home and Indian governments had each promised to contribute £1,000. This settled the matter. Without a second thought, I disposed of my Caucasian equipments, and taking a passage to England by the first mail, traveled night and day until I again reached home, deeming, as I did on the first expedition, that I might just as well nurse my furlough for a future occasion, the fact being that I was more of a sportsman and traveler than a soldier, and I only liked my profession when I had the sport of fighting. End of Section 8. End of Journal of Adventures in Somali Land. Section 9 of What Led to the Discovery of the Source of the Nile by John Hanning Speke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ted Lienhart. Journal of a Cruise on the Tanganyika Lake, Chapter 1, Part 1. On my arrival in England, the first thing I did was to visit Captain Burton and obtain an introduction to the Royal Geographical Society, under whose auspices I was about to travel. I next visited the Society, and here was revealed to me, for the first time, the great objects designed for the expedition in question. On the walls of the Society's rooms there hung a large diagram, comprising a section of eastern Africa, extending from the equator to the 14th degree of south latitude, and from Zanzibar 16 degrees inland, which had been constructed by two reverend gentlemen, Messrs. Earhart and Redman, missionaries of the Church Mission Society of London, a short time previously, when carrying on their duties at Zanzibar. In this section map, swallowing up about half of the whole area of the ground included in it, there figured a lake of such portentous size and such unseemly shape, representing a gigantic slug, or perhaps, even closer still, the ugly salamander, that everybody who looked at it incredulously laughed and shook his head. It was, indeed, phenomenon enough in these days to excite anybody's curiosity. A single sheet of sweet water, upwards of 800 miles long by 300 broad, quite equal in size to, if not larger than, the great salt Caspian. Now, to the honor of Admiral Sir George Back, be it said, a fellow of the Royal Geographical Society and an old explorer himself in the Arctic regions, that he had determined in his mind that this great mystery should be solved, and that an insight should be gained into those interesting regions concerning which conjectures and speculations had been rife, and which had caused so many hot debates for so many ages past amongst all the first geographers of the day, debates which, hitherto, nobody had been found energetic enough to set at rest by actual inspection of the country. Casting about for a man fitted to carry out his plans, the Admiral hit upon Captain Burton, who had recently returned from Constantinople, where he had been engaged with the Bashi Bazouks, and it was thus, through Sir George's influence in the Royal Geographical Society, that Captain Burton had now been appointed to the command of this expedition. A difference now arose about the government £2,000 in aid of the expedition. The Foreign Office had paid their £1,000, but the India House thought Captain Burton's pay ought to be considered their share. Finding this was the case, I objected to go, as I did not wish, for one reason, to put myself under any money obligations to Captain Burton, and for another reason, I thought I had paid enough for a public cause in the Somali country without having gained any advantage to myself. Captain Burton, however, knew nothing of astronomical surveying, of physical geography, or of collecting specimens of natural history, so he pressed me again to go with him, and even induced the president of the Royal Geographical Society to say there need be no fear of money if we only succeeded. I then consented to go, determining in my own mind, somehow or other, to have my old plans, formed in India, of completing my museum carried into effect, even if, after all, the funds of the expedition did not suffice. Captain Burton now gave me a check for my passage out of the public funds, but my incorporation with the expedition was not quite so easy as had been expected, for the government in India at this time were using every endeavor in their power to increase their Indo-European forces, and had written home to Leadenhall Street an urgent desire that no officers should have their leave extended or be placed on duty out of India, and for this reason the India House authorities, although privately evincing a strong disposition to permit my going, felt it necessary to withhold their sanction to it. I was now between two fires. I had sacrificed my Caucasian expedition and could not speak with the authorities in India. So to cut the matter short, with a kind hint from my friend Sir Henry Rawlinson, as I had still nearly 3 years' furlough at my disposal, I ventured over with Captain Burton by the overland route to Bombay and tried my luck again. This time, fortunately, it turned up trumps, for I need only say that the governor of Bombay at this time was Lord Elphinstone, a man whose large and comprehensive mind was not only able to discern the frown of a pending mutiny looming in the distance, but whose quick foresight, backed by a great and natural unremitting energy of body, was subsequently able to forestall and provide, as far as human powers extend, against its thundering outburst. He saw at a glance of how much importance to the improvement of the commercial objects of his presidency this exploring expedition was likely to be. The Secretary to Government, Mr. Anderson, who was equally of this view, treated the matter as a great national object, and at the request of Captain Burton, drew up an official application to incorporate me in the expedition and sent it to the government at Calcutta, with the recommendation of his lordship, whilst I, in anticipation of the sanction of the Governor-General, Lord Canning, was permitted to accompany Captain Burton to Zanzibar in the Honorable East India Company's sloop of war Elphinstone, commanded by Captain Frouchard, I.N., and commence operations at once. This vessel had been detached especially on this duty to meet Captain Burton's views, that a political importance should be given to the mission by our arriving in government official state at the starting point in order to secure the influence and respect of the Sultan reigning there. After a residence of 1 week at Bombay, during which time I completed our outfit in scientific instruments and other minor points, for this charge was reposed in me, owing to my previous experience in those matters, we set sail on the 3rd December 1856, taking 2 Goanese cook boys by name Valentine and Gaetano with us as servants, and in 18 days landed at our destination, Zanzibar. The kindness of Captain Frouchard, who shared his cabin with us, as well as the constant attentions of his officers, combined with pleasant weather and a liberal fare, provided for us by the Bombay government in the capacity of political envoys, made the time occupied on the voyage fly quickly and very agreeably. Immediately on arrival at the island of Zanzibar, we were warmly received and welcomed by our consul, Colonel Hamerton, an Irish gentleman, and one characterized by the true merry hospitality of his race. He had been a great sufferer by the effects of the climate operating on him from too long a residence in these enervating regions, but he was, nevertheless, vivacious in temperament and full of amusing anecdotes, which kept the whole town alive. He gave us a share of his house, and what was more, made that house our homes. His generosity was boundless, and his influence so great that he virtually commanded all societies here. Our old and faithful ally, the Imam of Muscat, who, unfortunately for us, had but recently died, was so completely ruled by him that he listened to and obeyed him as a child would his father. The present ruler of Zanzibar, that is, of the coastline, with all the islands which lie between the equator on the southern confines of the Somali country and the Portuguese possessions in Mozambique, is Sultan Majid, the second son of the old Imam. For it must be remembered that the Imam, at his death, divided his territories, then comprising Muscat in Arabia and Zanzibar in Africa, into two separate states, giving the former, or Muscat, to his eldest son, Said, Prince Soweni, whilst the latter was bequeathed to his favorite, the second son, Said Majid, now styled Sultan. Sultan Majid was born of a Circassian woman, and in consequence is very light in complexion, and taking much after the inclinations of his father, is likely to become as great a favorite as was the old Imam. Zanzibar Island is the seat of government, and consequently the metropolis. The town contains about 60,000 inhabitants of all nations, but principally colored people, of which the Swahili, or coast people, living on the opposite main, predominate in number, though they are the least important. Of the merchants, there are several European houses, comprising French, Germans, and Americans, and numerous Asiatics, mostly from Arabia and Hindustan, the Swahili ranking lowest of the whole. There are also 3 consuls, an English, French, and American, who look after the interests of the subjects of their respective governments. We found, considering it would take more than a month to organize an expedition, that we had arrived here at the very worst season of the year for commencing a long inland journey, the height of the dry season in these regions, when water is so very scarce in the more desert tracts of the interior of the continent that traveling, from want of that material element, is precarious, and it was just before the commencement of the vernal monsoon, or greater rainy season, when everything would be deluged. Considering this, and giving due deference to the opinions of the traveling merchants of this place against our organizing at once for the interior journey to the Great Lake, Captain Burton bethought himself of gaining a little elementary training in East African traveling by spending the remainder of the dry season in inspecting various places on the coast. And if a favorable opportunity presented itself, he felt desirous of having a peep at the snowy Kilimanjaro mountain, of which the Reverend Mr. Redman, who first discovered it, had sent home reports, and which had excited such angry and unseemly contests amongst our usually sedate, though speculative carpet geographers in England, as rendered a further inspection highly necessary. Now, as the Royal Geographical Society had desired us to place ourselves in communication with Mr. Redman, who was then at his mission station, Kisaludini, at Rabai, on a high hill at the back of Mombas, and to try and solicit him to go with us into the interior, where it was thought his experience in the native languages would be useful to the expedition, my companion hired a small beden, or half-decked Arab vessel, by the month to take us about wherever we pleased, and on the 5th January 1857, having engaged a respectable half-caste Arab sheik named Said to be our guide and interpreter, we took leave of our host, set sail, and steered northwards, coasting along the shores of this beautiful clove island until we left it, and shortly afterwards sighted the still more lovely island of Pemba, or the Emerald Isle of the Arabs, named, doubtless, from the surprising verdure of its trees and plants. Here we called in at Chapt, the principal place, where there is a rude little fort and small garrison of Baluch soldiers and a wali, or governor. Starting the following morning, we put to sea again, and in 3 days, sailing against a strong southerly current, aggravated by a stiff northeasterly breeze, almost too much for our cranky little vessel, and which frightened the crew and our little timid sheik so much that they all lost presence of mind, and with the greatest difficulty were repressed from bouting ship and wrecking themselves, together with us, on the shores of the coast, we harbored in the Mombas Creek. Mombas on the north, like Kilawa on the south, are the two largest garrison towns belonging to the Sultan on the main shores. They each have a wali or governor, custom officers, and a Baluch guard, and have certain attractions to the antiquarian in the shape of Portuguese ruins. We left our traps here to be housed by a Banyan called Lakshmidos, the collector of customs, and started on the 17th January to visit Mr. Redman, beyond the hills overlooking this place. It was a good day's work, and was commenced by rowing about 10 miles up the Rabai branch of the creek we were in, until we arrived at the foot of the hills bearing the same name, beyond which his house stands. This inlet was fringed with such dense masses of the mangrove shrub, on which clung countless numbers of small tree oysters, adhering to their branches in clusters, and looking as though they subsisted thereon after the manner of orchidaceous plants, that we could obtain no view whatever, save of the hills towering to the height of some 1,000 or 1,200 feet above us. The water journey over, we commenced the ascent of Rabai, and soon crowning it by a steep slope, passed into the country of the Wanyika, the first true Negro tribe of my acquaintance, and by a gentle decline, passing through quiet little villages, we entered, after a walk of 5 miles, the Kisoludini mission house, and there found Mr. Redman, with his amiable English wife, living in their peaceful retreat. They gave us a free and cordial welcome and comfortable lodging, and supplied us with all the delicacies of a dry Wanyika season, for there was now a drought in the land, and consequently a famine. So hard were the times for the unfortunate Negroes that they were forced against their wills to support the bulk of their families by the sale of some of its junior members to keep themselves alive. And now, according to Mr. Redman, to aggravate their predicament, they were on the eve of a more dreadful enemy still than famine, that of the attacks of a marauding party of the barbarous pastoral Maasai, a neighboring tribe, who were now out engaged in pillaging some of the Wanyika villages not far from this, of the few heads of cattle which they keep as a safety valve against the scourge of droughts. The oddest thing to me was to see the placid equanimity with which Mr. Redman and his wife coolly delayed a day or two, notwithstanding the near proximity of this savage band of thieves, to pack up their kit comfortably before leaving the place. But we were assured by the reverend gentleman that the Maasai cared but little for anything save beef, and they therefore did not apprehend rough usage at their hands. The air of this high land is cool and pleasant, and the scenery from the station overlooking the sea was very picturesque and serenely beautiful. The Rabai Hills are an outlying range running parallel to the coast, or more properly, I should say, an abatis which supports a high but slightly depressed, flattish interior, gently declining westwards. After a good night's rest, we returned to Mombas, housed ourselves in the dwelling appointed for our use by Lakshmidos, and had many civilities paid us by the wali, governor, and colored merchants of the place, who brought us fruits and paid us other delicate little attentions by way of showing their regard. The Wanyika, having by this time sent to the Mombas fort for aid to support them against the attacks of their enemies, we felt some alarm at the position of Mr. and Mrs. Redman, and again returned to Kisoludini to see if we could be of any use to them. But not so. They were as fearless as before, and would not leave their house until everything had been well packed up and sent away. We now bade them adieu a second time, and returned to our house at Mombas. Here we heard that several of the Baluch troops had been dispatched against the Maasai, and that some skirmishes had taken place, but they were nothing of any material consequence. Seeing that there was this little excitement on the direct road to Kadiaro in the Kilimanjaro, Captain Burton thought it unadvisable to venture on that line, the more especially so as he judged the Mombas people were not over well disposed to our traveling into the interior. Further, he had heard of fresh attractions on the coast in the shape of ruins, both Portuguese and Persian, those places from which, in former ages, the Portuguese, who had been led there by the adventurous Vasco da Gama and were the first European occupants of these dark lands, were driven southwards by the Arabs. Moreover, he heard that the mountain of Kilimanjaro was just as accessible to us from Tonga or Pangani, a little farther down the coast, where there would probably be no war parties standing in our way, as the case was here. I, on the other hand, did not see any cause of alarm, for I thought we could easily have walked round the Maasai party, but I saw various reasons for abandoning the projected plan of looking at the Kilimanjaro. In the first place, it had been already discovered by Mr. Redmond. It was, moreover, rather distant for our limited time. It would require more money than our limited funds could admit of, and last, though not least, as we had some time to spare, I thought it would be much more agreeable to spend it in hippopotamus shooting on the coast and on what game we might find on the hills of Usumbara, if we perforce were to go through that kingdom on our way towards the Kilimanjaro, an idea that had struck us, for though Usumbara had been traversed formerly by the church missionaries, it was still a maiden country for the sportsman. Considering Mombasa as a starting point for an excursion into the interior, I can conceive no direction more interesting or advantageous for anyone to embark upon. Dr. Kropf has already been as far as Kitui, in the country of Ukumbani, 14 marches distant only from Mombasa, and there he heard of a snowy mountain called Kenya, lying probably to the northward of and on the same hill range as Mount Kilimanjaro, which most likely separates the river systems of the east from those which flow to the westward into the Nile. In confirmation of this impression, I would mention the fact that a merchant caravan of about 200 men, whilst we were stopping here, arrived from Kitui laden with elephant ivories, which they had bartered for American sheeting, Venetian beads, and brass wire, etc., etc., in the district of Ukambani, and they described the country in the most glowing terms, as possessing a healthy climate, pleasant temperature, wholesome water, and an abundance of provisions, both flesh and grain. They had, moreover, camels and donkeys as beasts of burden, which alone denotes a great facility for traveling in eastern Africa, where usually men take the place of beasts. The Wakambani porters belonging to this caravan, as many as there were boisterous, humorous savages who, as they danced and paraded about the town, all armed in savage fashion with bows and spears and sharp knives, in fact anything but clothes, looked as wild as animals just driven from a jungle. Noise and dancing seemed their principal delight, and they indulged in it, blowing horns and firing muskets with a boisterous glee, which showed the strangest contrast to the tame Hindus and other merchant residents of the place. Captain Burton now decided on quitting Mombasa, and on the 24th January, after embarking in our little Baden, we set sail southwards. Following the coastline, we touched at the villages of Gasi, Wasin, Tanga, where I had my first flirtations with the hippopotami, of which more hereafter, and Tangata, to inspect ruins and make inquiries about the interior condition of the country. The coastline was one continuous, undeviating scene of tropical beauty, with green aquatic mangroves growing everywhere out into the tidal waves, with the betel, palmyra, and other palms overtopping this fringe, and in the background a heterogeneous admixture, an impervious jungle of every tree, shrub, and grass that characterized the richest grounds on the central shores of this peculiar continent. The little islands we passed amongst, and all the reefs that make these shores so dangerous to the navigator, whether large or small, were the produce of the industrious little coral insect. the lime with which their cellular beds are composed being favorable to vegetable growth leaves it no wonder that the higher grounds and drier lands are thus so densely clothed. The few villages there are, bordering on the coast, are poor and meager-looking, but their inhabitants were very hospitable, especially where there were any Banyans. Nothing could exceed the mingled pride and yearning pleasure these exotic Indians seemed to derive from having us as their guests. Being Indian officers, they looked upon us as their guardians and did everything they could to show they felt it so. Our conversing in their own language and talking freely of their native land must, indeed, they said it did, have felt to them as if after a long banishment they were suddenly thrown amongst their old and long-lost friends. To us, how strange did these things appear, that men so full of life, good breeding, intelligence, and affections, so meaning and calculating in their conversation, so gentlemanly in their behavior, should live this life of utter banishment amidst these savages, devoid of all sympathetic affections, and knowing not even what things constitute the commonest business of life. And why? To make a little money for their latter days, when life's enjoyment has passed away. Their wretched case would not be so bad, only that, from being Hindus, they cannot marry or even bring their wives from India with them. It is a position even worse than that of hermits. Tonga was the most considerable of all the places we visited, being the grand terminus of those caravans which, passing immediately to the south of the Kilimanjaro, traverse the Maasai country to Burgenai, near the southeast corner of the Victoria Nyanza Lake. Here, Captain Burton again commenced making inquiries about the route to Kilimanjaro, and how, if that could not be managed, considering the means at our disposal, we could march into Usambara, see the capital Fuga, and pay the king, Kimweri, a cursory visit, but being more or less dissuaded from this, evidently as it afterwards appeared, by the timorous inclinations rather than from any real difficulties which presented themselves to the mind of our sheik, Captain Burton thought it better to see first what could be done at Pangani. We arrived in the mouth of the Pangani River on the 3rd February, and immediately on landing were met by all the grandees of the place, who welcomed us as big men and escorted us to a large stone house in the town overlooking the river. On the way to this domicile, a number of black singers were formed in line to serenade us, and they danced and sang in real Negro peculiarity with such earnest constancy that, although a novel sight, we were glad to be rid of them long before they were tired of performing. All inquisitive about other people's concerns, the Panganites at once eagerly busied themselves to find out what our intentions were in coming there, and accordingly began to speculate on what they could make out of us. First, the Diwans, headmen, wanted us to pay our footing in the town, but that only provoking a sharp rebuff, they began a system of making difficulties. To go to the Kilimanjaro, we must have a large and expensive escort, or nobody would go with us. But this we were not persistent in, for 2 reasons. In the first place, having frittered away so much time at Mombas and in inspecting ruins on the way from it, we had no time left ere the Kuzi, or little rains precursory to the great monsoon, which would shortly set in on the highlands near the great mountain, would fall and impede our progress. And in the second, we were short of cash. Next, we contemplated a flying trip to Fuga, for which alternative Sultan Majid had provided us with introductions to the king, Kimweri, living there, and this, of course, being known to the people through the medium of Sheikh Said, they at once beset our doors to meet our proposals and make fresh difficulties. King Kimweri's son, who happened to be here on his way to Zanzibar, presuming we had presents for the king, mildly begged us to give them up to him at once, he securing us a passage to his father, a cool request, which of course was just as coolly rejected. And now everybody, evidently actuated by him, stood in our way at every turn. We must not go the straight road, as the Wazagura living on the right bank of the Pangani River were out and in open hostilities with the Wasumbara and would intercept our passage, and instead they proposed our going via Tangata, a much longer route, but open to us if we only took a sufficient number of men and paid handsomely for the convenience. Considering that the value attachable to the undertaking would be magnified in our minds in proportion to the amount of obstacles which had to be surmounted, difficulty upon difficulty was now conjured up and produced as fast as they thought they were working upon our inclinations. Sometimes our advisers would go, and then the opposite. They were verily as coy in their advancements and retractions as a woman who, in love, gives and takes with a wavering man on whom she has set her heart at a time when he is fearful of giving way to her little seductive artifices. End of section 9. Section 10 of What Led to the Discovery of the Source of the Nile by John Hanning Speke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ted Lienhart. Chapter 1, Part 2 of Journal of a Cruise on the Tanganyika Lake. At this perplexing juncture, quite unforeseen by us, the jemadar of a small Baluch garrison, Choge, about 7 miles up the river, came to pay his respects, and by a clever artifice, purely an Oriental dodge, as anybody who has lived in India will readily admit, at once perceiving an advantage to be gained by which he might profitably fill his own pocket at the same time that he would save ours and give a job to his own Baluches, to the prejudice of those avaricious Pangunites, offered us an inducement which was too good not to be at once accepted. The plan was simply this. He was to leave at once and return to Choge and make arrangements with his guard for our reception there, whilst we, feigning abandonment of all our plans, were to prepare for a shooting excursion up the river, with only one servant and our sporting gear with us. This trick succeeded admirably, without provoking the slightest suspicion on anybody's part. Leaving our sheik and one boy behind to take care of our property, we now set sail in a small canoe on the 6th February and made for Choge. The river was extremely tortuous and filled with hippopotami, who, as the vessel advanced up the tidal stream, snorted and grunted as if they felt disposed to dispute our passage, but this never happened. Inquisitive in the extreme about the foreign intruders, they could not resist continually popping up their heads and apparently inviting us to take a shot, which, as may readily be imagined, I lost no opportunity in complying with. Whether I killed any or not is difficult to say, for as the guns were fired, their heads immediately disappeared, to rise no more, or, if not struck, to peep above again some way distant at our stern. To shoot hippopotami properly, one must have time to wait for the receding of the tide, when, if killed, their bodies would be left exposed on the sandy bottom, or, if in deep water, to wait until, being filled with gases, they would float by the buoyancy of their bodies. There was little to be seen in this voyage of any interest, for the curtains of mangroves, with palms and other trees growing in almost impenetrable denseness, veiled in our view to the limits of the stream's breadth. As the tide was running out at sunset, we halted for its return at Pambui, a small village on the left bank, and resumed the journey after midnight. In 2 hours we reached the mooring place opposite the station, Choge, fastened the canoe, and lay down to sleep. Early after dawn, the jemadar, with his guard, advanced to meet us, welcomed us with sundry complimentary discharges of their matchlocks, and escorted us to their post. The Jemadar's guard was composed of 25 men, most of whom were here, whilst the other few held another fort on the top of a hill called Tongay. Volunteers were now called for to accompany us, who would carry each his arms, a little food, and such baggage as might be necessary, just enough to march up rapidly to Fuga, to have a little shooting in some favorable jungles near there, and return again as soon as possible. There was no difficulty, as the Jemadar foresaw. The Baluches received so little pay from their sultan that any windfall like this was naturally welcome, and out of the little garrison 5 men were readily enlisted. Besides these, they supplied 4 slave servants and 2 men as guides. With 1 day's delay in preparing, we left Choget in the evening and commenced a scrambling journey, all the men fully loaded, and ourselves much the same. On the morning of the following day, after traveling by a footpath over undulating country, we mounted the hill of Tongay and put up in the fort. Mount Tongay is itself an outlying hill, detached from the massive clusters of Usumbara by a deep rolling valley of broken ground of desert forest, which, as we afterwards saw by their numerous tracks, must contain, during the rainy season, vast herds of the elephant and buffalo, as well as antelopes and lions, though but few animals of any kind appeared to be here now. Looking south by west from this height over the broad valley of the Pangani, I was able to take compass bearings on some cones in the Uzegura country, belonging to the Nguro Hills. The whole country below appeared to be covered with the richest vegetation, and in the river we could hear the murmuring sound of a waterfall, said by the Baluches to be a barrier to the navigation of the river any farther inland. 10th February. Early in the morning we bid Tongay Fort adieu, and descending by its northern slopes, threaded our way, arching round by north to westward, through the forests below, until late in the evening we arrived within a short distance of a hill called Kombora. And here, as the darkness of night was closing in, the party by accident divided. Some, taking a more northerly track, the proper one, soon came across a nullah containing water, the thing we were then in search of, whilst we, following on the heels of the guide, lost the way, and coming upon the same watercourse lower down the stream, bivouacked for the night alongside some green, fetid, stagnant pools in which a host of young frogs were keeping up a merry concert. We fired guns, but without avail, the distance we were separated by being too great for the reports to be heard. Next morning, after following up the nullah for some considerable distance, we lit upon the rest of the party, sitting by a chain of pools where they had bivouacked like ourselves, and, mingling together, commenced the march. At this time it was discovered that the surveying compass had been left behind, and I wished to return at once, but as Captain Burton was knocked up and would not wait for me, the instrument was abandoned. Then, with the party complete, we passed to the northward of Kombora by an indenture of the ground lying between it and a much larger hill called Sagama, which hill forms the southeastern buttress of the Usumbara masses, and opening into the valley of Pangani again, we put up at a Wazagura village on its right bank, called Kohode, crossing the river by a ferry. Here my companion, with all the party, save one exceptional Sidi soldier, Mubarak Bombay, who knew a little Hindustani and acted as my interpreter, stopped a day to recover from the fatigues of the late harassing march, for they appeared thoroughly knocked up, and to revel on a feast of milk and flesh which, with great cordiality, was supplied them by Sultan Momba, a Wazagura chief. We were now 15 miles distant from the compass, and I called on volunteers to forsake these festivities and follow me back to get it. It was a great trial, and Bombay, of all the party, was the only man who could be induced to go. but he, as will be seen in many subsequent parts of this book, was ever ready to do anything for anybody, and cheerfully started off with me. The first thing which we saw after crossing by the ferry was a dead hippopotamus, lying on the greensward of the alluvial plain, encircled by a number of savages, Washensi, all armed with bow and arrows, looking wistfully at their prostrate game. The animal was scarcely cold, and lay on the ground like a large, shapeless hog, bristling with arrows. It appeared from their statements that these savage hunters had been waiting on the plain for several hours before daybreak, expecting the animal on his retreat from his nocturnal excursions under the lee of the Sagama Hill, in quest of rank grasses and forest trees growing there, which compose his ordinary food, to make for a certain deep place in the river, by which means he would have to cross the plain exactly where they posted themselves. They were not mistaken. The beast advanced at the usual time for going to his watery abode, and the savages at once surrounded him on the plain by firing arrows from all sides at once in rapid succession. The huge, awkward beast knew not which man to set on first, and in its constant, fruitless, angry endeavors to reach the last assailant, he soon became exhausted and was eventually overpowered. We now passed on to the Nola, followed it down to the place of bivouac, found the compass, and returned. In the bed of the Nola there were numerous pools, both large and small, but all were rapidly drying up and destroying the numerous fish they contained. For as this desiccation increased and the pools became smaller, the fervid sun heated the little remaining water to such an overpowering extent that the fish, half suffocated, turned on their backs and became an easy prey to the numerous green and brown striped iguanas that eagerly thronged their brinks for food. As we approached, these horrid-looking reptiles hurried off like frightened cats to their hiding places, some bearing fish away in their mouths, whilst others, less composed, dropped what they had half devoured to evade us all the more readily. This intense fear of man is caused by their being the Negroes' game, who eat them with the same kind of pleasure and relish which a Frenchman has for frogs. Cheerily did we trip along, for Bombay, astonished at my oddities or peculiarities, as he thought them, when I picked up a river shell, or dilated much on the antelopes and birds we sometimes saw, broke into a series of yarns about his former life, and of the wild animals with which he was familiar in his fatherland. He seemed to me a surprisingly indefatigable walker, for he joked and talked and walked as briskly at the end of 30 miles as he did at starting. As the sun was setting, we repassed the place where the hippopotamus had been slain, but not a vestige of his flesh or a bone remained to mark the place. Every morsel had been carried off for food. Ferrying across the river, we were heartily met by the boisterous, mirthful Sultan Momba, who instantly on our landing shook us heartily by the hand, commented on our walking powers with enthusiastic pride, invited us to his palace, grass hut, and gave us a royal repast. 13th February. We started early in the morning, and after crossing the Pangani, took to the beaten track and followed up the valley. Nearly at the outset, we passed over the Luangera River, close to its junction with the Pangani, by a tree thrown across it. The stream, though not broad, is deep and sullen, and by native report is infested with crocodiles. This may easily be imagined, for the Pangani, a much rougher and therefore a less favorable river for them, undoubtedly is so. Here, near the junction of these two rivers, their united valleys cause a much greater expanse of alluvial ground, and had we turned northwards, we might have reached Fuga in 2 short marches, by crossing over a mountain spur called Vugiri. But in consideration of our men, who had to carry unusually heavy burdens, we determined to follow on our course up the valley by a lower and more easy road, passing round instead of over this spur. with the Vugiri Hills overhanging us on the right like a bluff high wall, prettily decked with bush and tree, and the boisterous Pangani murmuring on the left hand, which now in many places was divided by little inhabited islands, we tracked along the valley until we reached Pansunga, when we left the river still coming from the northwest, and then, turning sharply round the extreme west point of the Vugiri Spur, we entered on a cultivated plain in a direct line facing Fuga. Here, on the second day, being overtaken by a fierce storm, we put up in some sheds outside a village. There were 3 small cones, called Mbara, close to us west by north, but besides these, to the northward, there was nothing save an uninterrupted plain of the densest jungle leading up to the Makumbara Mountains, about 10 miles distant. The village itself was enshrouded in a dense thicket, which was entered by the narrowest of passages, cut through branches for security's sake, and was further protected by piles and stakes against the attacks of enemies. Everybody here feels an insecurity to life and property, which makes people wonder how they ever can be happy. Prosperous they are not, and never will be, until such time as enlightened men may happen to come amongst them to teach their chiefs the art of governing. Of all villages, the most secure from attack seem those that are situated on the river islands, where the division of the stream affords a natural moat, which no African art can overcome. 15th February. After waiting for a few hours this morning for the rain to subside, we got under way and made straight for Fuga. The first half of the journey led us by well-beaten footpaths through flat, cultivated fields of sugar cane and bananas, tamarind trees, papaws, and various jungle shrubs, filling up the non-arable surface, and then began a steep ascent by rudely beaten zigzags to ease the abruptness of the hill on which the capital is situated. The whole face of this hill was clothed with large timber trees, around which, here and there, entwining their trunks, clung the delicate sarsaparilla vine, and beneath them flourished, as by spontaneous growth, the universal plantain, a vegetable grown in this country as we do corn, and like it also regarded as the staff of life. At length, after a little hard toiling, we emerged from this prodigious wooding and found ourselves on a naked, bold, prominent point overlooking the whole plain we had left behind, and from which we could clearly see its entire dimensions. To the northward, as already said, was the Makumbara Range, a dense, compact mass of solid-looking hills, much higher than the spur we stood upon, but joining it to the northeastward, whilst its other extremity shot out to the northwestward until it seemed as though it were suddenly cut off by the Pangani River. Beyond the river again, looking across the western extremity, but farther back than it, other large hills, bedimmed by distance, could be seen tending in a southwesterly direction, which in all probability are a link of the longitudinal chain, which, as our maps will show, fringed the whole of the southern continent of Africa. The country directly beyond the river valley rose into gentle undulations, but on this side all was flat and densely wooded, save in one little spot to the northwest of the Mbara cones, where a sheet of water or small lake made a bold, conspicuous place, and here it was, by native report, that elephants and other large game abounded. Having now completed the survey, we proceeded along the shoulder of the hill just ascended, and passing by a ferruginous spring, soon arrived unexpectedly to its inhabitants at Fuga, the capital of Usambara, and presented ourselves to the astonished Fugaites, who naturally began to question what could possibly be the meaning of this stolen march on them, for, contrary to the laws of the land, no permission to enter their citadel had been asked, and consequently no one was prepared to see or receive us. Access to the village was strictly forbidden to us strangers, until at least the king, whose palace is situated some distance from it, had been consulted with in a certain form of ridiculous ceremony, which for politeness' sake we felt ourselves bound to assent to. But in the meanwhile we took possession of some huts close to it, where Mr. Kropf, our church missionary, had some years previously, when visiting this place, taken up his abode. A deputation was now sent with our compliments to the king, Kumweri, soliciting an audience, and just before sunset they returned to say we must remain where we were for the present, as the king was in doubt about our intentions, regarding us with suspicion, as we had come through the territories of his enemies, the Wazagura, which was tantamount to a hostile declaration, and moreover, he required leisure for his mganga, or magic man, to divine what time would be propitious for an interview. The old man was in the wane of life, being upwards, it was said, of 100 years of age, and his people thought he must die. Hearing this, Captain Burton, playing with his superstitious credulity, devised a plan by which he at once gained access to him. The king was lying on a cartel in a small round hut, encompassed on his near side by swarthy-looking counselors who smoked small pipes and sat on low three-legged stools. Sultan Majid's introductory letter was now read, and all seemed satisfied as to who we were. We then returned to our lodgings and found a bullock and some meal of Indian corn and plantains sent as an honorarium after us. Next morning, agreeably to promise, at the king's direction, a guide came to show us about the place, in order that Captain Burton might be able to pick some leaves or herbs to make a certain decoction which would ensure longevity. But as none such could be found, and the old king had seen through the trick, entrance to the town was still forbidden. Whilst wandering about, however, we chanced to see a number of Negroes turn out and chase down an antelope. It was a very small, rufous-brown animal, much about the size and shape of the kakur deer of the Himalayas. But what struck me most was the peculiarity of its having, unlike all hitherto known African species, 4 points of horns. In consequence of this great novelty, I tried to purchase its head, but the greedy savages who caught it, coveting the flesh, would not for any consideration let me have it, and I never saw another killed. Rain poured down in torrents at night, and the days remained so cloudy that we felt the kuzi, or little monsoon, had now fairly set in, and the sooner we could get away from the highlands, so much the better for us. In the evening, 15th February, therefore, we sent our return presents to the king and asked permission to be allowed to go. A very civil reply was given, with certain additions, for which I could not help admiring him, but he would not accept the present, and we might go whenever we pleased. Thinking to obviate to the best of my ability any differences with these benighted but cunning people, and to leave as favorable an impression of our visit as I could, I advised Captain Burton to distribute amongst the ministers those things which had been brought for the king, and this accordingly was done, but not without considerable debate, and the finally reluctant sanction of the king. The next morning, 16th February, saw us descending the heights of Fuga, and in a few hours' walk we left the cool, congenial air incidental to 4,000 or 5,000 feet for the hot, damp, morbid, close atmosphere of the jungle plains below, in which, as Miss Nightingale would say, you could palpably smell a fever. Then, following the old route, we came down to the Pangani, and in 3 days traveling along it, as Captain Burton, being no sportsman, would not stop for shooting, we put up once more at Kohode with Sultan Momba. 19th February. To vary the way and gain a better knowledge of the river, we now determined to follow it all the way down to Choge, which we made on the 3rd day, spending the 2 intervening nights at the Wazirgura villages of Kiranga and Kizunga. The village, though much varied, was generally contracted by the closing in of the rolling terminal abutments of the Tongay Hill on the one side, with rising land and little conical hills almost joining, which overhung the river on the right bank in Uzagura on the other side. We seldom met any people on the line of march, and the land being totally uncultivated, excepting in the immediate vicinity of these villages, we felt as though we were traveling through a desert wild of dreary jungle, which indeed it was. No animals, and scarcely any birds, moved about to cheer and keep the road alive, and all was silent, save the constant gurgling, rumbling sound of the river's waters as they rushed rapidly over boulders and often plunged down many little falls in the bed of the stream. On passing the point opposite to Tongay Fort, we saw the cause which produced the sound like a cataract, which formerly we had heard when standing on its summit. It was indeed a cascade of considerable dimensions, and would doubtless be a sight of pleasing grandeur when the river is full. In the afternoon of the 22nd, as we approached Chogay, the little Baluch Jamadar, with the rest of the guard, turned out to welcome us and gloat over the successful termination of an artful trick he felt himself the father of. He spread mats for us to sit upon, and brought the universal coffee pot and some sweetmeats as a relish to refresh us and increase the triumph, for the little man, no doubt, thought he had gained his prize. The next 3 days were spent in making different excursions, shooting hippopotami in the vicinity of the outpost, and on the 26th February we returned to Pangani, Captain Burton dropping down the river in a canoe, whilst I, to complete the survey of the country and to check my former work on the river, walked with Bombay to Pombui, ferried across the stream there, and came by the right bank down to Buene on the shore of the Pangani Bay. Here I recrossed the river again and found Sheikh Said and my boy Gaetano, with all the traps arranged, ready at the old house for our reception. Our vessel had been discharged at the expiration of the first month's engagement, and we were now expecting a second one from Zanzibar to continue the cruise southward along the shore and gain a fuller knowledge of the various entrepôts of caravans. I had by this time become much attached to Bombay, for I must say I never saw any black man so thoroughly honest and conscientious as he was, added to which his generosity was unbounded, and I thought, as we shall see afterwards proved to be the case, he would turn out a most valuable servant for the future journey, a regular Friday. The only difficulty now was how to obtain his discharge from the service he was in, but this the Jemadar, who followed us down to Pangani to receive the wages for the men who accompanied us to Fuga, said he would arrange, if Bombay felt willing, and would leave a substitute to act for him whilst he was away. A compact was accordingly concluded by which Bombay became my servant for the time being at $5 per mensem, with board and lodging on the journey found him. The Jemadar now left us, with a present for himself and the hire of his men, and we were all alone. On the 1st March, a violent bilious fever attacked me, and also floored Captain Burton and Valentine. It appeared in the form of the yellow jack of Jamaica, and made us all as yellow as guineas, and had we been able to perspire, I have no doubt we should have sweated out a sort of yellow ochre, which a painter might have coveted. In this state we lay physicking ourselves until the 5th, when a vessel chartered by the consul, and stored with delicacies of all kinds by our generous, thoughtful old host for the journey southwards, arrived, and took us off. Captain Burton, being still under the influences of this terrible scourge, and very ill, even to absolute prostration, and occasionally wandering in his mind, he gave up his projected plans, and we returned at once to Zanzibar, reaching it on the 6th March. The Masika, or great vernal rainy season, which follows up the sun as it passes to the north, broke over the island of Zanzibar this year early in April, and was expected to last for its normal period of 40 days. For this to subside, we had now to wait here as patiently as we could, occupying the spare time so forced on us in purchasing an outfit and in preparing for the journey. It was highly interesting to see here this season of the year, as we well could do, so near the equator, the regular systematic procession of the wind and rain following up the sun in its northward passage. The atmosphere at this time and place was heated and rarefied by the vertical rays of the sun that produced a vacuum, which the cold airs of the south, taking advantage of, rush up to fill, and with their coldness condense the heated vapors drawn up daily from the ocean and precipitate them back again on the earth below. This occurring and continually repeating day by day for a certain time, nearly in the same place, fills the air with electric excitement, which causes thunder and lightning to accompany nearly every storm. The atmospheric airs being so supercharged with electricity was palpably felt by the nervous system. At any rate, judging from myself, I can only say I experienced a nervous sensibility I never knew before, of being startled at any sudden accident. A pen dropping from the table even would make me jump. While stopping here, the colonel's house was one continuous scene of pleasure and festivities. The British consulate was the common rendezvous of all men, Arab, Hindi, German, French, or American, were all alike received without distinction or any forced restraint. Indeed, the old consul literally studied the mode of making people happy. And Zanzibar, instead of being an outlandish place, such as to make one wonder how men could exile themselves by coming here, was really a place of great enjoyment. The merchants, on the other hand, were not less hospitably inclined, and constantly entertained and gave very handsome dinners. End of section 10. Section 11 of What Led to the Discovery of the Source of the Nile by John Hanning Speke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ted Lienhart. Chapter 1, Part 3 of Journal of a Cruise on the Tanganyika Lake. Besides our consulate, there is a French and an American one, and the European merchants were composed of French, Germans, and Americans, the dark-colored ones being principally confined to Arabs, Hindis, and the Waswahili, or coast people. Taking advantage of the time, especially the evenings, I spent most of them in rating the chronometers and getting all the surveying instruments into working order, whilst Captain Burton, besides bookmaking, busied himself in making all the other arrangements for the journey, such as purchasing Venetian beads, brass wire, and American sheetings, etc., which come here in shiploads round the Cape of Good Hope, or in buying donkeys for our riding in their transport. Then in the cool of the mornings we took social walks or rides through the clove plantations, or amongst the palms, mango trees, and orange gardens, treating pineapples, which grew like common weeds on the roadsides, as if they were nothing better than ordinary turnips, though when placed upon the table they are certainly as delicious as any living fruit. The only fine houses are those occupied by the Europeans and the Sultan, and they front the harbor, which is considered a very good one and is very constantly filled with shipping. The Sultan's men of war, foreign square-rigged vessels, and a host of bungalows from Aden, Muscat, Catch, and Bombay. The back of the town is very much like a common Indian bazaar, but there is a hollow square in its center, which nowadays is peculiar to this place. It is the slave market. Immediately after every fresh importation, you can see in the early morning unhappy-looking men and women, all hideously black and ugly, tethered to one another like horses in a fair, and calculating men, knowing judges of flesh and limb, walking up and down, feeling their joints and looking out to make a bargain. Women, of course, sell better than the men, being fitted to more general purposes. For a good wife any sum might be given, but the saddest sight which came under my observation was the way in which some licentious-looking men began a cool, deliberate inspection of a certain divorced culprit who had been sent back to the market for inconstancy to her husband. She had learnt a sense of decency during her conjugal life, and the blushes on her face now clearly showed how her heart was mortified at this unseemly exposure, made worse because she could not help it. The amount of information gathered by the expedition concerning the interior of Africa at Zanzibar, I may say, was nil, to use Captain Burton's own words in a letter written at the British Consulate 22nd April 1857 and published in the Proceedings of the Royal Geographical Society, page 52 of number 1, volume 2, where these remarkable words may be found. We could obtain no useful information from the European merchants of Zanzibar, who are mostly ignorant of everything beyond the island. The Arabs and Swahilis, who are averse to and fearful of white travelers, did give us information, but it was worse than none. The orders of the Royal Geographical Society to Captain Burton were these, in short. The great object of the expedition is to penetrate inland from Kilwa, or some other place on the east coast of Africa, and make the best of your way to the reputed lake of Nyassa, to determine the position and limits of that lake, to ascertain the depth and nature of its waters and tributaries, to explore the country around it, etc. Having obtained all the information you require in that quarter, you are to proceed northwards towards the range of mountains marked upon our maps as containing the probable sources of the Bahr el Abayad, which it will be your next great object to discover. Bearing these instructions in mind, Captain Burton naturally felt desirous of penetrating from Kilwa to attack the missionaries' great slug-shaped lake in the tail. The reason why Captain Burton was prevented from doing so I shall show again by a reference to the same letter. He writes thus: The accounts formerly made in Europe about the facility of penetrating inland from Kilwa and the economy of travel in that region are fabulous. The southern Swahili are more hostile to explorers than the inhabitants of the northern maritime towns, and their distance from the seat of government renders them daring by impunity. But last year they persuaded the Waganda tribe of the interior to murder a peaceful Arab merchant, in order that strangers might be deterred from interfering with their commerce. Messrs. Chapt and Lienhart of the Mombas Mission spent a few hours at Kilwa, where they were civilly received by the governor and citizens, but they were sadly deceived in being led to imagine that they could make that port their starting point. We shall probably land at Bagamoyo. Now we did land at Kaole, close to Bagamoyo, but the route from Kilwa to Nyassa was afterwards safely traversed by Dr. Boscher, though after that Boscher was murdered by some thieves in Huiao. Having said this much, which shows that Captain Burton was bent on going by the great caravan road to Ujiji, I shall first of all dwell on the nature of the men we took with us, what agreements they made, and what pays they received. I feel bound to state this, as I was called on by the consul to witness the agreements, and much of the journey was performed by myself alone, added to which the funds of the expedition fell short, and as soon as it did so, I made a compact with Captain Burton that, in the event of the government not paying our excess of expenditure, I would pay him the half of all those expenses, and I did so to the extent of £600 after the journey was over. Our Kafila Bashi, head of caravan, was Sheikh Said, who went with us to Mombas. He said he would go with us if we only went to Ujiji on the Tanganyika Lake, but he would not go on any other line, as his relatives feared some accident might befall him. For this he received from Colonel Hammerton $500, and he was promised, if he succeeded in pleasing us, $1,000 more and a gold watch on his return. There was a little more difficulty in getting a balouche escort, for the consul cautioned us that we could not expect the Sultan to give one gratis. He asked the Sultan, however, for men, and we were told we might have them out of his army if they would volunteer. The head jemadar then came to make a bargain, and we said we could give to each man $5 a month, besides rations and clothing the same as Bombay got. This bait would not take, and we could not get one man until the consul again spoke to the Sultan about it. A party then were marched up to the consulate when, in addition to the pay already offered, they demanded flesh as often as we killed a goat, bullock, or sheep, but they would not serve more than 6 months. To this last stipulation, arguing on my Somali experiences, I stoutly objected, but was overruled both by Colonel Hamerton and Captain Burton. The colonel then gave the jemadar of our party a present of $25, and to each of the privates $20 to set themselves up for the journey. Further, he promised them a handsome reward on their return if they served us well, to be paid out of some public fund in the same way as he paid Sheikh Said. The rest of our escort consisted of some slaves who were furnished us by a Banyan named Ramji. They were armed with muskets and enlisted not to carry loads, but to guard us and treat with the native chiefs on the line of march, as they were familiar with the road to Ujiji, and were friends with the chiefs we should find there. Their pay was fixed at $5 a month, half of which they were to keep themselves, and the other half to be given to their master in compensation for the loss of their services. Further, 6 months' wages at this rate was to be paid in advance, and the remainder when the journey was over, but leaving a clause to the effect that they might be discharged at any time, supposing we did not require their services further. Everybody at Zanzibar did his best to assist us, from the Sultan downwards. The European merchants gave us most hospitable entertainments on a very grand scale, and Mr. Oswald, in particular, transported our spare boxes to England. Lada, the customs master, was our banker, and found our outfit of beads, brass wire, and cloths, which is the circulating medium in Inner Africa instead of money. Colonel Hamerton was so anxious for the success of the expedition that he obtained a man of war, the corvette Artemis, from the Sultan on the 16th June 1857, and accompanied us over to Kaulé on the mainland, notwithstanding at the time he was dangerously ill. For some time we were detained here collecting baggage animals to carry our property. All we wanted could not be procured, as the bulk of the pagazis, porters, had been previously hired by the ivory merchant traders. However, 36 men were sent forward to Zungumero by Lada, and we bought 30 donkeys. When all was done that could be done in a hurry, we bade the generous old colonel adieu, as well as his medical attendant, Mr. Frost, and commenced the journey inland on the 27th June, Lada promising to send the rest of our property after us as soon as he could find carriage for it. I have already published in my Journal of the Discovery of the Source of the Nile a description of the countries we had to pass through to reach Kazeh, so I shall not trouble the reader with the details on that point contained in my previous publication. Suffice it to say that Kazeh is a place in the center of Unyamwezi, the land of the moon, situated in south latitude 5 degrees and east longitude 33 degrees. It is occupied by Arab merchants as a central trading depot and is fast expanding into a colony. At the time of our starting, we did not know that, but imagined we should find a depot of that sort at Ujiji. Traveling through the country of Uzaramo, both Captain Burton and I contracted fevers. Mine occasionally recurred at various intervals, but his stuck to him throughout the journey and even lasted till some time after he came home. At Zungumero, we overtook the porters that Lada had sent forward. I calculated our rate of expenditure, found we had not enough for the necessities of the journey, and prevailed on Captain Burton to write back for more, notwithstanding our government subsidy was out, for I could not brook the idea of failure, even though we might have to pay our future traveling expenses out of our own pockets. I was also shocked to hear that our good staunch friend Colonel Hamerton had died shortly after we left him. It struck a blow also on the minds of Sheikh Said and the Baluches, for they naturally thought their security was gone. Sheikh Said, however, I must say, very much to his credit, soon shook off his fears and even told the Baluches to do the same, for another consul would come who would see justice done to them. We then left Zungumero and crossed the East Coast Range. During this stage, the Baluches one day struck for food, as they were disappointed at our not killing goats, the fact being that I had supplied our table with guinea fowls. An altercation took place which I had to settle, as was invariably the case when any difficulties arose in the camp. I managed the matter by ordering a march. This brought them to reason, for hitherto they thought we should be afraid to go without them. The consequence was that, finding themselves left behind, they forgot their wrath and followed us. On the way, they found Captain Burton lying by the roadside, prostrate with fever, and taking compassion on him, brought him into camp. They were forgiven, but another difficulty arose in consequence of our donkeys dying faster than their loads were consumed, so that we could not have proceeded had not some of Ramji's slaves carried some loads for us. Our supplies were already too short for our journey. Nevertheless, Captain Burton said he would pay them if they carried our loads. They did so, but Captain Burton, on my saying we should find it difficult to keep faith with them, mildly replied, "Arabs made promises in that way, but never kept them, and moreover, slaves of this sort never expected to be paid." I grew angry at this declaration, for I had seen Tibet ruined by officers not keeping faith with their porters, and argued the matter, but without effect. On arrival at Ugogi, on the west flank of the East Coast Range, our cattle were so completely done up that we could not have proceeded, had it not happened, by the greatest luck in the world, we found some pagazis here desirous of going to their homes in Unyamwezi. They had been left there by a caravan in consequence of a quarrel which originated in seduction. This lift took us over the interior plateau, across Ugogo and Ngundo Mekali to Kazay, where we arrived on the 7th November, 1857. The Arabs we found collected here were extremely obliging, especially one Sheikh Sneh, who furnished us with a house, looked after our wants, and supplied us with much useful information. On my opening Messrs. Rebman and Earhart's map, and asking him where Nyassa was, he said it was a distinct lake from Ujiji, lying to the southward. This opened our eyes to a most interesting fact, for the first time discovered. I then asked what the word Ukarewe meant, and was answered in the same way, that it was a lake to the northward, much larger than Ujiji, and this solved the mystery. The missionaries had run 3 lakes into one. In great glee at this, I asked Sneh, through Captain Burton, whether or not a river ran out of that lake, to which he replied he thought the lake was the source of the Jube River, and he strongly advised us, if our only motive in coming here was to look at a large piece of water, to go to it instead of on to Ujiji. Captain Burton and I argued that we thought the lake in question, which was the Victoria Nyanza, would more likely prove to be the source of the Nile, from the simple fact of our knowing the Jube to be separated from the interior plateau by the East Coast Range. Time wore on. Our pagazis all left us, as is usual, on their arriving at their homes, and we had to procure more to carry our traps on to Ujiji. Captain Burton attempted to get porters by giving presents to the best 2 men we had for that purpose, but without the least effect. They promised and kept us waiting, but never performed. In the meantime, Captain Burton got desperately ill, whilst I picked up all the information I could gather from the Arabs, with Bombay as an interpreter. I heard that the Babisa, who live on the west of Nyassa, came to the southeast corner of Tanganyika in quest of ivory for the Kiowa merchants. That caravan sometimes reached the Kasambe country by land, crossing the Manunga River, and also went to Katara for copper, which is of a dark, rich red color and more prized than the imported copper. Some Arabs also went down the Tanganyika, disembarked at Manungu, and reached Kasembe. Further, I heard from Snay and his associates that the Kitangule and Katonga rivers ran out of the Ukerewe Lake, Victoria Nyanza, and that another river, which is the Nile, but supposed by them to be the upper portions of the Jube River, ran into the Nyanza. Further conversation explained this away, and I made them confess that all these rivers ran exactly contrary to the way they first stated. As it was obvious, if the Nyanza was the source of the Jube, the last river alluded to must flow out of the lake instead of into it, as they had said. Still more extraordinary than this, I heard from Snay that vessels frequented some waters to the northward of the equator, which confirmed some statement I had heard of the same nature in 1855 when traveling in the Somali country. I could not fix in my own mind exactly what this alluded to, but I felt so curious to find out, and so sure in my own mind that the Victoria Nyanza would prove to be the source of the Nile, I proposed going to see it at once, instead of going on to Ujiji. The route, however, to the northward was said to be dangerous. Ushuaia alone would seize all our property, and Captain Burton preferred going west. How this even was to be managed, then, seemed very dubious, for not one of Ramji's slaves would come near us, and the Belushas were so tired of the journey they begged for their discharge, crying it was their due, as they had served their turn of service. They wanted no pay if we would only give them certificates of satisfaction. We would not do this, and then they said, as they saw we wanted them, they would not desert us. We had now been at Kazeh rather more than a month, and I thought Captain Burton would die if we did not make a move, so I begged him to allow me to assume the command pro tem, and I would see what I could do to effect a move. Accordingly, as he agreed, I made arrangements with Snay and transported half our property to Zimbabwe, where I prepared a house for Captain Burton's reception on the 5th December. 3 days after he was carried over, and he begged me to take account of his effects, as he thought he would die. I cheered him up and found the change of air had the effect I desired. Still, Ramji's men would not come out to camp, so I tried with Bombay to see what they had at heart, and then it transpired they had not been paid for carrying loads on from the East Coast Range to Kazeh. In a minute, I recollected Captain Burton's promise to them, brought them into the camp, and paid them their dues. Bit by bit, we pushed on to Msene, another small colony occupied chiefly by Waswili, and here we ate our Christmas dinner. The country was rich in the extreme and well under rice cultivation. Ramji's men were quite in their element here, and even Bombay became so lovesick we could hardly tear him away. We broke ground on the 10th January, 1858, but not until 3 days after did the whole of our men join us. I saw now we had too many mouths to feed, and as Ramji's men had been hired more for show than work, their term of service had just expired, and I did not think we should require their guns any more. I begged Captain Burton to give them a present each, with leave to go to their homes, for it must be remembered they possess homes in Unyamwezi as well as at Zanzibar. The men craved to be allowed to go on with us, but I, more than anyone else, insisted we ought to get rid of them, for the reasons stated above, and so they were discharged. I found we were on a great decline of the country draining to the westward. The soil was deeper and richer, and the vegetation proportionately richer as we went on with the journey. Shortly we crossed the Malagarazi River in a bark canoe at the Mpete Ferry, and found that, after having traveled along this decline from Kazeh about 150 miles, we began to ascend at the eastern horn of a large crescent-shaped mass of mountains overhanging the northern half of the Tanganyika Lake, which I am now about to describe. This mountain mass I consider to be the true mountains of the moon, regarding which so many erroneous speculations have been ventured. I infer this because they lie beyond Unyamwezi, country of the moon, and must have been first mentioned to geographical inquirers by the Wanyamwezi, people of the moon, who have from time out of mind visited the coast and must have been the first who gave information of them. I am the more satisfied of the correctness of this view from observing the missionaries' map, for what could have induced them to call their great lake, in general terms, the Sea of the Moon, except that it lay beyond the country of the moon? The mountains form a crescent overhanging the north end of the lake, large and deep in the body to the north, and tapering to horns as they stretch southwards down the east and west sides of the lake. Our line of march, about 600 rectilinear geographical miles, had been nearly due west from Zanzibar. Here you may picture to yourself my bitter disappointment when, after toiling through so many miles of savage life, all the time emaciated by diverse sicknesses and weakened by great privations of food and rest, I found, on approaching the zenith of my ambition, the great lake in question, nothing but mist and glare before my eyes. From the summit of the eastern horn, the lovely Tanganyika Lake could be seen in all its glory by everybody but myself. The fact was that fevers and the influence of a vertical sun had reduced my system so that inflammation, caught by sleeping on the ground during this rainy season, attacked my eyes, brought on an almost total blindness, and rendered every object before me enclouded as by a misty veil. Proceeding onwards down the western slopes of the hill, we soon arrived at the margin of the lake and hired a canoe at Ukaranga to take us to Ujiji, the chief place on the lake which Arabs frequent. This is a name we had long been familiar with, and is the term by which the Arabs in general call this lake. This mode of nomenclature is quite in accordance with the usual custom of semi-civilized people, as we see in Arabia, where the Arabs call the Red Sea by the names of the different ports which they frequent. Thus, for instance, at Jeddah, it is called by them the Sea of Jeddah, whilst at Suez it is the Sea of Suez, etc., etc. The Tanganyika Lake, lying between 3 degrees and 8 degrees south latitude, and in 29 degrees east longitude, has a length of 300 miles, and is from 30 to 40 broad in its center. The surface level, as I ascertained by the temperature of boiling water, is only 1,800 feet, and it appears quite sunk into the lap of these mountains. Its waters are very sweet, and abound with delicious fish in great variety. The fertility of the northern end of the lake surpassed anything we had hitherto seen, but this was not surprising when duly considered. The hills, instead of being, as on the great plateau we had recently left, outcrops of granite, were composed of argillaceous sandstone. Rains there lasted all the year round, and the temperature was very considerable. In consequence of this, the sides of the lake are thickly inhabited by numerous tribes of the true Negro breed, amongst which the most conspicuous are the Wabembe cannibals, into whose territory no Arabs durst ever venture. Bombay, my interpreter, describes them as being very dreadful creatures, who are always looking out for some of our sort. The port we finally arrived at is called Kawele, a small village in the Ujiji district. Here we landed all our property and took up our abode in a deserted house, which had been left to decay by some Arab merchants. The Belush guard received a present of cloth. They seemed very glad the land march was at an end. In that respect we felt the same as our men, but we found ourselves in the hands of a very ill-disposed chief called Kanina, tyrannical, and as such savages invariably are, utterly unreasonable. A heavy tribute was paid for the advantages of this savage monster's protection, and we were too short of beads and cloth to search out for and pay another chief of more moderate inclinations. This was a serious misfortune, for having once entered his dominions and established our headquarters there, we could not very well leave them. This was the more distressing as comfort, pleasure, and everything is at the mercy of these headmen's wills, and we were destined for a long sojourn here. To war with these chiefs is like cutting off the nose to spite the face. Nobody, let his desire be what it may, dares assist you without the chief's full approbation. And Kanina's austere government we had occasion to feel from first to last. Our first object on arrival was to get boats for the survey of the lake, but here arose a difficulty. Hostilities were rife with nearly all the border tribes, and the little cockle-shell canoes, made from the hollowed trunks of trees, are not only liable to be driven ashore by the slightest storm, but are so small that there is but little storage room in them for carrying supplies. The sailors, aware of this defect, fear to venture anywhere except on certain friendly beats, and therefore their boats were quite unfitted for our work. This dilemma made us try to hire a dhow or sailing vessel belonging to Sheikh Hamid bin Sulaim, living at Kasenji Island on the opposite or western shore, as it was the only boat afloat on these waters fitted for carrying provisions and moving about independent of the border clans. On arriving here, we were so disabled by sickness, Captain Burton utterly, and I suffering from ophthalmia and a weakness in the lower extremities resembling paralysis, that my companion proposed sending our Ras Kafila, Sheikh Said, across the lake to bargain for the dhow, and applied to Kanina for the means of transport. At first he seemed inclined to treat, though at an exorbitant rate, but when we came direct to terms, he backed entirely out. Fortunately, we obtained a boat and crew from another chief at the extortionate charge of 4 Katindis and 4 dotis Merikani, besides the usual sailor's fee. The doti is a piece of American sheeting measuring 8 cubits. The cubit is still the Negro's yard, the same as was adopted at the time of the flood. They have no other measure than that with which nature has provided them, viz., the first joint of the arm, or from the elbow to the top of the middle finger. These Katindis are a sort of brass wire bracelet worn on the lower arm by the Negro females, coiled up from the wrist to the elbow, like a wax taper circling up a stick or stem. Sometimes this wire is reformed and coiled flat out round the neck to a breadth of about 8 inches, and gives the wearer's head much the appearance of John the Baptist standing in the middle of a charger. These necklaces are never taken off, so at night or resting time, the wearer, on lying down, places a block of wood or stone beneath his head to prevent the wire from galling. This concession of the chief was given under the proviso that Kanina would not object, which, strange to say, he promised not to do, and hopes were entertained of an early departure. However, this, like every other earthly expectation in these black regions, was destined to be disappointed. In the first place, an African must do everything by easy stages, nor can he entertain 2 ideas in his head at the same moment. First, a crew had to be collected, and when collected, to be paid, and when paid, the boat was found to be unseaworthy and must be plugged, and so much time elapsed, and plans were changed. But after all, things that happened were wisely ordained, for the time thus wasted served to recruit my health, as I employed it in bathing and strolling gently about during the cool of the mornings and evenings, and so gained considerable benefit. There is a curious idea here with regard to the bathing place, and fancying the dreaded crocodile will obey the mandates of a charm. They plant the bough of a particular tree in the water about 50 yards from the shore, which marks the line of safe bathing, for within it they say the animal dares not venture. At noon, protected by an umbrella and fortified with stained glass spectacles, I usually visited the marketplace with beads in hand to purchase daily supplies. The market is held between the hours of 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. near the port, and consists of a few temporary huts composed of grass and branches hastily tied together. Most of these are thrown up day by day. The commodities brought for sale are fish, flesh, tobacco, palm oil, and spirits, different kinds of potatoes, artichokes, several sorts of beans, plantains, melons, cotton, sugar cane, a variety of pulse and vegetables, ivories, and sometimes slaves. Between these perambulations, I spent the day reclining with my eyes shut. At length, after 18 days' negotiations, improved by these constitutional diversions and rest, and longing for a change, especially one that led across the sea, and afforded the means of surveying it, I proposed to go myself and treat directly with Sheikh Ahmed. Captain Burton threw obstacles in my way at first, saying canoes were not safe on such a large lake, but he finally gave in when I pressed the advisability of my doing so. This intention soon reached the ears of Kanina, who, fearing that he might thus lose much cloth, threw obstacles in the way, and most unjustly demanded as large a passport fee for my crossing as had been given to the other chief, which demand we were obliged to comply with, or the men would not take up an oar. End of section 11. Section 12 of What Led to the Discovery of the Source of the Nile by John Hanning Speke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ted Lienhart. Chapter 2, Part 1 of Journal of a Cruise on the Tanganyika Lake. 3rd March, 1858. All being settled, I set out in a long, narrow canoe, hollowed out of the trunk of a single tree. These vessels are mostly built from large timbers growing in the district of Uguha on the western side of the lake. The seats of these canoes are bars of wood tied transversely to the length. The kit taken consists of one load, 60 pounds, of cloth, American sheeting, another of large blue beads, a magazine of powder, and 7 kitindis. The party is composed of Bombay, my interpreter, Gaetano, the Goanese cook-boy, 2 Baluch soldiers, 1 Nakuda or sea captain, who sometimes wore a goat skin, and 20 stark-naked savage sailors, 26 in all. Of these, only 10 started, the remainder leaving word that they would follow down the coast and meet us at a kambi encampment 3 miles distant by 12 o'clock. The 10, however, sufficient for the occasion, moved merrily off at 9 a.m., and in an hour we reached the rendezvous under a large spreading tree on the right bank of the mouth of the river Ruche. The party is decidedly motley. The man of quaintest aspect in it is Sidi Mubarak Bombay. He is of the Wahio tribe, who make the best slaves in eastern Africa. His breed is that of the true woolly-headed Negro, though he does not represent a good specimen of them physically, being somewhat smaller in his general proportions than those one generally sees as stokers in our steamers that traverse the Indian Ocean. His head, though woodeny, like a barber's block, is lit up by a humorous little pair of pig-like eyes, set in a generous, benign-looking countenance, which, strange to say, does not belie him, for his good conduct and honesty of purpose are without parallel. His muzzle projects dog-monkey fashion, and is adorned with a regular set of sharp-pointed alligator teeth, which he presents to full view as constantly as his very ticklish, risible faculties become excited. The tobacconist's jolly nigger, stuck in the corner house of Street, as it stands in mute but full grin, tempting the patronage of accidental passengers, is his perfect counterpart. This wonderful man says he knows nothing of his genealogy, nor any of the dates of the leading epochs of his adventurous life, not even his birth, time of captivity, or restoration. But his general history he narrated to me as follows, which I give as he told it me, for this sketch may be of interest, presenting, as it does, a good characteristic account of the manner in which slave hunts are planned and carried into execution. It must be truthful, for I have witnessed tragedies of a similar nature. The great slave hunters of eastern Africa are the Waswahili, or coast people. Formerly slaves themselves, they are more enlightened and fuller of tricks than the interior people, whom they now in their turn catch. Having been once caught themselves, they know how to proceed, and are consequently very cautious in their movements, taking sometimes years before they finally try to accomplish their object. They first ensnare the ignorant, unsuspicious inlanders by alluring and entangling them in the treacherous meshes of debt, and then, by capturing and mercilessly selling their human game, liquidate the debt, insinuatingly advanced as an irresistible decoy to allure their confiding victims. Bombay says, "I am a Mio. My father lived in a village in the country of Ohio, a large district situated between the east coast and the Nyasa Lake in latitude 11 degrees south. Of my mother I have but the faintest recollection. She died whilst I was in my infancy. Our village was living in happy contentment until the fated year when I was about the age of 12. At that period a large body of Waswahili merchants and their slaves, all equipped with sword and gun, came suddenly, and surrounding our village, demanded of the inhabitants instant liquidation of their debts, cloths and beads, advanced in former times of pinching dearth, or else to stand the consequences of refusal. Quote, as all the residents had at different times contracted debts to different members of the body present, there was no appeal against the equity of this sudden demand, but no one had the means of payment. They knew fighting against firearms would be hopeless, so after a few stratagems, looking for a good opportunity to bolt, the whole village took to precipitate flight. Most of the villagers were captured, like myself, but of my father or any other relatives, I never more gained any intelligence. He was either shot in endeavoring to defend himself, or still more probably gave leg bail and so escaped. As soon as this foray was over, all the captives were grouped together and tethered with chains or ropes and marched off to Kilwa on the east coast in latitude 9 degrees south. Arrived there, the whole party embarked in dhows, which, setting sail, soon arrived at Zanzibar. We were then driven to the slave market, where I was bought by an Arab merchant and taken off to India. I served with this master for several years, till by his death I obtained my liberation. My next destination was Zanzibar, where I took service in the late Imam's army and passed my days in half-starved inactivity until the lucky day when, at Chongye, you saw and gave me service." End quote. Shortly after we had encamped under the rendezvous tree and begun our cooking, some villagers brought ivories of the elephant and hippopotamus for sale, but had to suffer the disappointment of meeting a stranger to merchandise, and straightway departed, fully convinced that all Wazungu, or wise or white men, were mere fools for not making money, when they had so good an opportunity. Noon and evening passed without a sign of the black captain or the remaining men. We were in a wretched place for a halt, a sloping plowed field, and deceived by the captain's not keeping his promise, were unprepared for spending the night there. I pitched my tent, but the poor men had nothing to protect them. With the darkness, a deluge of rain descended, and, owing to the awkwardness of our position, the supercharged earth poured off a regular stream of water over our beds, baggage, and everything alike. To keep the tent erect, a small gable-shaped affair, 6 feet high and 7 by 6 square, made of American sheeting and so light that with poles and everything complete, it barely weighs one man's load. I called up the men, and for hours held it so by strength of arm. Even the hippopotami, to judge by the frequency of their snorts and grunts as they indulged in their devastating excursions amongst the crops, seemed angry at this unusual severity of the weather. Never from the 15th of November, when the rainy season commenced, had we experienced such a violent and heavy downpour. Fourth, halt. The morning is no improvement on the night. The captain now arrives with most of the remaining crew, fears the troubled waters, and will not put out to sea. In consequence of this disappointment, a messenger is sent back to Kwale to fetch some fresh provisions and firewood, as what little of this latter article can be gathered in its saturated state is useless, for it will not burn. During the afternoon, the remainder of the crew keep dropping in, and at nightfall 17 hands are mustered. Fifth, at 3 a.m. the sea subsides, and the boat is loaded. To pack so many men together with material in so small a space as the canoe affords seems a difficulty almost insurmountable. Still it is effected. I litter down amidships with my bedding spread on reeds in so short a compass that my legs keep slipping off and dangling in the bilge water. The cook and bellsman sit on the first bar, facing me, and behind them, to the stern, one half the sailors sit in couples, whilst on the first bar behind me are Bombay and one Belush, and beyond them, to the bow, also in couples, the remaining crew. The captain takes post in the bows, and all hands on both sides paddle and stroke together. Fuel, cooking apparatus, food, bag, and baggage are thrown promiscuously under the seats, but the sailors' blankets, in the shape of grass matting, are placed on the bars to render the sitting soft. Once all properly arranged, the 17 paddles dash off with vigor, and steering southwards, we soon cross the mouth of the Ruche. Next, Ukaranga, the last village on this line down the eastern shore, lying snugly in a bay, with a low range of densely wooded hills about 3 miles in its rear, is passed by dawn of day, and about sunrise the bay itself is lost to sight. The tired crew now hug a bluff shore, crowned with dense jungle, until a nook familiar to the men is entered under plea of breakfasting. Here all hands land, fires are kindled, and the cooking pots arranged. Some prepare their rods and nets for fishing, some go in search of fungi, a favorite food, and others collect fuel. Gaetano, ever doing wrong, dips his cooking pot in the sea for water, a dangerous experiment if the traditions of Tanganyika hold good, that the ravenous hosts of crocodiles seldom spare anyone bold enough to excite their appetites with such dregs as usually drop from those utensils. Moreover, they will follow and even board the boats after a single taste. The sailors here have as great an aversion to being followed by the crocodile as our seamen by a shark, and they now display their feelings by looks and mutterings, and strictly prohibiting the use of the cooking pot on that service again. Breakfast ready, all hands eagerly fall to, and feast away in happy ignorance of any danger, when suddenly confusion enters the camp, and with the alarming cry that foes are coming, all hurry-scurry for the boat, some with one thing, some with another. The greater part of the kit is left upon the ground. A breathless silence reigns for several minutes. Then one jumps off and secures his pot. Another succeeds him, and then more, till courage is gained to make a search and ascertain the cause of the alarm. Sneaking, crawling in the bush, some peering this way, others listening that, they stealthily move along until at length a single man, with arrow poised, in self-defense, I suppose, is pounced upon. His story of why he came there, who and how many are his comrades, what he wants in such a desert place, and why he carries arms, though spoken with a cunning plausibility, has no effect upon the knowing sailors. They proclaim him and his party, some 8 or 10 men, who are clamorously squabbling in the jungle at no great distance, to be a rough and lawless set of marauders, fearing to come out and show themselves on being challenged, and further insist that none ever ventured in such wilds who had not got in view some desperate enterprise. In short, it was proverbially men of their sort who were the general plunderers of honest navigators. They therefore seize his weapons, cut and break his bow and arrows, and let him go, though some of the crew advocate his life being taken, and others that the whole party should be chased down and slaughtered. The sailors then return to the canoe, each vaunting his part in this adventurous exploit, and bandying congratulations in the highest spirits. They are one and all as proud of this success, and each as boastful of his prowess, as though a mighty battle had been fought and won. On starting again, we pass alongside another bluff, backed by small, well-wooded hills, an extension of the aforesaid east horn of the moon, and cross a little bay, when the lazy crew, tired by 2 hours' work, bear in with the land and disembark, as they say, to make some ropes, or find some creepers long and strong enough for mooring this mighty canoe. It is now 11 o'clock. There is more rest than work, a purely Negro way of getting through the day. 3 hours went in idleness before, and now 5 more are wasted. Again we start, and after crossing a similar small bay, continue along a low shelving shore, densely wooded to the water's edge, until the Malagarasi River's mouth is gained. This river is the largest on the eastern shore of the lake, and was previously crossed by the caravan on its way from Kazeh in small bark canoes, much rougher, but constructed something similarly to those of the Americans. Each of these canoes contains one man and his load, besides the owner, who lives near the ferry, and poles the vessel across. Still to the eastward, we have the same tree-clad hilly view, beautiful in itself, but tiresome in its constant sameness. After a stretch and half an hour's pipes and breathing, we start afresh and cross the bay into which the river debouches. Here tall aquatic reeds diversify the surface and are well tenanted by the crocodile and hippopotami, the latter of which keep staring, grunting, and snorting as though much vexed at our intrusion on their former peace and privacy. We now hug the shore and continue on in the dark of night till Mgiti Kambi, a beautiful little harbor bending back away amongst the hills and out of sight of the lake, is reached at 11 p.m. Could but a little civilized art, as whitewashed houses, well-trained gardens, and the like, vary these evergreen hills and trees, and diversify the unceasing monotony of hill and dale and hill, of green trees, green grass, green trees, so wearisome in their luxuriance, what a paradise of beauty would this place present! The deep blue waters of the lake, in contrast with the vegetation and large brown rocks, form everywhere an object of intense attraction, but the appetite soon wearies of such profusion without the contrast of more sober tints, or the variety incidental to a populous and inhabited country. There are said to be some few scattered villages concealed in these dense jungles extending away in the background, but how the shores should be so desolate strikes one with much surprise. The naturally excessive growth of all vegetable life is sufficient proof of the soil's capabilities. Unless, in former times, this beautiful country has been harassed by neighboring tribes and despoiled of its men and cattle to satisfy the spoilers and be sold to distant markets, its present state appears quite incomprehensible. In hazarding this conjecture, it might be thought that I am taking an extreme view of the case, but when we see everywhere in Africa what one slave hunt or cattle-lifting party can effect, it is not unreasonable to imagine that this was most probably the cause of such utter desolation here. These war parties lay waste the tracts they visit for endless time. Indeed, until slavery is suppressed in Africa, we may expect to find such places in a similarly melancholy state. Immediately on arriving here, I pitch my tent and cook a meal, whilst the sailors, as is usual on arrival at their camping grounds, divide into parties, some to catch fish, others to look for fungi, whilst many cook the food, and the rest construct little huts by planting boughs in a circle in the ground and fastening the tops together, leaving the hut in the shape of a haycock, to which they further assimilate it by throwing grass above, and in rainy weather it is further covered by their mats to secure them against getting wet. As only 1 or 2 men occupy a hut, to accommodate so large a party, many of them have to be constructed. It is amusing to see how some men, proud of their superior powers of inventiveness and possessing the knack of making pleasant what would otherwise be uncomfortable, plume themselves before their brethren and turn them to derision, and it appears the more ridiculous as they all are as stark naked as an unclothed animal and have really nothing to boast of after all. Sixth, the following morning sees us under way and clear of the harbor by sunrise, but the gathering of clouds in the south soon cautions the weather-wise sailors to desist from their advance. Timely is the warning, for as we rest on our oars, the glimmer of lightning illuminates the distant hills, whilst low, heavy, rolling clouds of pitchy darkness, preceded by a heavy gale and a foaming sea, outspread over the whole southern waters, rapidly advance. It is an ocean tempest in miniature, which sends us right about to our former berth. Some of our men now employ themselves in fishing for small fry with a slender rod, a piece of string, and an iron hook, with a bait of meat or fish attached, whilst others use small hand nets, which they place behind some reeds or other cover to secure the retreating fish as he makes off on being poked out of his refuge on the opposite side by a wand held for that purpose in the sportsman's other hand. But the majority are occupied in gathering sticks and cooking breakfast till 1 p.m., when the sea abates and the journey is resumed. During this portion of the journey, a slight change of scenery takes place. The chain of hills running parallel with the shore of the lake is broken, and in its stead we see small, detached, and short, irregular lines of hills, separated by extended plains of forest, thickly clad in verdure, like all the rest of the country. After 2 hours paddling, we stand opposite the Luguvu River and rest a while to smoke, then start again, and in an hour cross the mouth of the little river Habu. Unfortunately, these streams add nothing to the beauty of the scenery, and were it not for the gaps in the hills suggesting the probable course of rivers, they might be passed without notice, for the mouths are always concealed by bulrushes or other tall aquatic reeds, and inland they are just as closely hidden by forest vegetation. In half an hour more, we enter a small nook called Luguvu Kambi, very deep and full of crocodiles and hippopotami. On landing, we fire the usual alarm guns, a point to which our captain is ever strictly attentive, cook our dinners, and turn in for the night. Here I picked up 4 varieties of shells, 2 univalves and 2 bivalves, all very interesting from being quite unknown in the conchological world. There were numbers of them lying on the pebbly beach. 7th, we started at dawn as usual, but again at sunrise, the wind increasing, we put in for the shore, for these little cranky boats can stand no sea whatever. Here a herd of wild buffaloes, horned like the Cape ones, were seen by the men and caused some diversion, for though too blind myself to see the brutes at the distance that the others did, I loaded and gave them chase. Whilst tracking along, I saw fresh prints of elephants, which, judging from their trail, had evidently just been down to drink at the lake and sprang some antelopes, but could not get a shot. The sea going down by noon, we proceeded and hugged a bluff shore till we arrived at Insagazi, a desert place, a little short of Kabogo, the usual crossing point. Although the day was now far advanced, the weather was so promising, whilst our stores were running short, that impatience suggested a venture for the opposite shore to Kavira, an island near it, and which, with the Yoguha Heights in the background, is from this distinctly visible. This line is selected for canoes to cross at, from containing the least expanse of water between the 2 shores, between Ujiji and the south end. The Kabogo Island, which stands so conspicuously in the missionaries' map that hung on the Royal Geographical Society's walls in 1856, is evidently intended for this Kabogo or starting point, near which we now are, and is so far rightly placed upon their map as representing the halfway station from Ujiji to Kasenge. two places on opposite sides of the lake, whither the Arab merchants go in search of ivory. Fort Kabogo, as will be seen by my map, lies just midway on the line always taken by boats traveling between those two ports, the rest of the lake being too broad for these adventurous spirits. In short, they coast south from Ujiji to Kabogo, which constitutes the first half of the journey, and then cross over. On the passage, I carefully inquired the names of several points and places to take their bearings and to learn the geography of the lake, but all to no purpose. The superstitious captain and even more superstitious crew refused to answer any questions and earnestly forbade my talking. The idea was founded upon the fear of vitiating their uganga, or church, by answering a stranger any questions whilst at sea, but they dread more especially to talk about the places of departure or arrival, lest ill luck should overtake them and deprive them of the chance of ever reaching shore. They blamed me for throwing the remnants of my cold dinner overboard and pointed to the bottom of the boat as the proper receptacle for refuse. Night set in with great serenity, and at 2 a.m. the following morning, 8th March, when arriving amongst some islands close on the western shore of the lake, the principal of which are Kavira, Kabizia, and Kasenge, the only ones inhabited, a watched boat belonging to Sultan Kasanga, the reigning chief of this group, challenged us and asked our mission. Great fraternizing, storytelling, and a little pipe ensued, for everyone loves tobacco. Then both departed in peace and friendship, they to their former abode, a cove in a small uninhabited island which lies due south of Kavira, whilst we proceeded to a long, narrow harbor in Kavira itself, the largest of all these islands. 14 hours were occupied in crossing the lake, of which 2 were spent in brawling and smoking. At 9 a.m., the islanders, receiving intelligence of our arrival, came down the hill of which this island is formed in great numbers and held a market. But as we were unprovided with what they wanted, little business could be done. The chief desideratum was flesh of fish or beast, next salt, then tobacco. In fact, anything but what I had brought as market money, cloth, and glass beads. This day passed in rest and idleness, recruiting from our late exertions. At night, a violent storm of rain and wind beat on my tent with such fury that its nether parts were torn away from the pegs, and the tent itself was only kept upright by sheer force. On the winds abating, a candle was lighted to rearrange the kit, and in a moment, as though by magic, the whole interior became covered with a host of small black beetles, evidently attracted by the glimmer of the candle. They were so annoyingly determined in their choice of place for peregrinating that it seemed hopeless my trying to brush them off the clothes or bedding, for as one was knocked aside, another came on, and then another, till at last, worn out, I extinguished the candle, and with difficulty, trying to overcome the tickling annoyance occasioned by these intruders crawling up my sleeves and into my hair, or down my back and legs, fell off to sleep. Repose that night was not destined to be my lot. One of these horrid little insects awoke me in his struggles to penetrate my ear, but just too late, for in my endeavor to extract him, I aided his immersion. He went his course, struggling up the narrow channel until he got arrested by want of passage room. This impediment evidently enraged him, for he began with exceeding vigor, like a rabbit at a hole, to dig violently away at my tympanum. The queer sensation this amusing measure excited in me is past description. I felt inclined to act as our donkeys once did when beset by a swarm of bees, who buzzed about their ears and stung their heads and eyes until they were so irritated and confused that they galloped about in the most distracted order, trying to knock them off by treading on their heads or by rushing under bushes, into houses, or through any jungle they could find. Indeed, I do not know which was worst off. The bees killed some of them, and this beetle nearly did for me. What to do I knew not. Neither tobacco, oil, nor salt could be found. I therefore tried melted butter. That failing, I applied the point of a penknife to his back, which did more harm than good, for though a few thrusts quieted him, the point also wounded my ears so badly that inflammation set in, severe suppuration took place, and all the facial glands extending from that point down to the point of the shoulder became contorted and drawn aside, and a string of boils decorated the whole length of that region. It was the most painful thing I ever remember to have endured, but more annoying still, I could not masticate for several days, and had to feed on broth alone. For many months the tumor made me almost deaf, and ate a hole between the ear and the nose, so that when I blew it, my ear whistled so audibly that those who heard it laughed. 6 or 7 months after this accident happened, bits of the beetle, a leg, a wing, or parts of its body, came away in the wax. It was not altogether an unmixed evil, for the excitement occasioned by the beetle's operations acted towards my blindness as a counter-irritant by drawing the inflammation away from my eyes. Indeed, it operated far better than any other artificial appliance. To cure the blindness, I once tried rubbing in some blistering alcohol behind my ear, but this unfortunately had been injured by the journey and had lost its stimulating properties. Finding it of no avail, I then caused my servant to rub the part with his finger until it was excoriated, which, though it proved insufficiently strong to cure me, was, according to Dr. Baumann, whom I have since consulted, as good a substitute for a blister as could have been applied. 9th, the weather still remaining too rough for sailing, I strolled over the island, and from its summit on the eastern side I found a good view of the lake, and took bearings of Ujiji, Insigazi, and a distant point southwards on the eastern shore of the lake called Ukunge. Kivira Island is a massive hill, about 5 miles long by 2 or 3 broad, and is irregularly shaped. In places there are high flats, formed in terraces, but generally the steeps are abrupt and thickly wooded. The mainland immediately west is a promontory at the southern extremity of the Uguha Mountains on the western coast of the Tanganyika, and the island is detached from it by so narrow a strip of water that, unless you obtained a profile view, it might easily be mistaken for a headland. The population is considerable, and they live in mushroom huts, situated in the high flats and easier slopes, where they cultivate the manioc, sweet potato, maize, millet, various kinds of pulse, and all the common vegetables in general use about the country. Poultry abounds in the villages. The dress of the people is simple, consisting of small black monkey skins, cat skins, and the furs of any vermin they can get. These are tucked under a waist strap, and according to the number they possess, go completely or only halfway round the body, the animals' heads hanging in front, and the tails always depending gracefully below. These monkeys are easily captured when the maize is ripe, by a number of people stealthily staking small square nets in contiguous line all round the fields which these animals may be occupied in robbing, and then with screams and yells, flinging sticks and stones, the hunters rush upon the affrighted thieves, till, in their hurry and confusion to escape, they become irretrievably entangled in the meshes. But few of these islanders carry spear or bow, though I imagine all possess them. They were most unpleasantly inquisitive, and by their stares, jabber, and pointings, incessantly wanting me to show them everything that I possessed, with explanations about their various uses, quite tired out my patience. If I tried to get away, they plaguingly followed after, so at last I dodged them by getting into the boat. To sit in the tent was the worst place of all. They would pull up the sides and peer under like so many monkeys, and if I turned my head aside to avoid their gaze, they would jabber in the most noisy and disagreeable manner in order to arouse me. 10th, we quit Kivira early, and paddling south 25 degrees west, make the famous fish market in the little island Kabizia just in time to breakfast on a freshly caught fish, the celebrated singa, a large, ugly, black-backed monster with white belly, small fins, and long barbs, but no scales. In appearance a sluggish ground fish, it is always immoderately and grossly fat, and at this season is full of roe. Its flesh is highly esteemed by the natives. This island is very small, with a gradual rising slope from the northwest extremity, and at the southeast end assumes the form of a bull's hump. There is but one village of 20-odd mushroom-shaped huts, chiefly occupied by fishermen who live on their spoils, and by selling all that they cannot consume to the neighboring islanders and the villagers on the mainland. Added to this, they grow maize and other vegetables and keep a good stock of fowls. I tried every mode of inducement to entice the crew away to complete the journey, for the place of my destination, Kasenge, was in sight, but in vain. They had tasted this to them delicious fish, and were determined to dress and lay by a good store of it to carry with them. About noon, Kamis, a merchant from Kasenge, bound for Ujiji, arrived, and kindly gave me a long needle to stir up the beetle in my ear. But the insect had gone in so far, and the swelling and suppuration of the wounds had so embedded him that no instrument could have done any good. Kamis, like myself, was very anxious to complete his journey, and tried every conceivable means to entice his crew away, but he failed as signally as I did. On the mainland opposite to this, we see the western horn of these concavely disposed mountains, which encircle the north of the lake, and from hence the horn stretches away in increasing height as it extends northwards. Its seaward slopes are well wooded from near the summit down to the water's edge, but on the top, as though strong currents of air prevailed and prevented vegetation from attaining any height, grass only is visible. Westward, behind the island of Kasenge, and away to the southward, the country is of a rolling formation, and devoid of any objects of interest. End of section 12. Section 13 of What Led to the Discovery of the Source of the Nile by John Hanning Speke. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Ted Lienhart. Chapter 2, Part 2 of Journal of a Cruise on the Tanganyika Lake. 11th. The morning wind was too high for crossing from Kabizia to Kasenge, but at noon we embarked, and after paddling for 90 minutes south 80 degrees west, we arrived at the latter island, my destination. Sheikh Hamed bin Sulayim, with many attendants and a host of natives, was standing ready to receive me. He gave us a hearty welcome, took my hand, and led me to his abode, placing everything at my disposal, and arranging a second house for my future residence. These Arab merchants are everywhere the same. Their warm and generous hospitality to a stranger equals anything I have ever seen elsewhere, not forgetting India, where a cordial welcome greets any incidental traveler. Hamed's abode, like all the semi-civilized ones found in this country and constructed by the Waswahili, or coast people, is made with good substantial walls of mud and roofed with rafters and brushwood, cemented together with a compound of common earth, straw, and water. The rooms are conveniently partitioned off for domestic convenience, with an anteroom for general business and sundry other enclosures for separating his wives and other belongings. On the exterior of the house is a palaver platform, covered with an ample veranda, under which he sits, surrounded by a group of swarthy blacks, gossiping for hours together, or transacting his worldly business in purchasing ivory, slaves, or any commodities worthy of his notice. The dhow I had come for, he said, was lying at Ukaranga, on the eastern shore, but was expected in a day or two, and would then be at my service. Indeed, he had sent a letter by Kamis, whom I met at Kabizia, offering it to Captain Burton as soon as he had been made acquainted, by native report, I imagine, with our desire of obtaining her. He thought, however, that there might be some difficulty in forming a crew capable of managing her, as this craft was too large for paddles, and no natives understood the art of rowing, and moreover, like all Easterns, they are not disposed to learn anything that their fathers did not know before them. His own men were necessary to him, for in a few days he intended marching to Arua, a territory belonging to Sultan Kiombo, about 100 miles southwest of this island. During that trip, every one of the Dhows sailors, who are slaves, and the Arabs gun-bearers, would be in requisition. But he thought, if I had patience to wait, he might be able to prevail on a few of the Dhows' present crew, men in his temporary employ, to take service with me. My host gave me a full description of the lake. He said he had visited both ends of it, and found the southern portion both longer and broader than the northern. There are no islands in the middle of the sea, but near the shores there are several in various places, situated much in the same way as those we are amongst. They are mere projections, divided from the mainland by shoals or narrow channels. A large river, called Marungu, supplies the lake at its southern extremity, and on a visit to the northern end, I saw one which was very much larger than either of these, and which I am certain flowed out of the lake. For although I did not venture on it, in consequence of its banks being occupied by desperately savage Negroes, inimical to all strangers, I went so near its outlet that I could see and feel the outward drift of the water. He then described an adventure he once had when going to the north, with a boisterous, barbarous tribe called Warundi. On approaching their hostile shore, he noticed, as he thought, a great commotion amongst the fishing boats, and soon perceived that the men were concocting a plan of attack upon himself, for they concentrated forces and came at his dhow in a body of about 30 canoes. Conceiving that their intentions were hostile, he avoided any conflict by putting out to sea, fearing lest an affray would be prejudicial to future mercantile transactions, as stains of blood are not soon effaced from their black memories. He further said he felt no alarm for his safety, as he had 30 slaves with guns on board. My retrospective opinion of this story, for everybody tells stories in this country, is that Hamed's Marungu River more likely runs out of the Tanganyika and into the Nyassa, forming a chain of lakes, drained by the Shire River into the Zambezi. But I did not, unfortunately, argue it out with him. I feel convinced also that he was romancing when talking of the northern river's flow, not only because the northern end of the lake is encircled by high hills, the concave of the mountains of the moon, but because the lake's altitude is so much less than that of the adjacent plateau. Indeed, the waters of the lake are so low they would convey the impression that the trough they lie in has been formed by volcanic agency, were it not that Dr. Livingston has determined the level of the Nyassa to be very nearly the same as this lake, and the Babisa, who live on the west of the Nyassa, in crossing the country between the two lakes to Luwemba, cross the Marungu River, and yet cross no mountain range there. With reference to the time which it would take us to traverse the entire lake, he said he thought we should take 46 days in going up and down the lake, starting from Ujiji. Going to the north would take 8 days, and going to the south, 15. As Hamed had said nothing about the hire of the dhow, though he had offered it so willingly, I thought it probable that shame of mentioning it in public had deterred him from alluding to the subject, so begged a private conference. He then came to my house with Bombay and a slave, a confidant of his own, who could also speak Hindustani, and was told, through my medium Bombay, exactly what things I had brought with me, and requested to speak his mind freely, as I had called him especially for business, and we were now alone. He still remained mute about the price, but again saying I could have his dhow whenever I chose, he asked permission to retire, and departed. Puzzled at this procedure, I sent Bombay to observe him and find out if he had any secret motives for shirking so direct an appeal, and empowered him to offer money in case my cloth and powder did not afford sufficient inducement. Bombay soon returned as much puzzled as myself, unable to extract any but the old answer, that I was welcome to the dhow, and that he would try and procure men for me. As a hint had reached me that Hamed cast covetous eyes on my powder magazine, I tried enticing him to take some in part payment for her, but he replied that he did not require anything in payment, but would gladly accept a little powder if I had any to spare. To this I readily assented, as he had been so constant and liberal in his attentions to me ever since I landed on the island and became his guest, that I felt it was the least I could do in return for his generosity. Indeed, he was constantly observing and inquiring what I wanted, and supplied everything in his power that I found difficult to obtain. Every day he brought presents of flesh, fowl, ducks, the muscovite brought from the coast, eggs, plantains, and ghee, clarified butter. The island of Kasenge is about 1 mile long, a narrow, high ridge of land lying nearly due north and south, and is devoid of trees, and only a small portion of it is under cultivation. The lake washes its northwestern end. The remainder is encircled by a girdle of water about 80 yards broad. It appears, from being so embedded in the land, to be a part of the coast to anybody approaching it from the open lake. The population is very considerable, more so than that of the other ports. They are extremely filthy in their habits, and are excessively inquisitive, as far at least as gratifying their idle curiosity is concerned. From having no industrial occupations, they will stand for hours and hours together, watching any strange object, and are, in consequence, an infinite pest to any stranger coming near them. In appearance they are not much unlike the Kafir, resembling that tribe both in size, height, and general bearing, having enlarged lips, flattish noses, and frizzly, woolly hair. They are very easily amused and generally wear smiling faces. The women are better dressed than the men, having a cloth round the body, fastened under the arms, and reaching below the knees, and generally beads, brass necklaces, or other ornaments, while the latter only wear a single goat skin slung game bag fashion over the shoulder, or, when they possess it, a short cloth tied kilt fashion round the waist. They lie about their huts like swine, with little more animation on a warm day than the pig has when basking in a summer's sun. The mothers of these savage people have infinitely less affection than many savage beasts of my acquaintance. I have seen a mother bear, galled by frequent shots, obstinately meet her death by repeatedly returning under fire whilst endeavoring to rescue her young from the grasp of intruding men. But here, for a simple loincloth or two, human mothers eagerly exchanged their little offspring, delivering them into perpetual bondage to my Belush soldiers. Talking about slaves makes me always feel for this unfortunate land, and reflect how foolish are all those outer nations who allow the slave trade to go on. 1/4 of the globe, and that, too, one which might, if relieved of this scourge, be of the greatest commercial advantage to us, both as a consuming and exporting country, is entirely ruined. The horrors of the Middle Passage are familiar to us by report, but they are nothing as compared with what happens in the interior of the country when the capturing goes on. There whole villages are destroyed in the most remorseless manner by the slave hunters to obtain their victims, for no one will yield so long as he can fight for his freedom. The slave hunters are not merely confined to the coast men, for the interior chiefs are as fond of gain as they are, and this sets one against the other until the whole country is in a flame. It is true that the slaves whom the Arab merchants or other men have in their possession never forsake their master, as if they disliked their state in bondage. But then, when we consider their position, what pleasure or advantage would they derive by doing so? During the slave hunts, when they are caught, their country is devastated. Their friends and relatives are either killed or are scattered to the winds, and nothing but a wreck is left behind them. Again, they enter upon a life which is new to them and is very fascinating to their tastes, and as long as they do remain with such kind masters as the Arabs are, There is no necessity for our commiserating them. They become elevated in their new state of existence, and are better off than in their precarious homes, even in terror of being attacked. On the other hand, foreign slavery is a different thing altogether. Instead of living, as they in most part do, willingly with the families of the Arabs, men of a superior order, and doing mild and congenial services, they get transported against their will and inclinations to a foreign land, where, to live at all, they must labor like beasts, and yet this is only half the mischief. When a market for slavery is opened, when the draining poultice is applied to Africa's exterior, then the interior is drained of all its working men. To supply the markets with those slaves becomes so lucrative a means of gain that merchants would stick at no expedient in endeavoring to secure them. The country, so full as we have seen it of all the useful necessaries of life, able to supply our markets and relieve our people by cheapening all commodities, is sacrificed for the very minor consideration of improving Cuba, Arabia, Persia, and a few small islands in the Indian Ocean. On the contrary, slavery has only to be suppressed entirely, and the country would soon yield 100-fold more than it ever has done before. The merchants themselves at Zanzibar are aware of this, for every Hindi on the coast with whom I ever spoke on the subject of slavery seemed confident that the true prosperity of Africa would only commence with the cessation of slavery. And they all say it would be far better for them if slavery were put down altogether than allowed to remain as it is, subject to limited restriction. For by this limitation many inconveniences arise. Those who are permitted to retain slaves have a great and distressing advantage over those who have not. The restriction alluded to by our Indian subjects at Zanzibar is the result of a most unfortunate treaty our government made with the Sultan of that country, wherein slavery was permitted to be carried on within certain limits of latitude and longitude. The subjects of the Sultan by this means trade at a considerable pecuniary advantage over our subjects who, were they English instead of being Indians, would never rest satisfied until they were placed on an equal footing with the Arabs and Waswahili. They argue amongst themselves, and very properly, that in consequence of these slave hunts, the country is kept in such a state of commotion that no one thinks it worth his while to make accumulations of property, and consequently the Negroes now only live for the day and keep no granaries, never thinking of exerting themselves to better their condition. Without doubt, it is mainly owing to this unfortunate influence of slavery on African society that we have been kept so long ignorant of the resources of equatorial Africa, a vast field of surprising fertility which would be of so much value to Zanzibar and neighboring India were it only properly developed. But I have been digressing, and must again return to Kassenjé. The village is very large and straggling, and consists of a collection of haycock-looking huts, framed with wood or boughs and covered over with grass. Kasanga's palace is the grandest one amongst them. This monarch is a very amiable despot, and is liked in consequence. He presented me with a goat and some grain, in return for which I gave a hongo, or tribute fee, of 3 dotis, 2 katindis, and 2 fundas, equal to 20 necklaces of large blue beads. The food of these people consists chiefly of fish and fowls, both of which are very abundant. All other articles of consumption, except a very little grown on the spot, are imported from the mainland, and are, in consequence, dear. The surrounding country, however, is very highly cultivated, so much so that it exports for the Ujiji and other distant markets. The Africans have no religion, unless fetishism may be considered such. They use charms to keep off the evil eye, and believe in fortune-tellers. Their church is called Uganga, and the parson Mganga, the plural of which, priests, change to Waganga. The prefixes U, M, and Wa are used uniformly throughout this land from Zanzibar to denote respectively U, country or place, M, an individual, and wa for plurality, as in tribe or people. Thus, Uganga, Mganga, Waganga, or Unyamwezi, Mayamwezi, Wanyamwezi. The composition of this latter name is worthy of remark, as it differs from the former, and therefore must tend to perplex. For instance, Uganga is composed of U, place, house, church, or country, and Ganga, magic, whilst Unyamwezi is a triple word divided into U, country, Ya, of, and Mwezi, moon. Then the language being euphonious, an accidental N is thrown in between the U and Y to tone down the pronunciation. 13th, the Tao came in this evening, bringing cows and goats, oil, ghee, and other articles of consumption not found immediately in this neighborhood. She looked very graceful in contrast to the wretched little canoes, and came moving slowly up the smooth waters of the channel, decked in her white sails, like a swan upon a garden reach. The next day Hamed declared himself endeavoring to secure some men, but none appeared. The day following he told me that the dhow was out of repair and must be mended, and the succeeding day he coupled shifts and excuses with promises and hopes, so likely to be further deferred that my patience was fairly upset, and on the 17th, as nothing was settled, we had a little tiff. I accused him of detaining me in the hopes of getting powder, for as yet his armorer had not succeeded in opening my chest, from which I knew he wanted some. At any rate, I could see no other cause for his desiring my further stay there, when even Bombay had notified his displeasure at these long-continued procrastinations. Hamed, however, very quietly denied the imputation, declaring that he desired nothing but what I might frankly give, and continued his former kindnesses as though nothing had happened. I then begged his counsel as to the best mode of proceeding, upon which he advised my returning to Ujiji, where an Arab merchant called Said bin Majid, with many men of the sort I required, was reported to be arriving. In the meanwhile, during his absence at Uruha, he would authorize his agent to make the dhow over to me whenever I should come or send for it. It is needless to say how easily, had my hands now been free to act, I might have availed myself of this tempting opportunity of accompanying Hamed on his journey to Arua, and have thus nearly connected this line from Zanzibar with the Portuguese and Dr. Livingstone's routes to Luanda on the western coast. It would also have afforded a more perfect knowledge of the copper mines at Katara, a quantity of which comes to Arua. Hamed describes the roads as easy to travel over, for the track lay across an undulating country, intersected by many small, insignificant streams, running from north to south, which only contribute to fertilize the land, and present no obstacles whatever. The line is cheap and affords provisions in abundance. It may appear odd that men should go so far into the interior of Africa to procure ivory, when undoubtedly much is to be found at places not half so distant from Zanzibar, but the reason of it is simple. The nearer countries have become so overstocked with beads and cloth that ivory there has risen to so great a price it does not pay its transport. Hence every succeeding year finds the Arabs penetrating farther inland. Now it will be seen that the Zanzibar Arabs have reached the uttermost limits of their tether, for Arua is halfway across the continent, and in a few years they must unite their labors with the people who come from Luanda on the opposite coast. As to obtain the dhow would, in our hampered state, have been of much importance, for our cloth and supplies were all fast ebbing away. I did not yet give in applying for it, and next day tried another device to tempt this wily Arab by offering $500, or £100, if he would defer his journey for a short time and accompany us round the lake. This was a large and evidently an unexpected offer, and tried his cupidity sorely. It produced a nervous fidgetiness, and he begged leave to retire and con the matter over. Next day, however, to my great distress, he said he was sorry that he must decline, for his business would not stand deferment, but declared himself willing to sail with us on his return from Arua 3 months hence, if we could only stay till then. Feeling now satisfied that nothing would prevail upon Hamed to let us have the dhow, I wished to quit the island and return to Ujiji, but found my crew had taken French leave and gone foraging on the mainland, where, all grain being so much cheaper than at Ujiji, they wanted to procure a supply. I therefore employed the day in strolling all over the island, and took bearings of some of the principal features of the lake, of Thembue, a distant promontory on the western shore, south of this, which is occupied by a powerful sultan and contains a large population of very boisterous savages, of Ukunge on the east shore, and of the islands of Kavira and Kabizia. I could also see 2 other small islands lying amidst these larger ones, too small for habitation. Though my canoe arrived on the 20th, bad weather prevented our leaving till the 22nd morning, completing 12 days at Kasinje. I now took leave of my generous host, and, bidding adieu to Kasinje, soon arrived and spent the day at Kabizia, mourning in my mind that I had induced Captain Burton to discharge Ramji's slaves, for Bombay said they were all sailors, and would have handled the dhow in first-rate style. 23rd, we crossed over to Kavira and pitched the tent in our former harbor. Next day we halted from stress of weather, and the following day also, remaining boisterous, we could not put to sea, but to obtain a better view of the lake and watch the weather for choosing a favorable time to cross, we changed Kambi for a place farther up the island. 24th, we moved out 2 miles in the morning, but returned again from fear of the weather, as the sailors could discern a small but very alarming-looking cloud many miles distant, hanging on the top of one of the hills, and there was a gentle breeze. In the evening, as the portentous elements still frowned upon us, the wise crew surmised that the Uganga church was angry at my endeavoring to carry across the waters the goat which the Sultan had given me, and which, they said, ought never to have left the spot it was presented in alive, and declared their intention of applying to the Mganga priest to ascertain his opinion before venturing out again. As the goat had just given a kid and produced a good supply of milk, I was anxious to bring her to Ujiji for my sick companion, and told the sailors so. Yet still they persisted, and said they would run away rather than venture on the water with the goat again. Fearing detention, and guessing their motive was only to obtain a share in the eating her, I killed both kid and mother at once, and divided them amongst my party, taking care that none of the crew received any of the flesh. At night we sallied forth again, but soon returned from the same cause that hindered us in the morning. And I did not spare the men's feelings who had caused the death of my goat in the morning, now that their superstitious fears concerning it, if they ever possessed any, were proven to be without foundation. 27th, we took our final departure from Kavira in the morning and crossed the broad lake again in 14 hours, 2 of them, as before, being spent in pipes and rest. I have now measured the lake's center pretty satisfactorily by triangulation, by compass in connection with astronomical observation, and twice by dead reckoning. It is 26 miles broad at the place of crossing, which is its narrowest central part. But alas, that I should have omitted to bring a sounding line with me, and not have ascertained that highly interesting feature, its depth. There is very little doubt in my mind that its bed is very deep, owing to the trough-like formation of it, and also because I have seen my crew haul up fishing baskets sunk in the sea near to the shore from very considerable depths by long ropes with trimmers attached. For the benefit of science, and as a hint to future travelers, I may mention that, had I brought a lead, I might, as if by accident, have dropped it in the sea when they were resting, have tapped the bottom and ascertained its depth, whilst the superstitious crew would have only wondered in vain as to what I was about. 28th. We started up coast early, and at 10 a.m. put in amongst some reeds opposite the Luguvu River, as the wind, rain, and waves had very nearly swamped the boat and drenched us all from head to foot. I pitched the tent in the canoe to protect me from the storm, but it only served to keep the wind from blowing on my wet clothes and chilling me, for wave after wave washed over the gunwale and kept me and all my kit constantly drenched through. 3 lingering miserable hours were passed in this fashion, for there was no place to land in, and we could not venture forward. The sea abated in the afternoon, and we gained Mgiti Kambi. After a day's halt, the weather being stormy and everything being wet and comfortless, we hailed with delight the succeeding sunny day, and making good our time, reached the old tree on the right bank of the mouth of the Ruche by 9 p.m. 31st. We arrived at Ujiji by breakfast time, when I disclosed to Captain Burton, then happily a little restored, the mortifying intelligence of my failing to procure the dhow. This appeared doubly distressing to him, for he had been led to expect it by Khamis, whom I passed at Kabizia, and who had delivered Hamed's letter, stating that the dhow was at his service. Hamed's maneuvering with the dhow bears much the appearance of one anxious to obtain the credit of generosity without incurring the attendant inconvenience of its reality. Otherwise I cannot divine what good his procrastinations and the means he took for keeping me near him so long could have been to him, for he made no overtures to me whatever. Bombay now thought, when it was too late, that if I had offered to give him $500 worth of cloth, landed at his house, he could not have resisted the offer. I give this notice for the advantage of any future explorers on the lake. I could not form a true estimate of the lake's average breadth, in consequence of the numberless bays and promontories that diversify the regularity of its coastline, but I should say that from 30 to 40 miles is probably near the truth. We had now no other resource left us but to proceed with the investigation of the lake in common canoes, for we could not wait any longer, as our supplies were fast on the wane. I was sorry for it, as my companion was still suffering so severely that anybody seeing him attempt to go would have despaired of his ever returning. Yet he could not endure being left behind. Traveling in canoes, as I could now testify from my late experiences, is, without joke, a very trying business to a sick man, even in the best weather, and here we were still in the height of the monsoon. Negotiations for the means of carrying out our object, of proceeding to the north of the lake, surveying it, and ascertaining whether Hamed's story about a large river running out of it was based upon a true foundation, were then commenced, and Kanina was applied to. He likewise, it appeared, had a plan in view of carrying on some ivory transactions with the Sultan of Uvira, governing a district at the northern end and western shore of the lake, and agreed to take us there, and also show us the river in question. It was settled that we should go in 2 canoes, Captain Burton with Kanina in a very large one, paddled by 40 men at once, and I in another considerably smaller, our party to pay all expenses, and in fact to do Kanina's business in consideration of his protection. This we did do, and no more, for after arriving at Uvira, nothing could induce him to take us to the river at the end of the lake, although the remaining distance could have been accomplished in about 6 hours paddling. His reason, which he must have known before, was that the savages resident there, the Warundi tribe, were inimical to his people, the Wajiji. This was a sore disappointment, though not so great as it would have been had we not ascertained that Hamed's story was a mere fabrication. He had never been to the north end of the lake, nor had he had the fight he described with the natives, and moreover, Bombay assured both Captain Burton and myself that Hamed really meant that the river ran into the lake. Had I thought of it, I should then have changed the course of the Marungu River on my map and made it run out of the lake, but I did not. Next, the Sultan's son, who visited us immediately on our arrival at Uvira, told us that the river, which is named Rusizi, drained the high mountains encircling our immediate north and discharged its waters into the lake. I should not have been satisfied with this counterstatement alone had I not ascended some neighboring heights and observed the mountains increasing in size as they extended away to the northward and effectually closing in this low lake, which is not quite half the altitude of the surface level of the general interior plateau. Although wrong in most respects, Hamed was right about the distance the lake's northern end lay from Ujiji, for properly divided, it takes 8 days, the time he specified exactly. On coming up the lake, we traveled the first half up the east coast, then crossed over to the end of a long island called Ubwari, made for the western shore, and coasted up it to Uvira. It would have amused anyone very much to have seen our 2 canoes racing together up the lake. The naked savages were never tired of testing their respective strengths. They would paddle away like so many black devils, dashing up the water whenever they succeeded in coming near each other, and delighting in drenching us with the spray. The greatest pleasure to them, it appeared, was torturing others with impunity to themselves. Because the Wazungu had clothes and they had none, they cared not how the water flew about, and the more they were asked to desist, the more obstinately they persevered. For fear of misapprehension, I must state that though these Negroes go stark naked when cruising or working during a shower of rain, they all possess a mantle or goatskin which they sling over their shoulders and strut about in when on shore and the weather is fine. It is a curious sight, when encamped on a showery day, to see every man take off his skin, wrap it carefully up, and place it in his mzigo or load, and stand, whilst his garment is thus comfortably disposed of, cowering and trembling like a dog which has just emerged from a cold pond. Now we have done with the Tanganyika Lake, I must say for it that in no part of Africa hitherto visited by us had we seen such splendid vegetation as covers its basin, from the mountain tops to its shores. To the northward, rain falls all the year round in frequent showers, but on the southern half, rain only falls during those 6 months when the sun is in its southern declination. Hence the northern half must be richer than the southern, and the lake must owe its existence to the constant inflows from the north. End of section 13.